Looks like everything is good. What up? What up? What up? What up? What's going on? Oh, we live. That's right. We live. What up? What up? Give everybody a minute. Interesting? What's so interesting about it? Life treating you good? Yeah, it's been a good week. A restful week. Like, I came out with a video on Tuesday, and then I was gonna put out a video yesterday, but I didn't really like fully have exactly what my ideas on something was. So I just figured I'd kind of push it off until Tuesday and just kind of vibe out a little bit for the rest of the week. I got a lot of stuff going on in the background right now, preparing, hopefully, looking like I'm going to be moving this summer, which is going to be really nice. So, Spark Boss, thank you for the tier 1, man. 21 months. Holy shit. We're almost on our 2-year anniversary. Thank you. Appreciate it. Legendary Crib. Yeah. That's the whole thing, man. Try to get away from the rental life if I can. Finally got a Saturday off. Today's Friday. Right? Yeah. He fucked up there for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Has it happened again? Oh, God. No. Time zone exists? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Wish I could give a sub, but I'm flat broke. Brother, you never have to worry about giving me money. Never have to worry about giving me money. You have the opportunity to watch for free. Watch for free, man. That's all that matters. Aren't you in California? Yeah, I'm in California. Does he always wear the same shirt? Is he cockroaching? No. What are you talking about? I always wear the same shirt. This is not even the same. No, this is not the same shirt. Shut up. I have a long cycle of band shirts that I run through. That's basically my entire wardrobe. Like, there's really not a whole lot else in there. There's band shirts, and then there's just like blank t-shirts, and then that's pretty much about it. Putting a down payment on, I have to like go through like the entire process and stuff like that first before I figure it out. But yeah, I'm talking to them about it right now, and hopefully we can get that all lined up. And then once that's lined up, we're chilling. So my question is, do you like music with guitars in it or no? I actually hate guitars. I thought so, to be honest. Yeah. If you couldn't tell, I'm totally the guy that just listens to nothing but EDM, and that's pretty much about it. I also like, you know, some like, I don't know, East African ritual music. I keep the guitars behind me to keep myself on edge, focus my will. Yeah, surround yourself with what you hate. That's what you need to do. Surround yourself with what you hate. Stay mad. Stay mad. You'll never let your guard down that way. I was worried you're going to say Nightcore. I was never into any of that shit at all, now that I think about it. Like, it was even, to be honest with you, it was even like, Like even bands like Bring Me the Horizon, and who else did a lot of like electronic shit like shoved into their music. Devil Wears Prada. No, did that? I can't remember if they did that at all. I don't know. There's a couple of those bands that like Attack. Yeah, but really, like Attack was really just the one song, right? For like they just had like the one song. Like a lot of those bands back then were just like kind of one-hit wonders. Enter Shikari, that doesn't really count though. I mean, it does, but like it does, but it doesn't. Asking Alexandria, that's the one that I was thinking of. It took me like, I remember like back in the day, everybody was into them, and I was just like, it took me a hard time to kind of warm up to it, I guess. I need a Steam review for Crimson Desert that stole your eating a raw steak with a spoon analogy, and I got mad for you. I'm staying mad. Good. That's some lame ass shit. You need to give credit where credit is due on shit like that. How are they gonna be like that? How are they gonna, like, what the? Everybody on Steam is gonna think I am so interesting and so original. A Parkway Drive fan? Up into the point that they went power metal. Like, I really liked, what were the, Drive albums? I think it was up to, was it Deep Blue? Yeah, it was up to Deep Blue. Like, there was, like, a couple songs on Ire that I thought were alright. Horizons was just, like, absolutely banger. Atlas was also really good as well. But once they, like, Darker Still, Reverence, Killing with a Smile, though. Whoo-wee! Sheesh. What a fucking banger album that was. Have you tried Takeover 2 on stream? I have never heard of that before. I think electronic dance music can be good if it fits the things like cyberpunk. Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of different, right? That's like atmospheric or whatever. I think like I'm not saying that I'm like adverse to it, right? I don't really want it to come off that way. I don't really have much of a problem with any music genre for the most part. I pretty much I can find something that I like from just about every single one of them, but I think it largely kind of falls into it like with certain music, it just depends on like what the atmosphere is. Like, what am I doing? Am I doing something in that case? Like if I'm at the gym, if I'm listening to music on my own, if I am at the house or like playing music or whatever, like it's going to like 9 times out of 10 probably be like melodic metalcore, fucking classic rock, alternative, or yeah, that's pretty much about it. Pop punk, maybe, yeah. But, you know, like, I go into, like, a club or, you know, a music festival or something like that. Sometimes I'll just go to stuff just to go to stuff, just because it's fun to do. Because I know that you're an Era fan. Did you see DE might be doing something with them? No, I didn't see anything about that. That'd be really cool, though. I'm an Era fan. That's like, you know what? One of the problems that I do have with bands. So I have the same problem that I have with Era that I do with that I do with August Burns Red. So like August Burns Red and Era are like absolutely absurdly good bands. Like their music is just crazy good, especially on some of their like earlier albums and stuff. Like as bands kind of, you know, as you continue to do any form of art or creativity, there's going to be some repetition, but like those two bands for me, as much as I really enjoy them, I kind of run into the problem where like they like a lot of their like the longer you listen, the more their songs start to kind of like blend together a little bit. And you don't really hear as many of those like standout tracks that you heard like back in the day, right? Like as it like using August Burns Red as an example, like there's not a lot of songs that like stand out as much as like Oh man, like Mariana's Trench, or what was that one song? It was on one of their first albums. I don't know. I can't remember it, but yeah. So it's not like I don't like those bands. It's just like over time you just start kind of listening to like their newer stuff less and less, just because you just kind of like Whitewashed. Whitewash is a banger song. August Burns Red. I think it was their first album that it was on. It was on. It was on Thrill Seeker. Might have been like, I think it was either. Man, this is such a nasty album. Holy shit. I think it was Speech Impediment was the one that I was thinking of. Endorphins is really good as well. That whole album's really good. Their early stuff was like insanely good. Great video about gaming for the rich. You're spot on, and it spoke to me on a lot of different levels. You know, like the funny thing is, I had some people that were not very happy. Not very happy with my take on that. I lost track of it because I was gonna hold on to it and I was gonna read it later on stream. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. People are so fucking weird about this shit. What is this? Where is... I wonder if I can find it somewhere. So I had some dude that was crashing out on Twitter about me. And I don't know where it went. I'm not really going to worry about like trying to hunt it down or anything like that. Unless I can find it like in my immediate replies. I don't think I probably will. Or not my replies, but in my in like my immediate tags or whatever. Oh, I think it's mentions. That's what you'd want to see. Right? People also like tag me and mention me and shit that's like really fucking weird. Like there's some people that genuinely do not like have a really strong grasp on like who I am or the things that I'm interested in talking about. And in some cases, they like there's a lot of like political shit that people will tag me in and stuff. And I'm just like, bro, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is it. Here it is right here. So, so this guy says, I usually never do these types of call outs, but Legendary Drops, your latest video is the biggest load of garbage misinformation I have witnessed from you in a long time. Rather than going on vibes before spreading information, or sorry, rather than going on vibes and before spreading misinformation, do some research and inform your audience. So it was on my video. Gaming is for the rich, and he's like, New York experts are warning that price. And by the way, I want you to keep in mind, these are all Google searches that they're using as their proof to try to like disprove whatever I'm saying. So it's not like they actually did their own research. They just typed into Google and then just screenshot a bunch of fucking links. Prices of a wider range of plastic-based products could rise because of the Iran conflict. This is the Iran war. It's the Iran war. It's all Iran war. So it's like the prices, the PlayStation video game prices aren't increasing because of the fact that PlayStation has literally burned billions of dollars in the last 5 years on failed games, garbage games, games nobody wants to have anything to do with. The fact that $500 or $600 million got burned on Concord, now it's looking like the exact same thing is going to happen with Marathon. They had 12 games that they were planning on making, 12 live service games, and 8 of those games have been canceled, and now 2 of those other games have been abject failures, and then the other one that they still have is the one that has the chick with the peg leg that they're going to be trying to pull out. I'm sure that one's going to be doing really, really good, by the way. That doesn't have anything to do with it. You got to keep in mind, this is all just the war in Iran. That's what it is, man. That's where these prices are coming from. It's all coming from the war in Iran. You know what the funny part is that like in most cases when I go and I make videos like the one that I made about how video games are for the rich. The one thing that I probably should do this more often, and I used to do it, and I stopped doing it largely because, honestly, it just kind of made videos kind of drag on a little bit more, is that I used to explain every possible bit of context because I knew that there's a lot of people that will watch a video that are just, they're stupid. They're stupid. They don't understand nuance. Like, nuance is just completely separate from the equation, right? So if I come in and I say something like, these CEOs are lying to you, telling you that it's all just global pressure, and then I go in and I show you why I think it is not all global pressure and global economic headwinds, my belief is that people have the forethought to think, oh, well, he also knows and recognizes that, yes, there are things like inflation. Yes, there are things that will affect things like trade routes and things like that. But while those things happen, those things always happen. Those things are always happening in the background. That is a constant pressure that is always present no matter what when all of these companies are running. And it is their responsibility to make sure that they are staying ahead of that at all times, and also to have their businesses prepared for it in case that they suffer losses because of it. The whole reason why we're seeing prices skyrocket to the pace that we've seen them is because none of these companies have prepared themselves, protected themselves, and at the same time have torched billions of dollars, money that we gave them, on shit we didn't want. But they're going to turn around and they're going to try to pretend like all of this has everything to do with outside pressures. This has to do with global economic headwinds. No, it doesn't. Under any circumstances, no, it doesn't. It's so stupid. Like, do you actually think that I don't believe things like inflation actually exist? Come on, man. Do you think that I don't believe that there's going to be some impacts out there that are going to be related to just general inflation and wars and tariffs and whatever else? No, of course I know all those things are there. But as a business, you prepare yourself to be able to deal with those kind of things. Now, mind you, the RAM stuff definitely, I'll just give you guys an example. The RAM stuff really shouldn't have been that big of a deal, especially now, because consoles over the last couple of years, over the last probably 5 years, really have not been selling that well. PlayStation has had a really, really hard time trying to get people off of the PlayStation 4 and moving them onto the PlayStation 5. People just have not really been there to try to migrate between the two of them because they haven't really seen a reason why. There really hasn't been too many generational titles that have pulled people from one console to the other. So most people are just sticking with the older hardware because, one, they're saving money by doing so, and two, there's not really a whole lot of reasons for them to want to transfer. None of the games that we've really seen, outside of a few outliers, over the past 5 years have really been all that worth it for people to want to go and upgrade on stuff. And keep in mind that the most popular games that are played on a daily basis are live service games that are available on older hardware to begin with. Fortnite, Roblox, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals. There's a whole long list of all these different live service games that people are playing right now. And most of those games are still available on that older hardware, and there's just not a lot of reason for these guys to have to upgrade. So what should have happened is that these companies, both Xbox and PlayStation, should have a massive backstock of their consoles. You don't want to do it too much because then you could also start flirting with the idea of an actual video game industry crash, because that's what ended up happening back in the 80s, where they had way too much overstock on hardware. It wasn't just the consoles, it was also the games themselves that they had too much of a stock on. I think people bought up way too many copies of the E.T. game or something like that is really what was the initial catalyst for that. But these guys should have still had some kind of stock. And even more so, if you would see anybody worth their salt working for any of these businesses, should have saw the direction that AI was going in, and they should have tried to ramp up production and increase their stock before the hammer fell. And you can't sit here and tell me that none of these, not a single one of these CEOs, were thinking, oh, RAM prices are going to go through the world. RAM prices are going to go through the roof. Because every single one of those same CEOs have been pushing the exact same shit, investing into the exact same shit. Keep in mind, Microsoft was the very first one to increase their hardware prices. And Microsoft is one of the very first ones that has been rapidly expanding their AI production into data centers, into everything else. So these guys are like, oh man, and that they're like the perfect example of this, because Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella has said multiple times, you know, like when they had to increase the console prices, oh, it's the global economic headwinds and AI expansion that's causing us. We have to increase the prices. You're doing it to yourself. Like, you guys literally did it to yourself. You can't sit here and try to pretend to us like it's something that's completely out of your hands. This was self-inflicted. And now you're saying that we need to pay for it. No. Don't do it. Don't listen to these guys. Under no circumstances should you listen to these people. I'm a Sony fan, but the PlayStation 5 might be my last console. Might join the PC Master Race. Like, I was a console guy for much of my life, most of my life. It wasn't until probably about like 5 or 6 years ago that I got my first PC. So like that's a funny thing. Like, a lot of these PC games that people have always been excited about and played over the years, I really haven't played many of them ever. So like, there's a long, long list of games that I've never even touched or played or been a part of those games communities or anything like that. Like, I played on PC-ish when I had a laptop, and I was like in, you know, like, I don't fucking know, many, many, many years ago, back when like World of Warcraft was like popping off, right? And I played WoW like everybody else in the world did. But the Half-Life or Portal, no, not until they came to the orange box. Not till they came to the orange box. And at that point, I don't think I played Half-Life 2 because I never played Half-Life 1. I played Portal on the orange box, and I played Team Fortress 2. What was your WoW class? I played Priest. Priest and Paladin Tank. And Rogue. Orange Box goated. Orange Box was quite literally the best deal we've ever seen in video games, ever, period. And there is never going to be anything more iconic or similar to it, ever. Horde or Alliance? Horde. Alliance first. Okay. I'll tell you the story. I'll tell you the story. So I met a girl over the summer, over like summer break, and she played World of Warcraft, and we started like, you know, getting to like each other, and then we started dating, and she played WoW, so then she wanted to get me into playing World of Warcraft, and I was like, okay, all right, sure, I'll give it a try. I'd stayed away from it because I really like fantasy games, and I always view that as something that I was like, it's probably pretty dangerous for me to play, because I could see myself, you know, probably having a problem if I play a game like that. But whatever, I'm letting this girl talk me into it. So I played Alliance at first, and I played a Night Elf Hunter. And then I, like, over the course of a year, continued to play, got better and better, started raiding. I was doing Karazhan, and I ended up snagging a raid spot, and that did not, she didn't like that. Because I snagged a raid spot in her guild, right? Which then challenged, because she played the same class. So that didn't work out all that well. We ended up breaking up, and then I was, you know, a little emo kid, so I went into my villain phase, and I switched to the Horde, and I became a blood elf. Seaman Gaming, thank you for the tier 1. So I became a blood elf. I became a blood elf paladin, and I played on. Well, you have to keep in mind the whole reason why I did it is because we played on a PvP server, right? So then I was like, I'm gonna fucking hunt. I'm gonna hunt her down. And I trolled that bitch. I went after her ass any chance I got. Any chance I got. I was a spiteful little bastard. Spiteful. Oh man. But yeah. That was like my limited time playing on PC, and then after that, essentially, I just kind of backed off of playing it because I kind of like realized that I'll be honest with you, man, I just kind of had I was just wasting way too much time playing it. It wasn't even like that. It was actually like I got into a band, and then I just had way more fun playing in a band than I did playing World of Warcraft, so I stopped playing WoW. That's really all it is. Panda, thank you for the $10. The consoles are becoming obsolete. I recently got a PC tower from Starforge, and I can't go back. The last console I ever got was the Xbox Series S because my GF had one. My last console, well, I have a PlayStation 5. I literally got it for the business. It's for the YouTube channel, so then that way I can play any exclusives that are not going to be on PC. If there's something that I see that I'm like, oh, I should probably either review this or have experience on it because it's like some kind of like topic or whatever. And plus on top of that, it's also really nice to make sure that I have I have background footage and stuff like that, right? Like I hate just having videos where it's all trailers. Hold on, I think I'm missing other chats here. I didn't even see them. Blake, thank for the $2. See that Mortal Shell 2 trailer? Looks sick. No, I haven't seen it yet. We'll watch that. I'll bring that up. And then King Alucard, thank you for the 2 as well. Appreciate that, brother. Consoles becoming obsolete. I don't necessarily. So like you have to keep in mind that like consoles solve a problem in the market, right? Like consoles are supposed to. They don't anymore though. That's actually kind of the problem. They don't really like consoles don't really solve any issue anymore. So like video game consoles were meant to be able to be this like accessible bridge for people to be able to cross so then people could get into video games for a lower price point, right? Because getting a gaming PC has always been something that's a lot more inaccessible to the vast majority of people because it's so goddamn expensive. It is. It is expensive to build a PC. Is it expensive in the long run in comparison? We could make arguments and debates going back and forth. It is very nice to be able to have the freedom to choose when you upgrade something and how you control your memory and also just the general flexibility of being able to play on a PC. But consoles used to be this entry point, this low bar of entry for low income and middle income families, right? And now they're not. So I would actually, I'd agree with you. I think that they are losing their place. Now, I don't think it's actually going to be the case because I can't imagine the Valve, the Steam machine or whatever it's called. I can't imagine that coming out and being cheaper than current generation consoles. But if it is, holy. Could you imagine? Could you imagine getting access to something that is that like getting access to something that's not only accessible but has the quite literally the largest gaming library available, period, end of story? Because not only you're going to get access to everything that Steam has to offer, but you're also going to get access to everything Xbox has to offer because that's just how their platform works, right? Even if it's a tad more expensive, it'll be worth it. I don't think it's going to be more expensive than... I have a really hard time seeing it being the same. It could very well be the same price as the PlayStation 6. I don't think... Or PlayStation 6, sorry. Probably the PlayStation 5 Pro. I don't see it being more expensive than that. I don't see it being a $1,000 console. Like at a price point, like $999. I don't see it being that. Hopium? No, I don't think so. You have to keep in mind that, like, while it is an advanced piece of hardware, it's basically just kind of like on the same level as current generation consoles. So it's not better than them per se. It is better from like a form factor build. It's also better from like a modular build because you can upgrade the RAM later, which is really nice, actually. I think you can upgrade both the RAM and the hard drive in it, which is really cool. And on top of that, it's also Linux, so you can basically do whatever the fuck you want with it, which is great. I'll continue to play through all the games on the SNES until I'm gone. SNES games are really good. I mean, Steam recently made a great move by fixing overseas prices, so they're properly occurring. Yeah, and like, see, and that's the thing. The fact that like now they've gone through and they've tried to make sure that they can actually make games appropriately priced depending on where you live. Like, that's the other thing you have to think about as well. Like, I think that I still struggle with this. I try to do my best to make sure that I expand my thinking when it comes to these kind of topics, but like, I sometimes will get pigeonholed into the idea of just being a Westerner. Or just thinking about like the U.S. economy and like how people are buying stuff here, but like if they're selling this shit, you know, all around the world, like I don't see how the Steam machine doesn't become the premier console everywhere, especially because you have to keep in mind that like PlayStation Network doesn't even work in certain countries. Xbox like Game Pass and Xbox Live doesn't work. You don't have access to it in certain countries because of their laws. Steam doesn't go through any of those issues. They don't have any of those problems because they're not trying to do any of this extra bullshit that these other platforms are trying to do when it comes to like collecting user data and whatever else, right? You get a pretty decent gaming PC for a PS5 Pro price. Yeah, the problem is, though, is that, like, I don't know about all that. So, like, how much is, like, a 2080? 2080... not a TI. RTX 2080. What? Dude, that's not bad. These aren't bad. I mean, like, you're out of here. I mean, it's a Founders Edition, but you're goofy for this. I'm just gonna be real. But like, depending on where you buy it from, I mean, you're like, this is like a really good place to launch from. Like, a 2080 is still a solid graphics card. A 2080 is still a solid graphics card. Like, you're not looking to play. And the funny thing is that most of the people will try to make an excuse. Oh, well, I need to play games at 4K. No, you fucking don't. Most of these people aren't even playing games at 4K. One, it's not even real 4K on the games anyway. Most of this stuff is upscaled. Most of this stuff is upscaled to begin with, right? So like none of it's actually going to be genuine 4K. And then on top of that, the other thing is you're literally DSP. I'm literally just going to fucking ban you for that retard shit. I'm literally just gonna ban you for that. You fucking moron. Anyway, continuing on. Most of these games are upscaled to begin with. And then plus on top of that, the performance on a lot of these consoles isn't really all that great. So in a lot of cases, you also have what is it? Like, none of these are actually getting like good enough frame rates. So like, what is the point? Like, if the frame rates aren't high enough for you to be able to get any of that shit, And you're going to spend like, I mean, especially on the PlayStation 5 Pro, most of that shit's only like, you're only getting like 30 frames per second on most of these games to begin with. Some of them you can get into performance mode and they're like kind of close to like what, lock 45 or something like that. But yeah. Ban appeals? I don't really ban enough people for us to be able to justify that. Neither Steam Deck nor the Steam Machine are there to corner the market. If everything is having to be a war. This isn't about it being a war or anything like that. That's not really the point that I'm trying to bring up either. Yeah, like, and that's the other thing to keep in mind too, is that like the Steam Machine is not trying to come in and absolutely like sweep the industry. They're not trying to come in and they're trying to steal away. Like, I think what they're trying to do is it's the same thing that Valve has been doing for years, which is they've literally just been trying to make sure that they can build a more cohesive community to get more people involved in Steam in general and just kind of give more people like access or more bridges to be able to get onto Steam. Because I think in a lot of cases, and like this is just my experience, and I know that I catch a lot of shit for it because of how gracious I am to Valve and also to Steam, but once you experience it and once you start using Steam, it's really, really hard to go and use anything else. It's very hard to go use something else because every other platform, every other storefront is not nearly as intuitive. It doesn't have as many tools for you to be able to use. It doesn't have as much access to like other people or other games or better prices, or just like the sheer amount of convenience that is dropped onto you when you go onto Steam is just absurd. It really is. So when you go to another marketplace, when you go to use the Xbox Game Store, when you go to use the PlayStation Game Store, when you go to use Epic Game Store or whatever else, you're just like, bruh, this isn't telling me anything. This isn't telling me anything. Now I gotta go download this. You're just a side example, like, oh, now I need to go and download this entirely different app to be able to download the mods to mod the game, and I have to put them into the folders, the right folder. Let me look up a guide real quick on what folder that needs to go in and hope I don't mess it all up or whatever it is. Instead, it's they're all in one with the workshop and stuff like that. That's just like one example of something that you can see, right? Same thing goes for like payment payment options and stuff like that with their secure pay options and whatnot. So it's just, yeah, it's wildly convenient, man. It really is. GOG is the only other platform I would buy from that's not Steam. Left the PlayStation 5 last year. PC really is just a freeing experience. Yeah, and like, it's not even like a superiority thing. I think that like in a lot of cases, people that are stuck on consoles like think that it's like PC people trying to like talk down to them, where you're just like, dude, you don't understand. This is just, it really is great. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You just have to try it out, and then once you do, you'll be hooked on it essentially. Like video game drug dealers. Dude, you just gotta take a hit. That's it. Just. And the funny, I don't even think the transition is something that happens immediately. Because it took me like a good year before I was like, okay, I don't think I'm going to buy any more games on anything other than my PC anymore. Like, I was still kind of bouncing between console and PC for that first year. But then as I got used to gaming on PC, and I got used to using mouse and keyboard, which is honestly a pretty crazy fucking learning curve, I'll be real with you. As somebody that never really played games on mouse and keyboard, like I played like Doom and stuff back in the, way back in the day, or not Doom, I played like Wolfenstein. Spear of Destiny, stuff like that. Mech Warrior 2, I think, or 3, I can't remember. But that was like very limited experience. World of Warcraft, it's not like World of Warcraft is a high skill game or anything like that, right? So that's literally tab, target, press, skill. You're not really doing much of anything. Mouse and keyboard master race, that is actually yeah. I will never and can never play another shooter without mouse and keyboard. It's actually been completely trained out of me. I can't do it anymore. I've tried with some games just out of like vague curiosity, or maybe because I just wanted to like, kick back and just kind of like jam a game and just relax a little bit. I can't do it. I cannot control them. I cannot control it at all. and aim assist feels really gross. Not even from like, oh man, this feels like cheating. It just doesn't feel right because it's like that's not where I was trying to aim or what I'm trying to do. So like I can't do it. I still use controller for third person shooter, or sorry, not third person. I still use controller for like third person action games, but 90% of everything else it's all on mouse and keyboard now. Though to be fair, I play a lot of like indie games, so it's like a lot of like roguelites and card games and stuff that have relatively simple controls to begin with. But yeah. So like Crimson Desert, yeah, I played that all on controller, which honestly has been a really good experience for me. Though like certain things I still have to like switch over to mouse and keyboard for like in the moment. I think a really good example of that is like, I don't know if anybody else has noticed this. I can't get the fishing minigame to work on controller. I haven't been able to get the fishing minigame at all to work on controller. It just doesn't work. I try to reel it in, but it just won't reel in. Then if I like put it down and I use the mouse and keyboard, it reels in just fine. I don't know what's going on with that. It might be like rebound to something, and I don't know why. I didn't do anything to it, but yeah. It was a bug. They patched it. My game has been fully patched. I patch it every single time they do it. So it's still there for me at the very least. You got to press the right trigger to hook the fish when it bites. I already did that. I hook the fish with right trigger, then I fight the fish with left stick, going in the opposite direction of the opposite direction that the fish is traveling with with the fishing pole, and then it says you're supposed to roll the right stick to be able to reel it in, but it doesn't actually do anything. It could be that I'm supposed to go up and down with it. I haven't tried that yet, but the actual like graphic on screen shows roll. So that's what I've been doing. I just kind of thought about that right now. It's like, wait, watch these guys put the wrong prompt on screen and it's actually flicking back and forth. I hate fishing on Crimson Desert. I actually think it's pretty good. It's not as intuitive as it is in other games. The best fishing game that I've ever played is Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15 essentially had Bass Pro built into the game. It was fucking peak. It was so good. It was so good. All the different lures that you could get, the different kinds of fish that you could fish, how in-depth the actual like fishing system was in the game. Holy, it's so good. I don't know who it was. They must have had just like a team that was just working on the fishing game. It's insane. There's like so many fish to catch in that game, and like the actual like mechanics of catching fish are so good. Like if I'm not mistaken, I think even like stuff like wind direction and weather will also affect depending on like what fish will show up, what fish will bite. It's so unnecessary, but on brand for FF. It was so good. I was so addicted to it, man. I would fish all the time playing that game. There's like entire play sessions that I had playing Final Fantasy 15 where I just fished. There was more mechanical depth in the fishing than there was in the combat. There must have been some dude that was working at the studio that like saw what they were doing to the combat of the game, and they were like, you know what, fuck this. I'm making a real fishing game. I gotta show some of these people out there that we still have it. They're just not letting us do it. We still have it though. And you're going to find it in this fishing game. I'm going to do my own thing. Yeah. I'm going to make a man's game. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's actually what it has to be. That's at least that's going to be my headcanon now that I think about it. Because that whole game was essentially just like hold right trigger. The combat was so bad. Like it was cool to look at, but the combat in that game was like non-existent. There was just nothing going on. Man, I gotta tell you right now, you are very successful, but we need you as the IGN killer, and you're the only one I trust. I don't really need to kill any other brands, man. One of the things that I saw recently is like people were kind of like talking about like Crimson Desert, right? And one of the things that they've been bringing up with Crimson Desert is they're like talking about like everybody's opinions around the game and how like games journalists have kind of like dogged on the game, which, by the way, that is true, and it's something I'm going to have to end up talking about. I think I'm probably going to talk about it next week, because like the whole Crimson shut the fuck up. It did it again. No. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I thought it was gonna peak again. Still could. That'd be kind of crazy. I don't think it will, though. Nah. Well, wait a minute. It actually could. So it was at last Friday. It was at 192,000 at its peak. And then on Saturday, it jumped up to 240,000. And then on Sunday, it jumped up to 176,000. This Friday is actually higher than last Friday. They're already 20,000 players ahead. Dude, if this game actually breaks its all-time peak on its third week, that's crazy. That's crazy. What? That's nutty. I don't think I've ever seen a game do this before. Maybe the only other one I like, other than like Baldur's Gate, maybe, and Arc Raiders. Yeah, Arc did this. Yeah, I think Arc did as well. Yeah, that's wild though. But yeah, no, I've seen a lot of the discussions around, like, imagine how much more it would have been if games journalists wouldn't have tried to kill it. Part of me agrees, but I don't like. It's not as much of a concerted effort as I think a lot of people are trying to lead people on to believe, right? So like, if I go and I look in at like Metacritic, which is what most of these people are like trying to point to, right? The Metacritic for the game, which has slid to a 77 with 102 critic reviews. If you look at like negative reviews, so there's one negative review. Let me look at negative reviews. Critical Hits gave it a 45. Crimson Desert draws attention for its ambitious open world adventure. Sorry, there's sirens outside. Give me a second. Crimson Desert draws attention for its ambitious open-world adventure proposal, but the experience ultimately falls short of expectations. The game features a confusing narrative with uninteresting characters and missions that feel like generic MMO tasks. The combat has many mechanics but little depth, with artificial difficulty spikes. And unresponsive controls. Even with impressive graphics and a high degree of exploration freedom, issues with art direction, bugs, and design decisions make the game feel make the feel of the vast content nothing but shallow in quality. That was on March 17th. So that was like directly after the game released, and it was before they actually like made any of the updates to anything. Yeah. Again, like the one thing that you're going to see with a lot of these reviews, Game Informer, a beautiful exploration-rich open-world game that's a clear technological advancement hampered by a cornucopia of little frustrations and a lack of clear narrative depth. You're going to notice pretty much across the board that most of these journalists, and this makes a lot of sense when you take the time to think about it, most of these journalists are really knocking the game the hardest just based on the narrative. They're cutting 30 points. Probably not 30. They're cutting like probably 25 points 20 to 25 points are being shaved off the top because of the writing. Because the story and the narrative's disjointed in some ways. Because there's just not the kind of storytelling depth that they're looking for. And the reason why that is because they're writers. They're pontificating. That's what it is. They're pontificating. They do not share the exact same kind of values or the same kind of interests as like general audiences or players are looking for, because we're just looking to be entertained. We're just looking to have fun. We're looking for something that gives us $70 worth of time loss, essentially, right? We're looking for something that's going to like really, really lock us in when it comes to just something that we can get lost in for a while. That's really all we're looking for. Am I sitting down to play a game and looking to get like the greatest narrative experience of my life? No, it's awesome if I get it. I want that. I'm not going to pretend like I don't. I love a game that has a great story. I want games to have good stories, but it's not that doesn't fully decide whether or not I like something or not. For these guys, it does. If that narrative's not there to hook them in from the very beginning, if they're not telling the story that these guys are looking to have told, they're just not going to lock into it. And also, the other thing that I'm going to say is, while the story absolutely needs work, the other thing that I think is going to serve as a bit of a... The other thing that I think is serving as a bit of a deflection for a lot of these games journalists is that the story for this game is incredibly masculine. It is absurdly dude bro masculine. It is, we are going to war. I'm fighting for my brothers. I am picking my friends up out of bars. I'm scraping them off the side of the street. Everybody is foul-mouthed. Everybody has problems. Like, it is such a dude game that I would guarantee that a lot of these journalists that instead went around and gave Marathon a 90 or have given, Last of Us 2 a perfect score or whatever. These are the people that are going to look at a game like this and be like, this game isn't an ally. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Their finger, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Super Chat Gohan. Thank you for the $2. Hey, legendary GTSY. Just bought a 5080 and love it. Jesus Christ. Sorry to your wallet, but congratulations. They're basically church ladies. They are. Yeah, they're basically church ladies. That's kind of what it reminds me of. GameSpot, same thing. Crimson Desert is a frequently thrilling game elevated by its open world exploring and hard-hitting combat that delights with its depth and emphasis on player expression. It might not always be a cohesive game, mixing high fantasy with steampunk and sci-fi elements, but there's nothing else quite like it. Nothing else quite like it, and I can't help but be impressed by how little restraint Pearl Abyss has shown in its commitment to its delightful absurdity. In some respects, Crimson Desert might not be too good to be true, but it's a world worth getting lost in. In some respects, In some respects, Crimson Desert might not be too good to be true, but it's a world worth getting lost in. 70. This is like... How are you going to glaze the game this hard and then knock it by 30 points? This is what I'm talking about. Notice how they're like, everything about this game is actually incredible. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say that when I go and I look at what your actual review is, you're going to sit there crying about the game's narrative. Like, some of these people are absolutely going to be a little bit irritated by the game's controls, especially when it was at launch. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Insider Gaming. Crimson Desert is a game of extremes. At its best, it offers a breathtaking world filled with meaningful exploration, impressive scale, and genuinely thrilling battles. However, that brilliance is occasionally weighed down by an overabundance of unfocused systems, a weak narrative, and combat that struggles to maintain consistency. Brother, as I said, every single one of them. Didn't you yourself talk about how it was flawed? Yeah. Did I give it a score? No, I don't score games because it's fucking pointless. Instead, what I did is I said that, yes, this game is deeply flawed. It has problems, but the game itself is absolutely fucking insanely good. Well, I couldn't recommend it myself just because I can't recommend something that, you know, it took me past a return window to be able to enjoy. Everybody else's, you know, level of tolerance is going to be different from person to person. Still, I'm not going to... This is not a 70 game. I'm going to tell you that right now. It is not a 70 game. Every game is flawed as long as it's enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah. But the point that I'm trying to make is that, like... What am I talking about? When I talked about how this game was deeply flawed, the one thing that I think people should probably keep in mind is also, what did I say was wrong with the game? I noticed a lot of people really locked in on the whole, you said it was flawed. What did I say that what did I say its flaws were? I don't think a lot of people thought past that. They heard that one line and it stuck in their mind and they just couldn't think past what I said. Fishing on controller? Yes, that's what I said its flaw was. That's what I said its flaw was. Yeah. You only said the controls, really? Yeah, mostly the controls. Flaws that could be fixed. Correct. Most of these flaws have already been fixed. They were fixed after I had posted my video, but yeah, still, like, that's the UI. Okay, so the UI thing, they have not fixed that yet. That needs to change. I don't know what they need to do. They need to hire in somebody. They got to bring in, like, the fucking strike team, okay? They need to bring in, like, SEAL Team 6 for, like, UI design. I don't know who that is or where they're at, but you got to bring those guys in. You don't even have to program it crazy. Mapping controls is easy. Yeah, and like most of that, like I said, most of that stuff has already been fixed. Where I said, like, this game's like, I even said, even in like my review of it, that like, the narrative isn't very good and honestly largely ass and probably shouldn't even be there to begin with. I kind of grew to enjoy it over time. So like the narrative was never even really a massive concern for me. And then everything past that was just like, the only problem that I have with the game is that it just stacks a lot of these like minor inconveniences. I'm going to give you guys an example of this. No, this is the boss fight that I was in, I think. Right? Yeah, this is a boss fight. This is fine. Actually, no, this is not fine. So, you want to see what happens here? Fighting this boss, which, by the way, like, he has so many of these, like, whatever. I beat him, but I didn't. Because he's almost dead. I go to get the final combo in. So, what the fuck happened there? I've been wondering this the entire day. Hold on. So I dodge that, and then he has the thing at my feet. I get out of it. I don't even see myself get hit by anything. This isn't the problem that I have, though. The problem that I have is coming in 10 seconds. Boss is one hit away. Game crashed. Woo! That, by the way, is not the first time that has happened to me. And oh my God, is it the most rage-inducing thing I have ever experienced in my life. It would be different if it was like mid-boss fight, but what's causing it is the transition of boss fight to the end of boss fight cutscene where they die. It's crashing in the middle of the cutscene. Like, oh my God. Where is it at? Okay, let me see. I think this might be it here. No, this is these. Oh, no, this is it. So I was talking about these minor, they do these things. There's this mind-boggling game design that they have in this game where it's like, I don't know who thought this was fun, how this gets greenlit, or how you have a job. And this is the example of it right here. These harpies, you have to kill with your blade, your flash blade. They respawn. You cannot hit them. You can only block them. And they attack you while you're fighting all of these other enemies on the ground. It is the most obnoxious thing I've ever experienced playing a video game. This was some of the most rage-inducing shit ever. Oh my God. Because you just be fighting an enemy and then they would just come in and go, nah, and you're like, stop. And the other part is too, is that keep in mind that your blade flash, while you're trying to aim your blade and like hit them with the light beam to like get them to go away, if somebody hits you, the light beam stops. So then you have to, try again to hit hit the bumpers at the exact same time to get your guy to go back into the blade flash, which sometimes your timing's not going to be perfect, which means then instead you're going to go to slash and now you're stuck in the slash animation and then you have to wait for your animation to finish because there's no animation cancel in this game. So then once your animation finishes and you have to try again, and then if you fuck it again, and plus on top of that, you're like kind of panicking mid-combat because you're also being attacked by people on the ground as well as these other birds on the air. Like there's no reason for them to be here. And you know what the other thing that actually pisses me off about this? I don't even think there's a lore reason. They're just there. There's no context. The game tells you how to kill them. I appreciate that, though I kind of figured it out pretty much immediately when I saw them. But at the same time, it doesn't matter because there's also like so many of them. So you can't attack them. Your blade goes through them because they're ethereal. Here, you see, and I can't hit it. I can't do anything about it. So I have to clear out the ground enemies first, because if I don't clear out the ground enemies, if I try to bring up my blade and use the blade light focus fire, then the ground enemies will attack me, interrupting me from doing it, which means I have to fight them first. But while I'm fighting them, then I'm getting attacked by these things with chip damage, constantly knocking me out of my combos or whatever it might be. It is just like... It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm like, I don't understand why these guys were doing this. I have no idea. You mean you can't suplex the birds? I wish I could. That'd actually be really nice. The Priscus Ancient boss fight pissed me off so much. I think that it's like, you probably need your other characters with you for you to deal with the ground enemies. That's the other problem. You bring up another, like, and this is what I mean by like the game just like stacks a lot of these like minor issues on top of each other that create like, they create like a weird layer of like, I don't know how do I want to word this, resistance or interference to like how you want to play. So like there's a whole system in this game that I don't think a lot of people even know that's even there, which is this game does effectively end up kind of playing a lot like Dragon's Dogma 2, where you can actually summon in your allies as pawns, and you can bring the other playable characters with you as you're running around and fighting enemies and doing stuff in the world and all that stuff. The problem is you don't have access to them for like 90% of the game because they're mostly stuck behind a lot of different stuff that's going on in the main story. So like as an example, I don't even know their names outside of Unka because I've actually you play more as Unka than you ever have as the chick. But like she's been gone like for like 4 chapters doing something else. Unka was gone for multiple chapters as well. I think I just now got Unka back, maybe, and I can use him now. But yeah, no, like you don't have access to him. Yeah, you can't summon them now. Yeah. Yeah, domain, that's what it is. Yeah, I just got Unka and I'm 100 hours in. That's essentially where I am too. Took about 100 hours. And mind you, I'm running around doing a lot of open world shit and a bunch of other bullshit. But yeah, they're always on a mission. Yeah, they're always on a mission, so you never have access to them. So where it would be like, I would agree with you. Like, yeah, no, that would be a perfect situation for me to be able to bring my allies with me. I never have access to them. So I don't really see the point in them having to, like, other than I get why they do it. So the reason why they have those characters out on a mission is because you're supposed to go and interact with them on a quest. They're like a quest giver that you have to go and interact with. That was a really bad design decision for them to make. It should have instead made it where you always had access to those characters, and then it would just start a cutscene when you guys come up. But that's also something that likely probably has something to do with, like, I don't know, I guess like the game's kind of like odd narrative. Apparently you can hire NPCs with a certain token and take them on missions with you. This game is so absurd. The game is so absurd. It's so crazy. You Screen Rant, you have to admire the ambition. And there are high points, but it's also slogging and meaningless fetch quests. I love how detailed the review is. Great, thank you. But notice that like most of the ones that are dragging the score down are mostly coming from like they're mostly coming from like the biggest outlets. VG 24/7, Eurogamer, IGN, multiple IG. By the way, I think that this is bullshit. I think it's bullshit that IGN gets multiple reviews. Like, I understand they're coming from different offices, but I think it's stupid as shit that like they all get official reviews, and like 10 or 15 of the official reviews on Metacritic and OpenCritic are all dedicated to IGN. I don't understand how that's fair. That's not a fair representation to me. Doesn't IGN also own VG 24/7? Yes, and also Eurogamer. I don't understand. Like, it's so weird, dude. And like Eurogamer has the same thing. Eurogamer Portugal. Basically bot reviews. Well, I mean, honestly, especially something like Eurogamer and Eurogamer Portugal. Portugal's in Europe. This would be like IGN and then like IGN California. At least like that's how I would view it. I know it's different values across European countries, but still, you get what I'm talking about. It's like, what the fuck? Where is Euro? Point to Euro. IGN Las Vegas? Yeah. Yeah. So, like, these guys absolutely fucking cook the review score. That's for sure. The only thing is, though, is that, like I'd have to really take the time to think about, like, how much I'm going to measure this. Like, so, like, people aren't wrong to feel like the game was wrongfully attacked, because it was. I think that a lot of these positions that some of these games journalists are coming in, I think the position that a lot of these games journalists are coming in from is also like coming in prepared to be upset. I'm going to give you guys an example of this. So if I go to, I saw this recently. I'm going to read through it. I'm probably going to end up talking about it later. But there is a Korean website that wrote an article about the game. And it says, "Game Vaccine: The Paradox of the Crimson or Red Desert, which Crimson Desert would have been praised if it were made in the United States. 4 million copies sold, but continued critique of Western-led criticism, imitation towards K-game, PC attention, etc. Double standard, deepen time of proof." I'm gonna need a better, like, AI does a really shitty job of like translating some of this shit. Imminent beyond the perical measure of equanimity. I have no idea what that means. What if the logo of Nutty Dog? Nutty Dog. What is this translation? Nutty Dog. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a better translation of this. Copying and pasting it into Google is way better. Is it? I don't want to do it like this. Oh, I can actually hit translate full page. Maybe it'll actually do a better job if I do it straight through Google instead of this. No, it's still gonna. That's so weird. I actually had a really good version of this yesterday. I wonder if it's the browser. Let me check. Could be the browser. Yes, it is the browser. It's actually Firefox being a piece of shit. Okay, so Game Vaccine: The Paradox of Crimson Desert would have been praised if it were American. Despite 4 million copies sold, criticism of Western critics persist. Double standards directed at K games, such as accusations of imitation or political correctness, are intensifying. The time of proof to overcome critics' narrow standard is imminent. The time of proof to overcome critics' standards is now imminent. Oh. What if the start screen of Crimson Desert had featured the logo of Naughty Dog or Ubisoft instead of Pearl Abyss? North American media likely would pay tribute, calling it a revolutionary success that changed the paradigm of open-world action-adventure. However, the evaluation of this Korean AAA blockbuster, which has sold 4 million copies in just 12 days, remains harsh. Even when the developers have joined in on the criticism, labeling it a patchwork game. But this is not merely the venom of an individual; it's the expression of a collective rejection towards outsiders who threaten the hierarchy of the console market, which has been monopolized by the West. I wonder if this guy watches me. I'm gonna be real. Oh, have you watched a couple of videos of mine? Because I've talked about this a couple times by now. Yeah, he might be a fan. Yeah, let this guy cook. Double standards are nothing new. When NeoWiz's Lies of P was released, foreign media mentioned From Software's Bloodborne and labeled it a copycat. And now they all want to sit around and praise it and call it the best thing since sliced bread. But that's only because they couldn't ignore the public sentiment around it. Notice how that exact same thing is happening right now with Crimson Desert. The journalists were not able to overcome and create a narrative around this game that would stick long enough. So now that players have been pushing back, they have to come back around on it. They're essentially being forced to come back around on it. They don't have a choice on this at all. Otherwise, it's going to stand out too much. Otherwise, what they're doing is going to be made to be too obvious. Those who praised Western developers for genre succession when they released Souls-like games applied a particularly strict lack of originality to Korean games. Shift Up, Stellar Blade also took issue with character appearance. They see it. They see it. They know exactly what you guys are trying to do. It's Western media trying to fucking push Western morals on other countries. It's Western media trying to push their values onto other countries and into other media, into somebody else's creativity, and trying to push them around and force them to comply with what their standards are. They want the rest of the games industry to operate the same way that it does in the US. And these guys don't want to have anything to do with it. And nothing drives these journalists further up the wall than being told no. Than being told that they are far less important and their opinion matters a far lot less than they thought it did. Shift Up Stellar Blade also took issue with character appearances rather than gameplay, attempting to judge the work using the Western PC political correctness standards. Koreans be like, we like hot chicks over here. Sorry, our... You know what it is? Those South Koreans are taking ownership because they're like, that's one of our women that are in that game. And they had to sit back and watch as all of these fucking Western journalists mauled it out over the fact that Eve was so over-sexualized, she's so hot, unrealistic body standards, blah, 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 while she was modeled after... identically modeled after a real Korean woman. Imagine how that has to feel being a Korean that has to sit back and watches these people come after one of your own people. Attack your society, attack the way your women look. There were some of these journalists that were calling her plastic, calling her, fake, all this other bullshit. In Asian, you do not attack idols, it's a sin. Shameful behavior. Shameful behavior. The contradictions of the Western world become clear when the perspective shifts in domestic games. Unlike Mint Rocket's Dave the Diver, which was embroiled in controversy regarding its indie status due to investment capital from large corporations, they defended the success of Claire Expedition 33, which had similar conditions. I mean, yeah, I don't really think so. I don't think anybody really talked about Claire Expedition 33's investment. Expedition 33 is not indie? I mean, it did have... Wow, fuck. So the problem is... Yeah, Stolen Valor, fake company. Shut them down. It is an indie game. It is an indie game. Okay, look. The problem is that people get way too hung up on the idea of... People get way too hung up on the idea of indie being some dude in his basement that made a game by himself and then published it himself. In most cases, indie is literally just somebody that self-publishes their game. Outside investment does matter, but I think that largely matters to what degree, right? And you're not going to have somebody that's going to invest, $5 million into one guy in his basement. That's usually going to go into a team, which is likely then going to have something else going with it. Tainted Grail is indie, correct. There's also like indie and independent, right? So like, I guess I wouldn't necessarily classify Expedition 33 as indie, but you do classify it as independent, right? Those are the two most important things to me. I care about indie and independent studios. I do not like studios that are under a publisher. The one thing that I think a lot of people were having problems with, and this is largely where probably some of this is coming from, is that you had a lot of people that were trying to like really push Claire Expedition 33 down the indie hole, but really it's just it was an independent game. They did have a publisher per se, but the publisher that was involved wasn't really involved for distribution or actual publishing. It was more or less just to get them involved and connected with voice actors, artist talent. That's what they used them for. People started hating on Expedition 33 after it won all those awards. Yeah, it's one of those things where I think a lot of people are kind of like the game got too big and overshadowed too much, and then I think a lot of people just kind of like, oh, now they want to like hate on it. We've seen that over the last, probably 6 months or so. DB, thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. Good to catch you live, dude. Keep up the good work. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And then Godclo, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. Love your journalism skills. I don't really call it a skill. I'm just talking shit, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. They did the same with Baldur's Gate 3. Well, now, you know what the funny thing is with Western media in that case is that Western media did the exact opposite. So they didn't try to protect Baldur's Gate 3 or Larian Studios. They instead used the investment from Tencent, the 30% that I think Tencent purchased from them back before Divinity Original Sin 2. They use that as a way to be able to like drop it down. They used it to be able to like filter out Baldur's Gate 3 and make it seem like it was less of a bigger deal than it is. Less achievable than more people would like to make it out to be, because that game did have outside backing. They had investors, but not really. Discredit, yes. Discredit would be the word that we're looking for. Asmongold complained about Crimson Desert for hours and hours, even said it was a bad game, changed his mind later. I think maybe you guys overhyped a mediocre game. It's not a mediocre game. And also at the exact same time, I'm just going to be real with you. We are two completely separate people. If I'm really excited about something that I enjoy, am I overhyping it because you don't enjoy it the same amount? To be honest with you, I hate this whole fucking narrative that people want to come up with where they're like, stop overhyping it. It's not that good. Motherfucker, I like the game. I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. I could give a shit less. It's not overhyping. I'm not selling the game. I don't make money off of the copies they sell. I'm telling you that I enjoy it, and I could give a fuck less if you do or don't. Like, you don't really have to like dial in on what I want. Like this whole, oh man, it's such a mid game, and you guys keep saying it's like the next best thing. For me, it was. For you, it wasn't. Eat a dick. Like, I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't do that kind of shit, man. I'm sorry. That's nothing against you specifically. It's just like, it's something that I constantly see always on the internet. And that shit drives me up the fucking wall because people always got something to say. Always got something to say about somebody else enjoying something that they didn't like. Now, you could flip that. You could slippery slope me and be like, well, aren't you talking about the opinions of these journalists? But the difference is that these guys are... It's their fucking job. They score these games professionally, and they're supposed to be steering the industry in a direction. Criticizing what they say and what they do and how they score things is something that's we have to do. I don't. I'm an asshole with a fucking microphone that talks about video games he likes and he doesn't like. So. Those people have turned journalism into propaganda. They've turned it into a lot more than propaganda, to be real. There's probably some dumb kid that you're arguing with. I hope you know. I'm not even arguing with them. It's one of those things where it's like I talk about stuff like that, or at least bring it up, just because it's like I hope it turns into one of those situations where people kind of like reflect on it for a second and go, yeah, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, what the fuck am I talking about? Why do I give a shit? That's really all it needs to be. It's not necessarily like a right or wrong situation as much as it's like, why do we fucking care? Why do you care? Why do I care? I respect Asmon and Legendary Drop's opinion more that Marathon gave it a 9 any day of the week. Oh, man. He's not arguing. He's scolding. Correct. I scold. I don't argue. It is if those who remain silent about the numerous games disguised as indie supported by major Western publishers are drawing a line by specifically bringing up the definition of indie in the face of global success of the global success of Korean games. Even for Marathon, which faced a barrage of harsh criticism from users, famously, Western media outlets gave it high marks and called it a game that overcame strange prejudices. The game's Metacritic user rating was a 5.8 out of 10. Oh my god. All the good journalists are literally just they're off in the East. This is the most based fucking article I think I've ever read. What? What is this? What is this? Who is it? Who are you? Kim Dong Wong. Hong? Young? I don't know how to say that. Kim Dong is fucking right, though. I'll tell you that. That motherfucker is swinging it right now. I hope this guy gets all the bitches. For real. Me too. Me too. It seems that the contradictory attitude of dismissing Korean games as commercialism when they secure excellent graphics and disparaging them as unfriendly anomalies when they show originality does not apply to domestic games. No, they're absolutely right. The whole reason there's multiple reasons why Western gaming outlets and writers do not want to have anything to do with Eastern games, and also largely don't want to see their games normalized. One pivotal point, and I'm going to tell you like one very pivotal point when it comes to Eastern games, it is the lack of inclusivity. It's literally the narrative, or whatever you want to call it, right? It's literally that culture of that groupthink that is just non-existent in the East. And if those games rise to prominence, if those games become more popular, then that means that there are less games that are towing the line. And that bothers these people. It does. Because that means that they are now losing ground in a culture war that they have pretended to not been fighting for this entire time, but absolutely have been fighting for this entire time. And that's really what this is coming down to. A lot of this has to do with that. We know that's a fact because you look back at something like Black Myth Wukong, banger game. Banger game. Multiple articles written about how it had a lack of diversity, how it had a lack of strong female roles or female involvement, even though there was entire chapters that were dedicated to women. But no, wasn't enough. Didn't give people what they needed. Wasn't giving people what they needed. Marvel Rivals, Where Winds Meet, Crimson Desert, The East is Cooking, Western devs are making it. Well, there's a longer list than that. There's even more games that you can go ahead and start adding on to this. There's a lot more games that these guys have been coming out with over the past couple of years, and they've been jacking up and taking with, or they've been stealing away a lot of the audiences. I shouldn't say stealing away. They've been earning the audiences basically across the world because everybody else left them behind. So they have a really tough time. Like, these Western outlets have a really tough time because, like, these guys are just not towing the same values, and they're going to lose ground. They're going to lose ground in this culture war. if these games rise to prominence. If they become the more popular games that everybody is gravitating towards, well, that becomes a problem for these guys. They're not a huge fan of it. Tides of Annihilation, that's another, attractive female character game. Ultimately, The Mockery, directed at Crimson Desert, is another name for cultural fear of a small Eastern country that has perfectly absorbed their own grammar and is showing a performance beyond it. I don't think that's the right word. I didn't translate that. That has perfectly absorbed their own. I think they're like trying to say that is like perfectly absorbed their. I don't know exactly. I have to figure out what they're meaning by that, because it's really interesting. Just as K-pop and K-dramas broke prejudices to become global mainstream, K-games must also break through the unfamiliar gaze towards loot boxes and aesthetically pleasing characters to advance as a new culture. Market indicators do not lie. The choice of 4 million people is far more honest and narrow than the narrow-minded pens of critics. Holy shit. That is such a fire line. Market indicators do not lie. The choice of 4 million players is far more honest than the narrow-mindedness of sorry, hold on. I got my fan blowing in the microphone. Sorry about that. I just dropped it. Hold on. Falling apart over here. My fan fell off the table. Can it lock back in place? Oh my god, there's like so much cat hair on this fucking fan. I just cleaned it recently. Now it's fixed. By end of April, at 100% will hit 5 million. I think it'll probably do even better than that, to be honest with you. I think this game's probably going to set. I could see this game selling 10 million within a year and a half, or maybe even by the end of the year, depending on like how much they support it. You got to keep. There's more stuff we'll get to later, but market indicators do not lie. The choice of 4 million people is far more honest than the narrow-minded pens of critics. That is just. You got a fan, dog. That's a hot line. That is a fire line to drop on them. The Korean industry has now the Korean industry has now passed the stage of clinging to Western recognition and stands the proof of time where it must overwhelm even their prejudices with its own merit. Yeah. The only thing that's holding back some of these Korean games, and you guys are probably starting to notice it now. I'll share the link to you guys. You guys are probably starting to notice this now, but the one thing that they have to, like, to be able to attract Western audiences, and honestly, I think that they can overtake Western audiences in certain genres. It just depends on what they're, what kind of game that they're making. I mean, the quality of the game matters at the end of the day. Like, that has to be, like, your main priority. But the one thing that really cooks these guys is it's the loot boxes, it's the monetization in their live games, right? Like, their microtransactions are fucking bad, dude. Like, the Korean games are quite literally like, ain't nobody got shit on Korea when it comes to monetization. It is some of the most predatory and some of the most overwhelming and suffocating experiences that you could ever get into. And bots. Yeah, you also run into a lot of bots. Like, holy shit. Do you guys play Lost Ark? That game could have had such a bright future. Such a bright future. If it was just monthly sub with cosmetic microtransactions. If that game was just monthly sub with cosmetic microtransactions and not too much, just enough to make your chicks hotter and your dudes look cooler, they would have farmed. Lost Ark was an awesome game. I had so much fun playing that game. Man, I had so much fun playing that game. The combat in that game was just, man, it's so good. The game was fun until you got to the end game in Lost Ark. It got monotonous. Well, it got monotonous because it's a grindy Korean game that wants you to go and spend money instead of actually playing it to get your upgrades. That's why. That mentality has to be ripped out of the heads over there. They can't do that shit. It does not work over here. I'm sorry. We ain't got that kind of money. We ain't as rich as you, apparently. I don't know what to tell you. Only 0.4% of players are spending in the games industry. The crash is inevitable. Yeah. Fuck MMOs that require to pay to play the game. Require you to only play the game and nothing else. I love avoiding taxes in Lost Ark by growing gorilla crops in weird spots in the mountains. Lost Ark was peak. It was really good, man. As much as people hate BDO, I willingly spent money on that game because I love it. I spend so much time playing it. Like, and it's fine to want to do that stuff. And like, even like at certain points, even I was like, I don't think I spent any money on Crimson Desert outside of skins. Because I was like, I'm just going to play this game free to play. Like, I want cosmetics just because I like my characters to look hot. But outside of that, I don't really have any, like, I don't really have a lot of interest in trying to, like, spend money to upgrade equipment. Because, like, holy shit, was that stuff insanely expensive. And on top of that, you were still just gambling to upgrade the equipment that you already earned so that you could go earn more equipment that you would have to then go and gamble on. It was so ass. It was so ass. So like they're right. Like if they can actually get past that kind of stuff and they can, you know, like honestly, these guys are just kind of like returning to like the old way that games used to be made, and also for like the old audience that games used to be made for. And I think that's why like a lot of people are really kind of like keying in on it. 4 million copies sold. 4 million copies sold. The game has done absolutely fantastic. So, like, I know there's people that are out there that are like, man, people are just hyping up a mid-game. I'm sorry. When you have 4 million copies sold, that's not a mid-game. When that game is sitting at 200,000 players in the last 24 hours, no, apparently to some people, that game is pretty fucking fire. And I'll argue this, and this is like the one thing that I kind of brought up in my early like preview, right? Because I'd only put like 60 hour or no, how I think when I made the video that I'd made, I only had like 30 hours in or so. I'm over 100 now. But the one thing that I'll say is this, is that like it's largely you finding your game. You have to find your game in Crimson Desert. It's not just like, oh, this is not one of those games where it's like, oh, like this is what I have to do. No, you kind of find your own lane. Maybe you're like the exploration person that likes to just walk around in a world and like find random shit and look for secrets and solve puzzles and stuff like that. Like that's me. I do that shit. Like I'm a mission guy, right? So like I'll hop in the game and like today, and I'll like when I get onto the game, I'm like, what do I want to do today? Very rarely do I ever say main story. Instead, it's like, I want to work on stuff for my base. How can I get more people at my base? How can I unlock more mercenaries? I want to like, build out this other structure. Then the next day I'll be like, you know what? I feel like hunting down every single bounty that I can and looking for more bounties until they're all cleared. And then the next day it'll be like, I just kind of want to wander around and see if I can find better equipment, or, I want to go farm upgrade materials and make my equipment better and upgrade all my stuff, to the best that I can, at least to where I am at the, where I am at the time. Right. So like for me, it's kind of like, it's a game that I kind of like create an adventure for myself every day that I sit down to play it. Not every player is going to play like that. I'm a main story dude. Why didn't they made the main story content better? Because they suck at writing. Nothing they can do about it now. That's like one of the things, like if you're a story player, don't play this game. Just don't even bother. Just don't even bother. It's not for you. If you're a narrative guy and you just want to like, and that's what you look for in games, and it's just to do a story, don't even bother with it. The narrative is more of an influence than a driving force. I actually really like that. I really like that. The narrative is more of a persuasion. Like the narrative is something to just kind of that is there as a vehicle to push you through the world. It's not a reason to be there. I do think that the narrative gets better over time, especially in the much later acts where like things actually start to get a lot more cohesive. It's kind of like they just didn't know exactly what they were doing at the beginning, which there was a lot of talk about how the guys kind of like they were having a lot of problems at the very beginning of like, how they were switching stuff up because the game was supposed to be an MMO first and then transitioned into a single player game later, right? But it finds its legs later, and there's some like really, really cool stuff. Chapter 6 and 8 were really good for me. Yeah, I really wish that the dude, you're talking about the battles, right? Are you talking about the war sections? Because I think that's what that is. Chapter 6. I think 7's probably in there as well. Because there's is it 7? No, I think you are right. It is 8. It is 8. But those war sections are really cool. It's a lot of fun, and it's like, man, if the dude that made those just made the whole fucking game, this whole thing would be a hell of a lot better. But yeah. Pyloon? Yeah, or Payloon? Well, that also has like a war section as well. I guess it's not as good as the other one. Yeah, no, because the other one was like more of like Cliff one-man army. The other one was then like Cliff like gathering people and whatnot. Are they considering making it multiplayer at some point? Yeah, they're gonna add some multiplayer into it apparently, or at least they're dancing with the idea of it at the very least. But yeah, there was also. See if I can find anything else. Yeah, their stock price is recovered like massively. I think it's actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's higher than it was before the crash now. Whoever bought in here is a real happy boy, I'll tell you that right now. Let's see. There was, oh my god. Cannot believe anyone at Pearl Abyss played these truth lie investigation missions and thought that they were fun. There are at least 8 of them. Delete them. I'm not kidding. It'd be like freezing a wart. Dude, they're so bad. I agree with Paul here. Paul Tossi fucking loves this game, by the way. One of the few journalists that has jumped on board with this one. He fucking loves this game. Dude's dumped like probably close to 200 plus hours into it by now. But he's absolutely right about this. The like truth lie game or whatever that you have to do is so lame. Because it's literally like the game doesn't really give you any feedback. You'll do it and then like you'll actually progress like the conversation with somebody, and then it doesn't give you any more options. And then when you back out of it, then the game goes, okay, so now you need to go find more information. Go listen to this other conversation over here. And it's just like constantly going back and forth, listening to conversations and then choosing these dialogue options. It's so bad. It's so bad. Truth and lie is easy to solve. Google for the win. No, actually. No, you're wrong. Self-reveal. Self-report. You aren't playing the game. The truth and lie options do not show up in the dialogue until you go and interact with the different listening spots. You have to go eavesdrop to have those options show up in the truth and lie consequence menu. There's no way for me to be able to actually sit there and go through the whole conversation dialogue using Google because it doesn't show the options until you actually go listen to the people have the conversation first. So you have to go to the conversation, go through the choices, run out of choices, leave the conversation, back out of it entirely, reset it, then look at your map, see where it updated, run to that spot, listen to the people, come back, go through the conversation options again, back out of it. It'll give you another conversation you need to go listen to. Go listen to those people, come back. And you have to do that like 3 or 4 times before you can actually go through it. It's fucking obnoxious. It's the most tedious thing ever. There is a lot of that like lingering MMO design that's still in there. You cannot guess until you're correct. You're missing what I'm saying here. It will not give you the option to further the conversation. So like, let's say I'm trying to convince these guys to let me into their war room. And they're like, oh, so you know our boss's name. And then the menu will pop up with the option to say like whatever the boss's name is. But there's no options. You can't say anything. There's no options to choose from. You have to back out of the conversation and then run across the entire map or across the city to go listen to 2 random people talking about something to then get the options of the names to be able to say to lie to the guy. So you cannot just sit there and fumble your way through or do anything like that. It's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. Yeah, there's no way to the blue. That's what I'm talking about. The Blue Fangs mission. That was so bad. That's the kind of stuff where it's just like, that's the kind of stuff where they 100% had people that worked on Crimson Desert that do not know what a fun video game is. I'm just going to say it. They don't know what a fun game, they don't know what fun is or like what interactivity feels like. It's the same thing as like those the fucking shadow harpies in the sky. There's nothing about that as fun. Nothing about that is fun. You know what would make that situation fun? And then that whole section of Ironclad, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, the Ironclad, Fort Ironclad. That's what it is. The whole Fort Ironclad thing where you go out and you have to like shine your sword to kill the harpies while fighting the people on the ground at the same time rewards you with a necklace that gets rid of the harpies. It rewards you with a necklace to get rid of the mechanic. Hey, you know that thing that we did to piss you off? It's like somebody coming over to flatten your tire. And then your reward for driving to the gas station is that they're going to pump it up with air. It's like, then why did you flatten my tire? Could we just not have done that at all? Yeah, your reward is a tire pump. Yeah. It's so stupid. Where is it at? I don't know if I saved this or not. Yeah. So, Larian's head of publishing, Michael Dowse, somebody that like I really like. I like the dude. I like the people at Larian a lot. Sometimes they will come in and they will say some shit that you're going to disagree with. This is the nature of humans and debate and people having different opinions. And this is an opinion I don't like. It's an opinion I don't like. Crimson Desert is fun to play, but it is such a cynical amalgamation of borrowed mechanics. It is now what I call the game. Now what I call gaming plucked off of a gas station. Shelf. I can't say it. 2 S's back to back. Too hard, man. Crimson Desert is fun to play, but it is such a cynical amalgamation of borrowed mechanics. It is now what I call gaming plucked off of a gas station shelf for better or worse. Expect a lot more of this in premium and free-to-play games. There is less risk in it. So he's saying that essentially the whole game is just nothing but a bunch of borrowed mechanics. Now the problem is that he says, I don't have a problem with the borrowed mechanics part. The issue is that you classify it as cynical amalgamation. So cynical amalgamation means that they are borrowing these things, not because they're interested in them, not because they think they're good, but because they think it will make money. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's just because they want to make money. And while that might be true in some cases, as somebody that has put a lot of time into this game, these devs very clearly really, really wanted this stuff in there because they enjoyed it. There are far too many subsystems and systems on top of systems in this game that are so well thought out and so deep that it wouldn't make any sense otherwise. All this is not a cynical amalgamation. This is just ambition. This is just pure ambition. These guys enjoyed this game so they process of making the game so much that they couldn't stop. Mechanically the game. Obviously the game has some problems outside of that, but mechanically the game, they just couldn't stop building it because they were having so much fun doing it. And I find this really it is more cynical than any other big AAA game world because it borrows from its own past? Probably not. At least adding spice to the stew rather than removing it. Oh, at least it's adding spice to the stew rather than removing it. It would be sick if it gets Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen moment. It's the momentum it points towards. I mean, I don't really know what he means by that. I guess I kind of get what he means because the Dark Arisen moment is where the game gets an end game and it also gets an overarching purpose where Dark Arisen made Dragon's Dogma much more cohesive as a game through and through, much more focused as a game. But it's not even... Yeah, I actually have to agree with this commenter here. Baldur's Gate 3 is quite literally a copy of D&D tabletop games, right down to the skill checks and dice rolls. Almost everything in the game is a copy of existing games, D&D, any edition. I would argue that Crimson Desert copied less than Baldur's Gate 3 did. On the money. But we wouldn't call Baldur's Gate cynical, because while, yes, Baldur's Gate 3 is something that, one-to-one copies basically everything from Dungeons and Dragons, there was a lot of originality that they layered on top of it with their storytelling, with their permutations, how they have all these different things and can happen in their game, all these different situations that can happen as a result of your choice and consequences, right? It was still an incredible game, and it also goes to show that even something that is just an amalgamation that's plucked from other games can still find a lot of success because, well, those things are already proven to work to begin with. There's also a lot of experimental stuff that they put into this game as well. Some stuff that they got rid of because they realized that it just wouldn't work later, right? I think a really good example of this, I don't know if I actually saved a post related to this. I wouldn't suggest using this because it's kind of ass, but it was also kind of an interesting thing to do. But somebody had made a mod. Where is it at? Yeah, they released a mod for Crimson Desert that hides the shield and lantern and bow. That's not really what I was looking for. No, so somebody had actually made a Crimson Desert food mod that essentially brings back the original cooking system that the game had before, where all food had different effects. Where instead of it just being a health item, it was actually something that would give you buffs. It could also debuff you in some ways. So it could actually lower your stamina but increase your strength and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of different stuff that they had that was in there, but they removed all those layers of complexity and just and when they released the game, they just made it as food is health and stamina. That's all it is. It's just health and stamina recovery. from an accessibility standpoint, especially because we rely on food to heal during boss fights, that makes a lot of sense for these guys to do. But it could make you fat as well. Yeah, I think that was something else that I thought I saw that was in there as well. Yeah. But the point is that them getting rid of that makes the game more accessible, because that would be really fucking ass to try to like mess with while in combat, right? Just as an example, like, does anybody here actually run spirit food at all? I don't think anybody does, because if I hit my spirit food while I'm in the middle of a boss fight, I'm not going to be switching foods middle of boss fight, right? And I also don't want spirit food even in my inventory. Otherwise, I might end up like getting into a situation where I'm about to die, and then I go to hit spirit food, and I go to hit food, but it's spirit food, and I'm not healing, and I'm like, no! As I'm like smashing it all, hoping that I get back to my health food. Never do. Yeah, people don't use spirit food, so like, it just kind of goes to show that's essentially like what's what's going on. But they already, so that kind of goes to prove that a lot of these mechanics, a lot of the existing mechanics that are already in the game, already have a like significant amount of depth to show that none of them are really cynical in their design. Not a single one of them. And when I hear stuff like this, it does actually kind of make me feel that, again, like, but I don't really think that like Baldur, I don't really think that like the Baldur's Gate 3 people are ones that are like trying to gatekeep other game companies out of the industry. I don't think that's really what's going on in this case. I just think that I do think that there probably is some level of gatekeeping, or maybe them like the rest, them like a lot of other people end up getting bought in by a lot of media, right? They get kind of told the same story by Western media, and they see the random shit online, and that kind of like forms their taste before they actually go to play it. A lot of the easier foods to make give you spirit anyway. True. Crimson's Desert score went down with more reviews. Yeesh. What are people playing? Yeah, no, that's actually really crazy. So the Metacritic score had gone up for like a minute and then dropped lower because the more critic reviews, which is so weird. More critic reviews came in post patch, but they still dropped the score. Paul Tossi having a good take. That's embarrassing. Crimson Desert won him over. It happens. It happens, man. It happens. A stopped clock is right twice a day. That is true. If I remember correctly, like not taking shots, but also kind of taking shots because I think it's funny as fuck. But I think it was him and somebody else. It was either Paul or maybe it was like Destin or somebody that had started like a marathon podcast that like, because like they thought that game was gonna like pop off. There was another game that I saw a couple journalists like they were gonna start a podcast just talking about this one game, thinking that game was gonna have like long legs, and it like died within months. It was like, I remember seeing like the first podcast episode air when it comes to that stuff, and I was like, what are you guys doing? I can't remember if it was Destin or if it was Paul. I don't think it was Destin. It could have been him though. Both Destin and Paul really like Bungie. Destin was here earlier. He drops in from time to time. Both those guys really like Bungie. They have a lot more... They, for some odd reason, still have more faith in them than the rest of the entire world. I don't know why. I do not know why. I'm loving Crimson Desert. Over 160 hours into it. That's right. That's right. I used to like Bungie. We all did. We all did. Star Wars Zero Company is more than just Star Wars XCOM. It feels like Mass Effect with turn-based tactics and permadeath. Okay, is there a trailer for this? Yeah, it came out last week and we missed it. All right, let's look at this. We'll look at the Mortal Shell one too.
Game's current state. Zero Company is a Clone Wars story. You'll play through a deep single-player campaign that pitches your squad against separatist droids, criminal gangs, and a new faction, the separatist-aligned cult, the Infinite Coil, who are bent on...
Isn't this being made by XCOM devs?
...releasing a deadly plague across the galaxy which imbues unusual and superhuman abilities on the host.
Star Wars in the Clone Wars era were presented...
Oh, hold on, I gotta turn the music down.
...with a very specific, Republic-centered perspective. But we know, as the audience, that the Republic becomes an empire eventually, and that maybe the perspective we're getting during the Clone Wars is sort of biased from a certain point of view. Having these conflicting ideologies...
I just want to hear about the RPG elements in the gameplay.
Talking to people, you're making choices. It feels like you're Commander Shepard on the Normandy in between missions.
We have these authored heroes who are Jedi Padawans.
I like that, something that I'm really excited for that's happening right now is that, because of the failures that we've seen pretty much across the industry when it comes to some of the most, popular franchises and some studios that used to really mean a lot to the games industry, these guys, through the years inspired other developers to make something similar. And now all of a sudden, we're starting to see this new wave of developers that are coming in, as well as other studios that are like, why don't we try to make a Mass Effect game? Why don't we try to make a Dragon Age game? Because it's obvious that we're probably not going to be getting that stuff from BioWare. So what if we try to do it ourselves? And we're kind of starting to see that happening right now. New patch out for Crimson Desert. I'll have to look at it.
An Umbaran sniper,
the original soldier. IP sucks now.
These really iconic, archetypes from the Clone Wars era.
And so what is really fun about this game is having different perspectives, having the Republic perspective from Bennett, having the Separatist perspective from Runa, having someone like Nish who's from the underworld who's just here to make a quick credit,
Yeah.
Having them...
I want to see the combat.
While developer Bit Reactor is a brand new studio, the team features alumni from Respawn's Jedi series, as well as strategy game veterans from Firaxis.
That's not bad pedigree. I understand that people are not huge fans of Star Wars right now and all the shit that Star Wars has been going through. But I mean, the Respawn Star Wars games are the Respawn Star Wars game. That's Fallen Order, right? That's who made those. Yeah, EA. Those are good. The Souls-ish games, those are really good. I actually really like those. Yeah, Fallen Order and Survivor. Yeah, Fallen Order and Survivor are actually really solid. Can't wait for Jedi 3. Yeah, I'm really excited for it too. I really enjoy the last two games. I think they were just pretty much good across the board. Obi-Wan Jacoby. I can't imagine this guy having an opinion on any of this. Thank you for 10. Thank you for the 10. Speaking of Mass Effect, I'm looking forward to Exodus, the Mass Effect style game that's being the Owlcat game. Based on the TV show. Yeah, she's gonna be fire. You mean pedigree from Titanfall 2? From the studio that brought you?
Founder Greg Furch.
Some people are gonna know what you mean by that. Other people aren't. I just want to let you know how unfair that is. I just want to let you know how unfair that is.
Spent 2 decades at Firaxis refining the turn-based tactics experience with games like XCOM, Civilization, and...
Yeah. I know, man. Well, so you have to keep in mind too, though. The other problem is, though, so if you're hearing people from people that had worked on XCOM in the past, people that had worked on whatever these other games are. In some cases, when it comes to these guys, when I hear the former developers of, that's not how this game is being sold as. All they're doing is just trying to talk about these guys have had a history working on a lot of these games. Some of these games are also old as shit. So some of these guys are going to move across the industry because that's just how the games industry has always worked. Layoffs and fucking studio closures and stuff happen basically all the time, right? So I guess it's probably a differing perspective of, I do not like games that are marketed as brought to you by the former developers of, where they're like trying to fly the flag of their previous employer and like essentially like steal, like, it's like stolen valor almost, to try to use that to be able to push what their next game is, where they make it the selling point. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. That's all. Almost every single time that has turned into a red flag for me. I've talked about that a few times. You played Rogue Trader? I love Rogue Trader. Solid fucking game. I still need to beat it. I had a weird moment where it's like, I'm in the mood for it now, and I probably will go back soon to be able to actually finish playing the game. But I don't know if any of you guys ran into this, where Rogue Trader came out way too soon after Baldur's Gate 3, and Baldur's Gate 3 completely fucking changed the game on like CRPGs, that like switching to something that is arguably like a much older version of what CRPGs are was kind of it was a bit jarring. I think that's probably the word I'm looking for. It was jarring. It was like too much of a step back. Now that I'm like far removed from playing Baldur's Gate 3, it's been a couple of years since I played Baldur's Gate, or at least a year. Now I'm kind of like in that mood for a CRPG again, where I can sit back, kick back, do my thing, and just kind of jam it, right? Wait for all the DLC to be released and play it? Yes, absolutely.
Night Suns.
You know, I had left Firaxis after 22 years.
Rogue Trader is probably one of the best Warhammer games, which is crazy. What's actually crazy is that we actually got both of what I would argue to say are the best. Yeah, no, I think I'd be right. We got both of the best Warhammer video games in like 1 year or 2 years back to back. Because we got Rogue Trader and then Space Marine right after that. And also, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the other game got where is it at? If I'm not mistaken, Darktide also has improved quite a lot, and people are really happy with it, or at least they were before. I don't know if things have changed since then. So like Warhammer had like a fucking banger year, dude. They had a banger like year or 2 years straight of just like killer games that came out.
And I was kind of working on what I wanted to do next. I knew I wanted to stay in tactics, and I definitely had an axe to grind with the genre. There's so much more we can do. It was a Friday.
Banger game. They only just briefly showed it. I know exactly what this is. This is Midnight Suns. These dudes worked on Midnight Suns. I had so much fun playing this game. So much fun playing this game. My God. I don't know if you guys have played Midnight Suns, but Midnight Suns is really good.
Can do. It was a Friday night, and I got a call out of nowhere. I'm sitting in my office with the lights out, and my computer.
The writing is not necessarily like fucking perfect, but it just like as a game, Midnight Suns is a blast. I had a really good time with it.
Wife's asleep, my kids are asleep, and phone rings, and it's this number that I don't recognize. And I'm like,
I thought it was the worst tactic game that I've ever seen. Never mind, I changed my opinion. I hate it now.
And the voice on the other end said, "Hey Greg, this is Vince Sampella. I heard you have a game you want to make. Can you tell me about it?" And we talked for a long time, and he eventually said, "You know,
damn,
do you think you can make a Star Wars game with this?" And I said, "Sure."
Rest
absolutely.
in peace.
Meanwhile, I'm thinking, this is insane, right? Like, this is crazy. It's Star Wars. And Vince was just like, pitch me.
We worked with Respawn for a long time. We've worked with Electronic Arts for a long time. And we've been wanting to make a game in this genre. We know that the turn-based tactics genre just rewards meaningful choice. And when you take that genre...
This looks good. The one thing that I will say is this, is that if there's one thing that EA has actually done arguably not a bad job of, it just sounds so gross for me to say. like obviously like Old Republic, right, is banger shit, but like if we're talking like next gen or like new gen or like the last like decade or so of like Star Wars, like EA has kind of been the best ones to make them. Like Battlefront 2 was a fucking catastrophe. It's actually really good now. Now that all the monetization's gone and you can literally just go play that game, fucking blast. When they had their big resurgence, was that last year that they had that? That shit was so good. Oh my god, dude. I played it for like a good like week or 2 weeks straight. The only downside is that going to play it now, you're playing against people that are like maxed out and have like everything. So it's like it's rough, but yeah. Yeah, they fixed it and then abandoned it. That's what we need more of. Where they fixed it and then just leave it to the players. And then don't try to monetize it or make any more money off of it. You just leave it to us and we just get to keep playing it and enjoying it in our off time. It's funny that the game has been the most popular when it wasn't a live service anymore.
You add it to a brand like ours that drives unmeaningful choice. You know, we knew that would be something that would make fans happy.
Yeah, this is my shit, man. I'll be into this. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing right now, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I didn't realize they were making this. This is pretty cool though. I'm down for it. The guys have worked on some pretty good games that I've enjoyed in the past, so well, hopefully it turns into something worthwhile. Obviously, that can change depending on where you're at. What the fuck? What is this? What is this like? Fucking is this booty cheek game? What kind of fucking trailer are you guys having me watch here? I did not play Mortal Shell 1. It looked like it was kind of half-baked. Was it any good? It was mid. It was decent. So hyped for this. Look at my recent super chat. Did you send another one? I didn't even see it. Oh, Obi-Wan, thank you for another 10, dude. Holy shit. Thank you, brother. Owlcat is making Expanse. Oh, Exodus is making... Exodus made Archetype Entertainment. The team includes the writers and developers known for Mass Effect, Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, and Dragon Age. Oh, I might have to check that out. That's cool, man. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. All right. See what this is. Okay. Oh, sound's down, sorry. Dude, I really dig the art style. This is like, I feel like the first game, like it had some like, I remember seeing the trailer for the first game and I liked parts of the art style, but it didn't look like it fully was like coming into its own yet. This looks like it's actually kind of like they've kind of really leaned into it.
Its own existence. Devoid of meaning.
That's why she made you. To tread the unfound path. This foul passenger, he's the poison in your mother's heart. You must become the cure.
You must be the cure. Precise, thank you for the 2. You played Elden Ring in a while? I haven't played in a long time, no. You know, there's one thing that I like more than anything, and it's games that show up with a game trailer. I hate it when companies are like, oh, here's our 1.5 minute teaser trailer that tells you absolutely nothing, doesn't even show any gameplay, and it's all cinematic. Like, this tells me nothing. If anything, this tells me that you're not confident about where your game is right now in its development process. Show me the gameplay. You want me to be excited for your game? You want me to talk about your game? Show me some gameplay. It's so rare. It's so insanely rare now. Looks good. Apparently there's a new Tarnished edition coming out. Thank you for the 5. I'll have to look into that. I wonder what's going to be in it. You got like skills? That's kind of cool. That's actually kind of sick. Okay. Okay. Kind of got like a little bit of a fucking Doom guy vibe going on. New Tar Stone, Serpent Stone. It's like your passive effects. What does it say? Infusion for 4 strikes, infusion for 8 strikes, infusion is permanent. So you have to like upgrade it, and it says with enough resolve, infuse your weapons with poison. Oh, that's kind of cool. And it's just like a passive, like, it's like a gem, essentially is what it is, that's like on your character, a part of your equipment. Okay, so it is an ability. I think that's really cool that the poison effect actually shows on their body. Like, it shows it, like, the poison, like, sizzling on them. First thing that I do when I play this game is I am turning off the fucking camera motion. I don't think I've ever played a single game with that turned on. It throws me off so much. Okay, like weapon skills. I like that. Oh, so it is based on weapon. So he flipped it from his actual like melee weapons to the other ones. Okay. Looks like unique parry animations for every enemy. That's crazy.
Who goes there? Oh. You look familiar.
Big boy.
Can you aid me? I've been waylaid. Leave me. It's my companion. A feline. He's gone. Nothing. Will you look for him? It's an endless pursuit. I don't think I can.
Yeah, this looks really cool, man. This looks really cool.
Commerce.
I dig like the overall. Excuse me? Goated. They're already, that's what they're doing right now. I hope you guys know. This is a flex. They're trying to let everybody know. Game is goated before it even came out. Game is already goated. Sick, dude.
If he's been
must have been the win. Thank you for the 5 banner.
I don't know what I'd do.
Kitty!
An eye out.
Kitty!
What's next, Harbinger?
The fucking armor designs in this game are wild. This shit looks so good, man. That's the shit that I do. Oh, man. It doesn't have to be in every game. It doesn't have to be in every game. It doesn't have to be in every game. I have to keep saying this to myself. Otherwise, I'm going to try and ruin video games myself one day. But, man, do I fucking love it when I get an armor upgrade. And that armor upgrade is not only more powerful, but I look more powerful when I put that new armor on. That is like, oh, there is no better feeling. There is no better feeling of like, holy shit, I am a god and I look like a fucking badass. Nothing better.
You know, once I thought I'd find the eggs, the ova, all on my own. But few remain, and even fewer are unguarded.
Dude. I can't use. I'm gonna let you guys know. I'm not a big bonk guy. Not in games like this, man. I'm not. I can't use big weapons. I'm not that methodical. I mean, I guess I can be depending on the game. But I usually like playing like I like faster weapons in games like this. I like to get damage in and then get out. What happened? Did the armor get shattered? It broke his armor? Or is this like a different mode? Oh, it's your shell. Oh, okay. I get it now. Kind of fucking metal. Basically, one more chance before you lose your shell. Okay. So you essentially, like, as you grow stronger, the shell itself is not armor necessarily? Is that what's going on? This is actually, like, you becoming more powerful. You just look more powerful as you continue into the game? That's interesting. Okay. The shells are bodies? Oh, so it's Warframe. Oh, I get it now. I get it. And the shells have different abilities and traits. I see what you're talking about. Okay. I see it now, yeah. So this is the thick armor.
You've come far.
It's got a bit of a like a Hellraiser kind of vibe to it, huh?
Look. You're nervous?
I kind of like the body horror stuff.
Now go.
adds a unique flavor to it. I kind of like the absurdity of all this. Like, it's not it's not what you'd normally expect from a game like this, I don't think, but I kind of dig it overall. Like, it widely depends on like how the game overall feels to play, but yeah. What's wrong with this motherfucker's chin? I kind of also dig that, like, to be honest with you, like, you know what looks really attractive about a game like this? It's the, like, when you're coming out of a game like Crimson Desert and you see something like this where it's much more slower and more like it's much more focused combat, where it's very deliberate in that it's only like a couple of enemies or one enemy at a single time or whatever. It gets you kind of excited for that kind of stuff because you're like, I'm a bit like, it's to be announced. Oh, okay. Methodical. Yeah. Something methodical actually sounds really good. Instead of like the chaos that I've been subjecting myself to on a daily basis. Nah. I don't want anything to do with that. It'll have a beta up this summer, but you have to sign up for it? Okay. Thank you for the pie bender. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Two of you guys back to back. She's expecting now. She's pregnant now. I'm watching you guys. I'm watching you. Out of curiosity. Really? They're actually in the US? That is kind of surprising. Is that who it is? No, it's not. Yeah, Mortal Shell team, Vancouver. I'm actually surprised. This game has multiple morbidly obese fat NPCs, and normally you don't really see that in the West anymore. You don't really, not as enemies, as allies, or potentially the most powerful character in the entire game or universe. But we have a based US team. This goes to show it depends on the people. Sometimes. Like, they're actually having you, like I want you guys to think about the context here, that like this is we are so back. We're back in a way that we've never been back before. That we have a game developer that feels okay and feels safe with making an enemy in their game that is a morbidly obese woman in a fucking wheelchair that you're gonna jump on top of and fucking eviscerate. Like, this is not happening at a AAA company. You realize that, right? Like, there's no shot at all any Western AAA company would ever greenlight a character like this. They'd be like, excuse me, you want to do what? What will our gamers in wheelchairs feel like? What will women feel like? What will our overweight audience feel like? Sorry, our body positive audience. Looks good, man. Looks good. Yeah. I'm impressed. Color me impressed. Don't just show me a sheep spin punching an attack and cut away. There was no context for that. I needed more context for that. Yeah, it looks really cool, man. I'm excited for that. I'll share a link if you guys want to watch it on your own. Yeah, that's really good. Have you seen the Project Windless trailer? We're not gonna keep doing this whole trailer thing all day, okay? I'll do one more. What is this? Prodless Windless? Oh yeah, no, of course I've seen this. Of course I've seen the fucking turkey, the chicken, the rooster. Of course I've seen the. Yeah, I didn't know that's what it. I've always just called it the KFC game. I call that one the KFC game. An 11-minute trailer with all gameplay in this economy? Who the fuck are you telling, man? Major rumor that Warhorse Studios Kingdom Come is reportedly developing a Lord of the Rings RPG. This would be a huge way to follow up KCD2, like actual generational game material. If they take all that they've learned from Kingdom Come Deliverance and apply it to Middle Earth, hope it's true. This has come out with further. Was this disproven? I don't think it was. Making Lord. No, there's multiple outlets that are talking about it. There's a couple other games that were greenlit as well. There's a really good chance. I mean, like, you have to keep in mind. Okay, Mr. Maddie has a video on it, does he? Warhorse would want to put a major effort into an IP that they don't own, and would Warhorse want to? Well, they're not working on Kingdom Come anymore, and Varva is off working on the Kingdom Come movie, so they need some project to work on, and I guarantee the guys that are there are likely huge fans of Lord of the Rings, because, I mean, come on, why would you not be? But if there was a studio that I would point to and I would say that I would trust them more than others, it would probably be them. the Nemesis system high key killed any Lord of the Ring prospects? I mean, that's not really. Also, you have to keep in mind that Embracer owns the Lord of the Rings IP, and Warhorse is owned by Embracer, so it'd make a lot of sense. There's a Kingdom Come movie coming. I think it's either a movie or a television show. I can't remember what it is, but yeah, the creators of Kingdom Come Deliverance are working on that right now. This is literally right up their alley and something they could do in first or third person with fantasy medieval combat. My only hope is that they don't go third person. I don't really want them to, but the only problem is that like they've also kind of been. I'm gonna be real. I don't know if it's just Varva being like the weird, contradictory. I've had conversations with him. He's a nice dude. He's cool, but also at the same time, like. He's like constant counterculture in some ways, so I don't really know like what direction these guys are going in. I'm really confused after Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's like one of those situations where it's like a team of people that like obviously do really good work, but then also say some like really confusing shit where you're like, are you going to continue to do work? But it sounds like these guys are dropping the Cry engine and they're going to be going to work on, they're going to make games on Unreal Engine instead, which is like, that alone, especially with how well optimized Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was, is just like a why? Why? I would go to say, or I would go to imagine that, oh, well, maybe it's because they just felt like they were limited by certain things with the Cry engine, but that doesn't make any sense because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was peak. I didn't see any limitations there. Vavra, is that what it is? Am I saying the wrong way? Vavra, sorry. Varva. Or like, yeah. Because I mispronounced it. Why is he calling it that? Because I fucking mispronounced it. Farva? I think that's the thing that kept coming to mind. Kind of look the same. I'll be honest. I like that context aside. If there was one studio in the games industry that I was like, I guess there's really two, which would really just be like, it's like Larian or Warhorse. Right? It's like Larian or Warhorse. If for a game like this, for Lord of the Rings, if there was two studios that I'd be like, those are the guys that I would trust with it. Owlcat? Yeah, I guess I would. Yeah, I guess I would. Owlcat's I guess in there as well, but yeah, Pathfinder games. Noah, thank you for the 10. What up, brother? Wouldn't Unreal allow them to achieve better graphic quality? The problem is no. Here's the thing. If you go all in on Unreal Engine, then no, because the problem is that Unreal Engine has like some of the most god-awful performance of basically any engine in the industry. Mostly because a lot of people are trying to let Unreal Engine do a lot of their fucking lazy work. I shouldn't say lazy work. They're trying to be lazy and let it do a lot of work for them, more work than they probably should. And there's just been a lot of Unreal Engine games that have had problems. Have there been Unreal Engine games that ran fine? Yeah. CD Projekt Red? CD Projekt, didn't they use the Red engine for Cyberpunk? Anyway, different story. A lot of Unreal Engine 5 games just end up looking the same and feeling the same and sounding the same in a lot of cases because all these games are using the exact same tools. There's just way too many crutches. There's way too many things for these guys to be able to lean on for them to essentially try to get the engine to do a lot of the legwork for them rather than do it themselves, which leads to a lot of problems with optimization down the road because that optimization work was just not done properly. That's not to say that you can't do well with it. Somebody just brought up in the chat, Arc Raiders, they removed Nanite and Lumen. It depends on what branch you're using and how you're going to use it. If you lean full into the whole package of Unreal Engine right now, you're going to probably get a really shitty game. If you don't, and you remove some sections of it and only use what makes sense for you, then you could probably get a lot more out of it than most people can. Expedition 33 also removed Nanite and Lumen. Yeah, but Expedition 33 also had some artifacting issues. It's just an Unreal problem that you see, I think, regardless of whatever game. You notice it in like fine detail, like the very edge of grass, or the very edge of hair, or the very edge of a character's face in a cutscene where it's like this like blurred edge. And yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what to fucking call it, but yeah, it's a weird situation for sure. Either way, at least from a narrative and a gameplay perspective, I will put performance to the side, I guess, on this case. But from a narrative and a gameplay perspective, I would 100% trust Warhorse with working on a Lord of the Rings game, for sure. Wukong, Wu Chang, Expedition 33, plenty of good examples. Yeah, but except for, here's the problem. You're talking about good games. You're not necessarily talking about games that performed well. You get what I'm saying right now? Like, Black Myth Wukong performed like garbage. That game ran like shit. That game ran like absolute shit. Holy, like, they use that game, and that game still hasn't had like a proper like run through of good optimization across the board. They use that game to stress test PCs today. Most like pre-built companies use Black Myth Wukong to stress test PCs because of like how heavy it ran on stuff. I didn't even play Black Myth at launch. Well, I mean, that's the conversation to have, right? That's the conversation to have. Stellar Blade did all right. Stellar Blade was Unreal Engine 4. Yeah, UE4 is really good. Still to this day, UE4 is really good. But Unreal Engine 5 is the one. Everybody is using Unreal Engine 5 because it has AI. It has tons of AI tools, a bunch of auto shit, a bunch of stuff where it's like all I gotta do is put a couple random shadows and shapes together, and then the fucking engine will do a bunch of shit for me. It's stacked with a ton of assets and a bunch of other stuff. It makes development way faster. It makes lighting faster. It makes entire roles at a studio disappear. These game developers want to come out and cry about AI replacing people's jobs. Why don't you also talk about the engines doing that as well? So, the older engine's better. Older engine's better. Still interesting thought regardless. I'd like to see it if that ends up being the case. This was like the biggest bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. New Nier project confirmed. Born in nothingness. Is it hope? Or is it the despair of salvation coming soon? And the idea is that this was going to be called Nier, like space horror or something like that. And it was an April Fool's joke. They came out on March 31st in the US. And I'm actually going to be real. Maybe this is a hot take. I've been thinking about this all week. There was part of me that almost actually wanted to make a video on it, which really didn't make sense for me to want to do. But like, April Fool's is kind of lame now. Like, the internet has made April Fool's lame as shit. April Fool's used to be like playing jokes and pranks on your friends and family, right? Now it's like corporate deceit. Now it's like, hey, we're going to get your hopes up about bringing back one of your favorite franchises that hasn't had any new content or anything like that announced for it in years. Aren't you really excited? And you're like, yes, dude. Holy shit, yes. And they're like, haha, April Fools. That's just lame. It's not even funny. Ha ha. Ha ha. Like that, like feels weird, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I'm not a fan of it, man. AI April Fool's jokes, daily 365. That's also where I'm at too, right? Like a lot of that shit that I've seen as well. Like, and it's mostly like AI posts and a bunch of, it's like a bunch of like, all it's been is like April Fool's Day is largely just turned into a way for corporations to market themselves more. It just sucks now. Now I just stay off of the internet on April 1st. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't, and also as somebody that like covers the news, it also makes it really difficult too, because it's like, well, fuck, what if I pick up something that's literally some joke and it's really difficult to be able to tell, especially when you're talking about jokes that are like, you know, this is in Japanese. These guys did it on the first their time, but it was, you know, 31st over here, right? So it's just like, yeah, it's just not as cool. T-Rex, thank you for the 10. LD, check out the Expanse game trailer and the devs talking about it if you want. It's based on the TV show, which is severely underrated. Love your work, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I've already watched the stuff for Expanse. I've also watched the TV show as well. PlayStation and Xbox consoles could get next gen PlayStation and Xbox consoles could cost almost $1,000, with console gaming becoming a luxury expenditure, according to analysts via Games Radar. This came out after, I think this came out like a couple of days after my video, if I'm not mistaken, on video games being for the rich. And also, it's funny of them to say that next generation PlayStation and Xbox consoles could cost almost $1,000. They will. The PlayStation 5 Pro is already $900. It's $1,000 with tax. They're already at that price. They're going to be more than that. Next generation PlayStation console will probably be like $1,200. It'll probably be priced at like, it'll probably be priced at like $11.99. No, and probably no disc. I'd probably guess that the next PlayStation console likely won't even have a disc drive at all anymore. They'll probably just get rid of it entirely. No, I guess they can't. So the problem is that Sony still makes Blu-rays. So they probably don't want to get rid of it because it seems like they're not supporting their own technology. Cloud gaming isn't solid yet. $100 games. There's still, it doesn't matter. Like, cloud gaming's already here to begin with. Whether or not it's solid or not, that's not really, I don't think people really understand how all this stuff works. The reason people aren't using cloud gaming right now, and why like cloud gaming is not the most popular, it has nothing to do with its performance at all. It has nothing to do with the quality of service. It has everything to do with people not being motivated enough to use cloud gaming instead. What's wrong with GeForce Now? It's great. You're fucking with me, aren't you? Say psych. Say psych right now. Say psych right now. I'm waiting. Motherfucker goes, happy smiley face ain't getting you out of this. Smiley face ain't, yeah, April Fools, you don't no. Yeah, that's what I thought, motherfucker. I was about to say. How to trigger me. How to trigger me in 5 seconds. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I had a buddy of mine that was on that shit. I talked to him for like a good, like, I don't know. We talked about it for like about 15 minutes. Shut it all down. They're like, one of my friends used to use religiously, was a proponent and a preacher of GeForce Now and Game Pass. And this dude was like, oh no, what are you talking about? They're great. They're awesome for their value. And I'm just like, we need to talk. And I sat him down and I was just like, all right. I mean, we were on a podcast, I think, or something like that. It was like this is a long time ago. This is back before my YouTube channel even fucking had viewers for the most part. It was when I was still trying to like scrape by and find my way. And I'm like sitting there talking to him about it. And I'm like, you are supporting the worst future for video games by actively subscribing and supporting this and also trying to get more people to subscribe to it. I'm like, you are literally, you are causing the death of our hobby and also the death of your own financial security. You will own nothing and be happy. Like, I don't think that, like, it's really funny because I will still get the criticisms. I don't get it on YouTube. Very rarely do I get it on YouTube. People that are like hardcore, like PC hardcore, or sorry, people that are hardcore like console Andes that like could never see the light of day on this kind of topic. Actually, I take that back. I think like, honestly, I think there's actually a lot of PlayStation users that probably do like my channel because I probably hit Xbox harder than I hit PlayStation. Largely because I do think that like PlayStation does want to kind of keep things on hardware. It's still kind of a weird situation regardless. But either way, there's no good outcome for this shit. There really isn't. For whatever reason, I'll get pushback, especially on Twitter, where people will come in and they'll talk about how they're like, you know, you keep talking about how they're doing all this. They're increasing all these prices to put us on ads. They're increasing all these prices to get us off of hardware and onto subscriptions and onto the cloud. And I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. They're not gonna make owning hardware illegal. That's the argument that a lot of these people will use. They'll say they're not gonna make it illegal. You'll still be able to own it. And I'm like, you don't have to make anything illegal. You just make it where people can't afford it. It's not that hard. Do you have any idea how easy it is to be able to filter out the lower class just by increasing the price by $100 or $200? Do you have any idea what $100 or $200 means to people that only make $50,000 or less a year? $40,000 or less a year? $30,000 or less a year? Like, this is the shit that like probably drives me up the wall the most, is that I've lived a storied life. I've lived a storied life. I've never had to live out of the back of my car. I've never had, well, I did have to live out of a friend's apartment for a little while after my mom's basement flooded when I didn't have an apartment to stay at and I went back to my mom's. Luckily, I still always had very supportive parents. So even when I fell on hard financial times, I would always still have a place to stay or whatever. But like, I spent most of my year fucking up my life. Like, I was so bad. So fucking stupid. So stupid. And it's crazy to me how, like, either it's people that are so narcissistic and do not want other people to believe that they are in financial trouble, or they could never want to be perceived, at least on the internet, as somebody that has financial problems. But like, the vast majority of people, like $100 or $200 extra on the price of damn near anything is a fucking massive jump that filters out a lot of people. And like, it's like they just have no empathy or understanding for people that don't have enough. Like, they can't see that perspective on things. How is the price increase of $100 or $200 or even $500 going to make that big of a difference? Are you kidding me? Bro, I mean, I live paycheck to paycheck for probably, I don't know, a good 50% of my adult life. Like, I never had anything. Fuck, like, if it was like a weekend and I had like $30, I was like, shit. I can go to the bar and have a couple drinks with my friends. I can actually go out this weekend. But even still then, I was like looking at whatever money I had and like, yeah, okay, maybe I had a couple $100, but it was like, well, I still need this for this other bill. I still need this just in case something pops up. And I still need this for groceries and this for gas because I don't know how much I'm going to have to drive this week, right? Like, people don't understand how that works. They don't understand the economics of people, right? And I don't think you get that perspective until you've kind of like lived in those shoes for a while. Gaming is already an expensive hobby. Damn, it's crazy, dude. It's actually fucking wild. And it's like, I didn't even realize, like, today I own more games than I ever have in my entire life. Like, for a good, like, I've played games ever since I was a kid, and like my parents treated me really well, so I always like fucking, you know, my mom always did her absolute best to be able to get me what she could. But like, I was always somebody that was like built to just keep playing the same shit over and over again. The amount of times that I played Ocarina of Time is probably far more than I could ever remember. The amount of times I played like Pokemon Blue and Red and Gold or Silver or Emerald or whatever, like I probably put thousands and thousands of hours into those games. So I was already like built to like stretch games out as long as I possibly could. As long as I possibly could. So when I got older and I, you know, moved out, it's not like I had a lot of money to be buying a lot of games. You know, I would still try to make sure that I bought the games that I wanted to play. But in most cases, I was only buying like 1 or 2 or 3 games a year at very most because there just really wasn't a lot that I was able to afford. So like, you know, I would pick up a Gears of War or a sports game or something that I'd be able to play all year round, hopefully, and enjoy that rather than like a lot of these like one-shot experiences. Like a lot of these like single-player story games, I didn't fuck with any of that shit because that was too little of a game for me to be able to justify spending that money on. Not unless it was something that was like, this is my shit. Like Resident Evil. I would always make an excuse for Resident Evil because it was that good. But yeah. We also had access to used media. Used games was a huge thing. It's not even we had access. It's that we also had good trade-in value on the games that we got. Like, GameStop was a lifesaver back in the day. Holy shit, were they... GameStop was huge, dude. The fact that, like, I would have never been able to afford console upgrades. I would have never been able to afford half of the games that I played if it wasn't for GameStop back then. Because, like, that's what made up a lot of the money that I was missing in a lot of cases. Is either picking up used games or trading in the stuff that I had to get new stuff. Because I was not the kind of guy that could afford to hold on to that stuff, nor did I ever have the room to be able to hold on to a lot of that stuff. All my homies rented at Hollywood Video. Motherfucker, I worked at Hollywood Video. 90% of a lot of my like hardcore gaming came from when I worked at Hollywood Video. So that I could, because I just rented games all the time, every single week. I was a fiend. I was like, now I don't have to worry about it. Now I don't have to worry about spending money on these games. I can just take them home. Hollywood Video sucked. Fuck you, bitch. Peeing in protest? No, I had a mustache hair that was like flipped up and like constantly tickling my nose. So like I was like sitting here like doing this every like 5 seconds because I thought I had something on my nose, but it was literally just a hair just tickling the top of my nose that was like flipped up from my mustache. I got rid of it. Bro, I hate that. I know I do too. I hate those. Yeah, it's the fucking worst. I do need to trim my stash, and I trim my beard tomorrow too. Let's see here. Everybody talk about Crimson Desert being a banger. This motherfucker right here. This guy is such a retard. This guy has completely ruined God of War for me. The fact that I have to be reminded that this dude made God of War, it like, I don't know if this dude somehow like, maybe he has like CTE or something. Did he get hit? I'm not really too sure, but like that's just I'm usually not the kind of person that like insults other people. Jaffe's a retard. Like this dude, I don't think I've ever seen, like, I don't even know how to even explain it. Like, I've had respect for some of the things and some of the like positions that he's taken or things that he's talked about, but then like over time, I've come to realize that in a lot of cases, this guy has his whole switch from being game developer to like wannabe YouTuber and streamer has just turned this guy into like a drama baiting and like contrarian asshole on the internet that always either wants to take the opposite position of whatever the dialogue is or just says some shit that is just absolutely fucking absurd. So David Jaffe, the creator of God of War, took to Twitter to say, loving Crimson Desert, but come on, Crimson Desert, this is some anti-Semitic shit, or at least it feels as such. Which, hey, that's your right. I support your right, but I don't gotta like it. The nose, the job, the mission name, and gold leaf may as well be Goldberg. So I saw this shit, right? His name is Shakatu. Gold Leaf is the name of the trade company. Washed Game Maker projecting their bad faith interpretation, placing blame, trying to drag the reputation of a studio that found success. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. On top of that, in hindsight, now that I've had a little bit more time to cook on this, to let it simmer a little bit, one, goblins in this game, outside of like the enemy rogue factions that have largely nothing to do with anything else, they're actually like some of the best characters. They're all mostly like they're like some of the better they're like relatively ethical tradespeople. They're there to help the community more than anything else. You actually have to fight to get a human away from the goblins that was trying to take over. It was somebody from another race that was trying to take over the trade company that was like turning them into like the worst people possible. Shakatu was a good guy. They didn't even frame him in a bad way. The other thing is, and this is the thing that like really trips me up, the fact that this dude would say, this is some anti-Semitic shit, which, hey, that's your right. I support your right. I always find it really funny when you see these people that want to come out and they want to do this like soft language, play both sides. I'm not your friend. I'm not your enemy. I'm just here to inform you kind of bullshit. That then comes out and say like, wait a minute, Jaffe, or what are you trying to do here? Are you trying to actually say that like, I support your racism? like in your attempt to try to like pillow fort yourself, You're now saying in your own message that you support their racism, that you're placing a plot upon them, that you believe that they're racist. So you support it, but you don't have to like it. What are you trying to say? Rage baiting? I guess. I don't know. I remember when he was like trying to farm clicks off of like Asmongold and shit. My response to Asmongold. Blah 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 blah. That shit. I remember those fucking clips back then. This dude's just he's a wild one. I'll tell you that right now. He's a wild one. Insult with faint praise. Yeah, I know. It's just like, I love the game, but why are you guys racist? Like, who the fuck writes this? Who writes? And also at the same time, why would you look at goblins and immediately be like, that's the Jews? I've seen some people bring it up and talk about like historical connotations of different art forms and stuff like that, or whatever it might be. I have never in my entire life come across that. Which, I mean, which maybe that's surprising to some people. I've been on the internet for a long time. Never come across it. I, for one, never looked at goblins and was like, huh, Jews. Gold? I like gold. I'm not Jewish. So weird, dude. Gold dwarves? Asmon gold? I knew it. It all makes sense. The dots are all connecting. You guys are fucking stupid. I love that I don't have to say anything at all, and people immediately understood what I was saying. I love that I give zero context whatsoever, and everybody's like, true. Valve Steam machine could be saved thanks to the pricing collapse of RAM prices. So if you guys did not know, RAM prices, or at least the prices of a lot of the companies that have been, most of the RAM producers, their stocks have been crashing fucking hard. I don't know. Micron is they've probably recovered by now. No. No, they have not. Oh, I guess it has largely recovered. Where are they at? 366? They crashed down to 340 and then came back up. A part of this, you know, the thing is, part of this when I see stuff like this is mostly, I feel like part of this is actually has more to do with like investor copium than it does with anything else. You're going to have a lot of these investors that are kind of like on the eye of like, oh no, AI is inevitable. There's no way that this isn't going to work out. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but like something that I have seen a lot recently, and I don't know if you guys have been seeing this too. I try to see if maybe I saved some other stuff. Maybe I didn't. There's so much more. There's so much more I want to touch. Oh, God. There's too much to talk about in a week. This is all stuff for this. I guess I'm not really... So like, I saw, like, Take-Two Interactive as an example. Like a good 5 other companies have all just, like, dropped their AI, like, businesses or whatever their, like, AI business units that they created. So not only gaming companies, but companies outside of gaming as well have been dropping a lot of their AI-related shit. Like, I've seen a lot of, like, just overall... I don't know if you guys have seen this as well, but just, like, over the last, like, couple of months, honestly, it kind of feels like ever since the start of 2026, like, the corporate sentiment around AI has taken a nosedive. And it's been like nothing but these guys like trying to recover whatever their public image is. So I've been seeing like a lot of like, you know, not only is it like corporates, like these CEOs that are coming out like, oh, no, you don't understand. Stop calling it slop. Stop doing this. You don't understand. It's still the future. We also see like all the shit that's going on with OpenAI. We've also seen all this other stuff that's been going on. And guess you'll need to stream twice a week. Why? Why are you guys talking about twice a week streams all of a sudden? What does that have to do with anything? Because so much news? Kind of good point, actually. Probably would be better for me. It'd probably focus me more. Honestly, it'd probably put me on a better schedule. I play Magic on Tuesdays, though. Tuesday is like my best day that I'd be able to stream because it's like right after a video drops. I guess I could probably do it on Wednesday, maybe. But I need to get writing done on Wednesdays. So it does make Tuesdays the best day. But I play Magic, and I don't want to give up my Magic night. Fuck that. That's my relax time. That's my relax time. But yeah, anyway, I've seen a lot of these. I've seen a lot of shit like that kind of going around. I saw this. So like this guy, he has oh man. He's disabled. He can't walk. I think he's wheelchair ridden for the rest of his life. He has other health problems as well too. But he had posted, "My right to access a game supersedes your right to immersion." I don't think it does. I don't mean to like, I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to like talk about this, but like accessibility options. So, okay, let me finish my thought on this. My right to access games supersedes your right to immersion. Accessibility options can be turned off, leaving your immersion intact. My disability cannot be switched off. Your desire to brag about beating a difficult game should not be fulfilled at the cost of people like me. I don't have any problem with accessibility options in video games. One, he's wrong. I'm just going to say that. One, he's wrong. Neither one is correct. I don't supersede you and you don't supersede me. You are not more important than me and I am not more important than you. We are equal. You are human just as much as I am. The idea that people with disabilities somehow have more rights than people like me or have a right to more things than people like me, that doesn't matter. Like that's you're causing a divide between people that just doesn't need to exist. Simple as that. It just does not need to exist. Accessibility options can be turned off, leaving your immersion intact. This is the core of the problem that I have. This is the core of the problem I have an issue with. Which is that he's right. And in most cases, the accessibility options can be turned off. And I actually don't have any problem at all with accessibility options in video games. It can be toggled on and off. Zero. My problem is that the overuse of accessibility options or the overuse of the term accessibility in a more broader sense has been used to essentially water down games on a fundamental level before even developing the game even starts. And the thing is that the reason why is because we're talking about consumer products. We're talking about something that a company is trying to sell to people. So they're not thinking about, out of the goodness of their heart, how can I make sure that somebody that is missing a limb can play this game? How can I help somebody that can't see or hear properly play this game? Because I want them to be able to enjoy it. No, I want them to be able to buy it. I want their money. That's what this is coming down to. It's because they want their money, right? So what ends up happening is that they start designing these games from the perspective of trying to appeal to you right out of the gate. And they appeal to wider audiences, at least through their means, by trying to make sure that the game essentially plays like it doesn't need a toggle. That's why you've seen like a lot of these like 2-button games grow and grow in popularity, especially with Western games, where it feels like the rest of the controls on a controller or a keyboard largely just don't even matter anymore. That's why something like Crimson Desert, as an example, on controller or mouse and keyboard, feels so foreign to a lot of people, because mostly we're just not used to having to use this many controls or have this much flexibility and creativity and agency in a video game. Because in most cases, a lot of these game companies just do not try to make these games that complex, because if they do, well, then other people can't play it. So he is right. And a game like, say, Crimson Desert could have a toggle, but the problem is that over the years, we've gotten into this habit where we have more and more game companies that are actually just avoiding like player agency entirely in lieu of trying to make something that is just a video game on autopilot. They're stereotyping all audiences and trying to shove everybody into a single lane. And it's not good. It's making games worse. It's making games worse. So, I don't know, your desire to brag about beating a game on difficulty doesn't to be fulfilled at the cost of people like me. That's not even real. Like, I don't even like I'm sure this is gonna get you likes on social media, I guess, but like, are people like really like running around and being like, I beat Dark Souls with no souls used on soul level 1, and the only way that could happen is if somebody that's paralyzed can't play video games? What? What are we doing, man? What are we talking about? If people want a game to be easier or more accessible, why not mod it? That's not... Here's the thing. I'm also not on the side of also trying to treat it like we should be leaving, anybody that's disabled off on their own. Right? I'm not saying like you need to go fend for yourself. This is not a pull yourself up by your bootstraps moment. That's not what this is. I wouldn't frame it like that, nor would that be my expectation of this. The point that I'm trying to make is that there is no such thing as one's right to immersion or one's right to access being greater than the other. This is an equal argument. We both have a right towards having both. I shouldn't have to sacrifice for you, and you shouldn't have to sacrifice for me. Especially when we're talking about consumer products. We're talking about video games. Outside of that, there's going to be some give and take with society, depending on what it might be, but I'm talking about video games right here. And for me, there's no argument. Equal argument or majority argument? I mean, like, I'm sorry, man. I get it that like some people are kind of like, I'm not exclusionary. Okay, while I am Like, why is this even a conversation? We're talking about people that are like missing fucking limbs or they're like fucking paralyzed or something like that. Yes, there should be options for people to be able to play fucking video games. Do you guys want to leave them behind? Well, I don't get what the fuck. Like, I think that like now people kind of want to appropriate like a lot of the culture war shit into like just basic human decency as well. Like, we can still be decent human people, right? Like, I'm not saying that like I'm not explaining it any further. If people can't get that, if they can't wrap their head around that, I don't know what else to say. Going off topic, what are your thoughts on Magic the Gathering having too many crossover cards? Oh, Universes Beyond. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. I think that it's a really good thing to be able to get more people into the game. And I say that as somebody that was a product of that. The Final Fantasy sets what actually brought me in. I mean, I played when I was a kid, but I didn't really like get that big into it. I was more of a Pokemon kid than I was a Magic kid. Though I still enjoyed it regardless. But the Universes Beyond stuff is a really good entry point for a lot of people to have like familiar ground to be able to step on. And since Magic does like a really good job, Wizards of the Coast does some super dumb shit. They do some absolutely like straight up woke shit. You guys know I don't necessarily use that word very often, but in this case, like Magic the Gathering, and these motherfuckers jump off a cliff in some cases. But one thing that they do really well, especially when they put the effort into a set, is that they actually make like the cards themselves make sense in like the frame of the character with the game's mechanics. They're so good at doing that shit sometimes, where like the set itself or the cards themselves make really strong sense with like that universe or whatever it is. Like the Final Fantasy set was a fucking home run. Holy shit, was that set so good. But I think the overuse of it is a little bit too much. It's not even the overuse of it. The problem is that they continue to overreach into like IP that doesn't make any sense. Like their current thing where like now it's all Marvel and Spider-Man and the Avengers and shit. This is Magic the fucking Gathering. This is about like fucking wizards and like zombies and necromancers and fucking dragons and spirits and shit. And they're like, yeah, but well, what do we had? Iron Man. Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid, man. It's so bad. So bad. Like something like Final Fantasy makes sense. Something like even like Lord of the Rings makes a lot of sense. Maybe even in some weird kind of way, more or less just because of their relation to each other, like Games Workshop and them doing like the Warhammer set, especially with those sets being like very limited in their card count. Like that stuff is actually really cool. But the problem is that like now it's gotten to the point where like 90% of the sets that they're coming out with, most of the stuff is Universes Beyond. None of the stuff is actually like Magic the Gathering universe. And the funny thing is it's like that shit is just way weaker than the rest of their stuff. Way weaker. Like adding to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Fuck yeah. Like that set is so bad. I got one card from it that I wanted. And I'm not even happy to have it. And I'm somebody that grew up on Ninja Turtles, so that's what Hasbro does. Yeah. My favorite thing they did was make Gandalf, black Gandalf and Aragorn. Gandalf, they did not make black. They did not make Gandalf black. You're not going to retcon Gandalf, okay? Gandalf is still Gandalf. But they did make Aragorn black, and they also made Galadriel black as well, actually. Which, yes, it's super fucking weird. It actually makes, like, it's just probably for, like, the love of the movies or something like that, I guess. For the love of the movies, it's kind of weird for me to, like, look at the card and, like, see, like, them take the direction of it, like, and, like, that drastic. Like, if anybody was going to be black, it would have been Gimli, right? Or maybe the Hobbits. Like, What, like, I don't know. Race swapping is odd. I don't get it. I really don't. Gimli is a ginger? I'm fucking joking. I'm joking. Evil M, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. I think I missed other subs too, but it's not letting me scroll up anymore, so I apologize. Watched a video, watched an Asmongold video, Twitch stream, and really enjoyed your videos. Started following your videos and waiting to watch you live. Thank you for the content, and it's been and I hope it's been going good for you. It's been going good for me. What a wholesome fucking comment. Thank you. Chat, you guys can learn something. You guys can learn something from that. Unbelievable. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for watching. Blame? Shut your fucking mouth. Can we? Yeah, you should. We're too degenerate. Why? PC Gamer 2. Why do they gotta do this to me? PC Gamer, Too Many Fucking Nazis is the name of a new Steam FPS, and coincidentally, an accurate description of its Steam community forums. Apparently, a controversial idea for a video game in 2026, ? There is probably nothing I hate more than dishonest people. Than very deliberately dishonest people. For whatever reason, PC Gamer, it's not for whatever reason, it's all ideological focused. It's all like it's a groupthink situation that we're in. But like PC Gamer, Eurogamer, Kotaku, Polygon, they have all published articles like this, and I've called it out in the past, and it's a real fucking problem. And it's the idea that like anytime anything ever has to do with Nazis, and if there's any pushback on it, or people are, whatever, they don't like what the premise of the game is, the reason why these guys come out and start being like, apparently it's a little bit too much for 2026. Yeah, because people like you have abused that word to the point that it has completely lost meaning, and you guys have labeled just normal, average, everyday people as it for the last, fucking 10 years. So, yeah, it has now gotten to the point where a lot of people just don't really feel comfortable with it because they don't know if you're using it to label them. Like, I've had people call me a Nazi over shit, and that's, so far from, that's so far from who I am and what I am, and it's so, incredibly just demeaning and just a blatant lie. And I know that there's plenty of people that feel the exact same way when they see all these people running around, literally just being absolutely absurd, using the most extreme language possible, being as alarmist as possible with every possible thing. And yeah, no, it doesn't make me feel comfortable because maybe you're using this to label me. And then they'll turn that around and be like, oh, well, maybe that says more about you. No, it says more about you. Somebody get your drink order wrong and you're going to start crying. It's all narrative crafting, not journalism. That's exactly what all this is. Then you must hate Hassan. Dude can't go a breath without talking about politics. Brother, I don't watch political content. I don't. I tune into Asmongold's stream. I'll flick on. He's talking about politics. I turn that shit off. I have no interest at all. Zero. The entire political sphere has now been completely industrialized for content. and it is the like worst thing that I think has ever happened. It's so bad. It's become such a team sport more than it's ever been in our entire history of society. Asman is much more entertaining before his political grift era. I don't see, that's the problem though. By the way, I don't have a problem with content creators wanting to do the content that they want to do. That's the content homie wants to do. And I'm not going to say he was more entertaining before or after. I think that he's just genuinely an entertaining guy pretty much across the board. That's the reason why he's been able to pop off so hard with the political content, is because like people are finding somebody that are talking about issues that they find important, and he's talking about it in an entertaining way that they largely cannot get anywhere else. So I don't think he's more or less entertaining. It's just not content I'm interested in. That's all it is. I still will flick in and tune in when he's talking about gaming or some goofy internet drama shit or something like that. I still enjoy that kind of stuff, but yeah. Bro's in it for the love of the game. Oh, yeah. He's literally just being him. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, I think people try to make it out to be more than what it actually is. But it's just... I really do not like this very deliberate dishonesty that like a lot of these journalists will use when it comes to this stuff, because it's like, I mean, you guys are calling people Nazis over video game shit regularly, like very regularly, especially when it comes to some of these games that are like so very obviously virtue signaling. So when you start seeing people calling it out, when you start seeing people, you know, making fun of a game on Twitter or making fun of a game on YouTube or whatever, you guys are also slotting them into this category. And it's just like it's cringe and dangerous to devalue that word. It's not only cringe, it's not only dangerous, it's not just dangerous to devalue the word. It's dangerous because it catalyzes people that will do dangerous things. On both ends. It's going to make people feel that the world is a lot more extreme in a lot of cases on both ends. The people that feel that they need to defend themselves from being called this, that feel like people are getting too out of control and they need to protect themselves in some way and will go out of their way to do something about it. And then also the people that now feel like the entire world is on the wrong track and everybody's a Nazi and they're the only one that can do anything about it. So they lock and load, and that's how shit happens. It's just not a fan, man. Not a fan. I saw Steam's biggest advantage is not being a public company. If they were, shareholders would demand that they make the same idiotic policies that would destroy their company. Yep. People are finally starting to come around. People are finally starting to get it. Meme is funny. This meme is actually really, really, really funny to me. I've seen it posted a couple times. I don't know if I liked the other ones that I had seen, because there were also people that were like crying about, what was it? We already talked about the pricing tool stuff. That was in a video. I'm not really worried about that stuff. I saw some people that were kind of like trying to talk shit on Steam, where they're like, I'll never get how they have like this like sycophantic audience. And it's so funny to me that people are like, and it's mostly like console players that are still kind of like console war brained, that are still locked into that entire thing. And for whatever reason, like they just don't understand why people like Steam. And it's arguably just because Steam just doesn't get in your way. Like, it's okay. Like people are a fan of Steam. People are a fan of Gabe because they have provided a platform for players where they largely feel more free than they do in other places. Is it completely free? No. Plenty of games still have DRM and you don't have like full access to it. If Steam went out, you'd be gone and you'd be kind of fucked and not be able to use any of the stuff. But it's like all the community tools. It's like all the different things that Steam does all at the exact same time. And it's largely, again, just because it just doesn't get in your way. We need GOG alongside Steam. People forget about GOG. GOG is really good, man. It is. Good old games is good. Even better now that they separated themselves from CD Projekt Red. But yeah, it's not like it's like, one, because Steam doesn't get in their way, and two, it's also because of the fact that, like, I think a lot of people, why is it such a bad thing that people want to celebrate a platform or a company that treats them well? I'm really excited about this good product that feels like a fair exchange when I use it. It's great. Especially compared to all of these companies across the entire industry that do not do that same thing. But yeah, of course, people are going to praise it. Of course, people are going to bow down in celebration. You know what I mean? They're going to jump for joy in celebration and be all over something like this and want other people to know about it. So it's just funny that, like, you know what it is, and I think the reason why people just don't understand it is because they're in these ecosystems. So they don't understand what the experience is like, and they just don't get it. They just don't get it. It's too bad. Maybe they'll learn one day. Maybe the Steam machine will come in and swoop in and save them. So I think this one is actually not fake, by the way, because this has been an ongoing rumor for a while now, but apparently multiple leakers have detailed information about the supposed Ocarina of Time remake. But this might actually be April Fool's. Oh, you're fucking joking. Okay. This was. Never mind. This is April Fool's. We're not going to do it. I'm not going to read it any further. But it is actually really funny because they're like talking about an Ocarina of Time remake. New information suggests it'll be split into two $60 games. This is the part that would be the lot. This right here is actually what should have given it away that this was a lie. Because it would have been 80. Exactly, only $60. This should have been the giveaway. Yeah, where you play young Link and then one with adult Link. Similar to Breath of the Wild. I do like the comment here. Oh, you're fucking joking now, but those grubby bastards will actually do it. The Final Fantasy VII remake method? Honestly? I could see him doing it. I could see that happen. For sure. Here's a bittersweet story about Gabe Newell.
I think he always wanted to be part of the team, but being Gabe and being in his position, that never really worked, I feel, because people would be like, whatever you say. And I think he was more like, no, I want to like be part of the team and come up with ideas. And that was really hard for people. So I think there was a period where he kind of stepped back and was like, all right, I guess I'm just not going to be able to interact with everyone that way. And I'll just work at a higher level.
Damn. So, I've been reading up on this. It's actually, I'm kind of on the fence. This might actually end up being a topic for a video that I end up making next week. I'm not really too sure yet. But like something that I've been looking into is like, why does it take Valve so long to make games? And then also like what separates Valve as a video game maker from the rest of the games industry? And I think there's like a lot of things that they do that like really like make them so much more distinct in like quality and originality and in a lot of different categories that we just don't really see across the industry. And one of the other things too was also just this topic of like Gabe Newell not being involved with game design anymore. So like while he still is like he's still a presence, he's still there, he's still a resource to be used. In a lot of cases, he actually can't really have anything to do with the development of a lot of these games because he is such a icon. He's such a legend that any suggestion out of his mouth is to be treated like the word of God. Like they're just going to be like, yes, sir. And just do it. Magnanimous. Yes. Yeah. Effectively, which by the way, I saw somebody recently, and I don't know if I saved this or not. Maybe I did. But there was actually Good Widget. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, man. Holy shit, brother. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I had actually seen this recently again where somebody was talking about it in relation to... Yes, here it is right here. Former Fallout artist says people are afraid to say no to Todd Howard. So, effectively, this is the exact same conversation that they were having talking about Gabe Newell. Make sure you guys thank him for the subs. Essentially, this is the same conversation that they were having with Gabe Newell, which, while I understand that like a lot of people have very complex emotions around Todd Howard, or at least, while I know that people have a lot of complex opinions about Todd Howard, he's in the same position of being this like video game celebrity. Like Todd Howard is a celebrity in the games industry. I think that we all can agree. We can all agree on that. He has made really great games that have shaped people's childhoods and entire careers in some case in the games industry, and everybody in the industry knows his name. Even if you don't even play Bethesda games, I think the vast majority of people know who Todd Howard is. I think because of that fame, I think because of that influence, working at a studio, if you have him on the team, you know, it probably is going to make it really hard for people that are working there to be able to say no to him. How am I going to say no to Todd Howard? This is the guy that he could have been on the chess team, but he said, no, I'm going to make video games. Or what was the thing? What was the conversation, that interview that he had where he's like, you know, oh, you guys, I'm going to be in sports. I'm going to be in sports. And then he's just like, yeah, well, I'm going to make video games. I forgot what it was. It was like the most nerdiest fucking interview I've ever seen. Magic, thank you for the gifted subs too. Thank you so much. Cowboys quarterback. That's what it was. I want to be a Cowboys quarterback. He's like, I'm going to make video games. It's a fucking nerd. So fucking, yeah. Look who's laughing now. So goofy. I gotta see it now. It's like the most autistic thing I've ever seen. Todd Howard. Look. Yeah, there it is. Look who's laughing now.
That's the thing that shocks most people. You know, they think of a video game as a few people in their garage, and you say, no, this is 50, 60 people for 3.5 years. Like, what? A lot of people, I think that video games are, you know, purely kids, so it's like a toy. So, you know, why would you put that much effort into something that's a toy? I was the kid. I was writing games when I was, you know, 12, whatever. And the other kids in the block would say, you know, I'm going to play quarterback for the Cowboys. And I'd be like, I'm going to make video games, and everyone's going to play them. Like, you dork. Go back to the chess club. Who's laughing now?
So fucking stupid. You know what, man? I miss this era of video games so fucking much. I'm not a gatekeeper, okay? But like the one part I kind of miss the cultural rivalry that people used to have being video game players and the rest of society being like, it was so much better when things were like that. And I think we had an easier time. Like, I think game developers had an easier time, and I think players had an easier time relating to each other. Good Widget. Holy shit, thank you for this 20 gifted subs now. Thank you for the other 10 gifted subs. Make sure you guys thank him for the subs, man. Holy shit, thank you so much. How do I get a video to you? I have one you're gonna love. You can send it in chat, and one of the mods can check it. Fortnite brought more tourism. I hate to fucking tell you, it wasn't Fortnite. You guys know what game? You guys know what game mainstreamed? You guys know what game it is. It's actually 2 games that mainstreamed video games. Oh my god. Nobody there we go. Finally somebody got it. Holy fuck, you guys worried me there. It's 2 games. It was Grand Theft Auto is definitely one of them. The other one is Halo. Halo 2 and Halo 3 were the most critical turning points in the games industry, and I don't think people like fully recognize it years later. Up until the launch of Grand Theft Auto 5, I think. Yeah, it was Grand Theft Auto 5. Up until the launch of Grand Theft Auto 5, Halo 2 and then Halo 3 were the fastest selling and the most profitable media products of all time. Like, not most selling, but like in their launch window. And it's because like they turned into these like fucking just this insane moment in time. Insane moment. Absolutely fucking absurd. Funny enough, the video I sent was Halo 3. Yeah, because I think we have links blocked in chat. Oh, maybe we don't. Here we go.
Halo 3.
Yeah.
Midnight tonight. We're going to set up the TV.
Like, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, this shit was happening all around the entire country.
It's going to be amazing. We're going right now to the grocery store to get all the junk food we can think of. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
It will be amazing. We're going to finish the fight.
We're going to finish the fight. Is that another 5 gifted subs? Thank you for another 5 gifted subs, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you, good widget. Thank you. Chills. I know. Gotta go, bro. But love the stream. Appreciate what you do. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Man, I miss these days. Whole different era.
Yeah.
Whole different era, man. But like the point that I'm trying to make is that like this shit was going on around the world. This shit was going on around the world. Everybody was doing this shit. You had all the people at the midnight launches. You had entire cities where everybody was lined up all over the fucking place. Dude. Yeah. It's just these kids are 50 now. Fuck, man. Fuck. But yeah, so anyway, we got off on a tangent there. But I guarantee that that's probably having an effect on this stuff. And I think a really good example of this happening, funny enough, there was probably a bunch of developers that did not say no to Todd Howard when it came to Starfield stuff. Chill, bro. I was there and I'm 36. Yeah, most people that were at this stuff, especially if you're looking at like the teenagers, they're in their 30s, not their fucking 40s, okay? Or even their 50s. Some may be in their 40s, maybe. But yeah, no, the vast majority are still in their 30s. Late 40s. They're dead now. Everyone you see in this video is dead. This was when the world was created. I have to look into. So this is like one of those like fucking. This is one of those LD nerd videos that I'm gonna have to fucking do, where I dive into some like really interesting like fucking like financial in like shit and like market change, but like virtuous, has become one of the biggest game studios in the entire world. Do you guys know who Virtuous is? Not a lot of people do. People will be like, nope. Yep. Nope, never heard of them. Oblivion Remaster. There you go. Somebody got it. They're the remake guys. Yep, they're the remake and remaster company that has been doing most of the most successful remakes and remasters. Yeah, and these guys have been fucking crushing it. Over the past 2 decades, Virtuous has expanded from around 100 developers in the mid-2000s to nearly 4,000 employees today. In that time, the company has grown on to work, according to Guilles Longuerue. I can't pronounce French. Roughly 100 to 150 games each year. 100 to 150 games each year. So, like, remember, guys, when I said that companies do not need to have 4,000 employees? When you're a company that has 4,000 employees that's outputting 100 to 150 games, you are using those employees. I have no shit to talk. I ain't got nothing to say. You shut me up real quick. When you got 4,000 employees and you're putting out 2 games every 6 years, we got a problem, okay? We got a problem, especially when those 2 games come out and they fucking suck, right? But 100 to 150 games, 100 to 150 games each year. It's the kind of scale that would make Virtuous one of the largest gaming companies in development. Even most players don't realize it. The studio has worked on games like The Elder Scrolls Remastered, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, Mortal Kombat 1, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and dozens more. But with that growth, it didn't happen by accident. It came with time as the industry rapidly started to expand. For years, game development operated where they described it an environment where there were never enough people to make games. For a long time, as long as we could find and train some really good people, finding work for them was relatively easy, he said. But hiring alone doesn't expand their size. Outsourcing has long been a part of game development, but it hasn't always been easy to manage. Different teams, different time zones, and different pipelines quickly created friction. However, Virtuous' success has been building around that problem. So these guys have stationed themselves. They're not just 4,000 people in one spot. They're 4,000 people across multiple different time zones to make sure that they're working on the schedule of whatever studios they're working with, regardless of where those studios are located. Very smart move. This is also the same thing that Larian does to be able to speed up their development, because Larian is not only just located in Ghent, but they're also located in South America, Ireland, and one more place, and I can't remember where it is. They're smaller, like, satellite studios that work on certain on certain stuff. Essentially, the idea is that, like, once they're actually in the thick of game development, they just pass the puck. So then that way the game is essentially being worked on 24 hours a day, no matter where. Very cool. Very cool. So, but it's actually, from my perspective, I actually think it's probably, I don't know, it largely depends on the project and the size of, like, the team and the size of stuff. I've talked about this before where, like, with outsourcing stuff, it's weird for me to say this. I do not think that an outside company should be involved in the game development itself of the core mechanics and core, like, narrative and things of that nature. This is something that we've actually seen. Be a problem for, like, some other companies in some other games, where these guys will actually go out and they will actually export their narrative or segments of their narrative. This is a problem that a lot of people had with Sweet Baby Incorporated, if you guys remember that whole noise and that whole mess that we'd had going on back then. But there's issues with like exporting your like large sections of development to these companies, and then some of it but what it really needs to come down to is just like very focused sections, or like people that are working directly with teams working on something. I think that's different. An asset development only. I wouldn't even say it's asset development. You wouldn't even want to do that either, because then you could also get your art direction confused, right? I would say you would make them supplementary to a team that is already working on something. It's the problem when they export an entire thing to somebody else. That's what you don't want to do. That's what you don't want to do. Like, Ubisoft is really bad with this. Like, they will export an entire fucking game in some cases. And it just makes things, like, really disjointed and weird. Are they buried yet? I have no idea. I think they're involved in some way, but I have no idea. They're plotting their return. They're plotting their comeback. Crimson Desert is still the best-selling game on Steam after 2 weeks, and after its user reviews have jumped up to 85% positive as more players get past the week opening. These guys are still trying. They're still trying. It didn't have a week opening. The game launched to like 1 or 2 million copies sold in the first 24 hours. Like, they still can't help it, man. And by the way, like, Games Radar, they actually rated the game relatively high, if I'm not wrong. Just showing support. Love your stuff, bro. Thank you for the 2, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Can we get another we got another patch for Crimson Desert a couple hours ago. I'll have to check my front page in a second here. The Legend of Zelda is filming in the same locations as Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings film from the early 2000s. I have such a good feeling about this movie. I don't have a lot of good feelings about movies. I'm going to be real with you. But like, they did, like, it seems like they did a solid casting job, and now they're doing a really solid, like, on location job. And this is, I hope it's good, man. I really hope it's good. I love Zelda. I do. I think everybody is pretty much of the same mind that they want this movie to be really good. If they knock this out of the park, all you're going to do is just make Zelda that much more popular. Like, 1, you're just going to make people even more hungrier to play a Zelda game. But 2, you're probably also going to introduce more and more people to Zelda. And more people should be introduced to it, because I think it's a great world. Do I think that, like, Tears... The one thing that I disagree with the vast majority of people on, and maybe this is a hot take, I really enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Those games are not as good as people try to make it out to be. The narrative for those games was, like, basically non-existent. I liked the building mechanic and the puzzle-solving mechanics, and just, like, the world exploration, I think, was really cool, right? There was a lot to be able to learn there, and a lot of games stole from that. That all's good. But, like, everything else around it was kind of just, like, not very strong. Not very strong. What do you mean, what? Question mark spam. Wrong? Wrong? You're trying to tell me that, like, you're trying to tell me that narratively something like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Link Before honestly, fucking even Twilight Princess. Yeah, I'm probably being baited. Like, there's just Link to the Past, yeah. Ganon asleep, Ganon wake up, Ganon bad. True. Link's Awakening was goated. There were some really good Zelda games, man. I also really liked Four Seasons. They tried to Super Mario Zelda. Four Swords, sorry. For some odd reason, I'm thinking of like the actual seasons in the game because it's like the whatever. I'm not even worried about it, but yeah. Skyward Sword. I never played Skyward Sword. Wasn't that like the Chibi Link one? There was one of them that I never got to play. I know one of them was really good though. At least people told me it was really good. Minish Cap was good. Wind Waker. Yeah, I never played Wind Waker. Thoughts on Majora's Mask? Majora's Mask was goated. It was right after Twilight Princess. Oh, yeah. I was actually kind of hoping that they were going to lean further into like Twilight Princess. Like that art style that they had back then. Like the more like grittier, darker... I don't know. I just kind of... Wind Waker, that's what it was. Wind Wanker? Yeah, Wind Wanker. Yeah, just wanking into the wind. Twilight Princess Link is the iconic Link. It is. He is. For sure. This has been a conversation that popped up recently that I saw. And it's got a lot of people talking at the very least. I've been wondering if Ubisoft made a carbon copy of Crimson Desert, same story, no microtransactions, same characters, same open world and gameplay mechanics. Do you think gamers would love it, or would they be more critical of it just because Ubisoft made it? This is like this weird I don't know what the fuck this is, to be honest with you. This is what I'm talking about this again. This is what I'm talking about when I say things like people being purposefully dishonest, or maybe they just don't understand. I think that people are actually of the mind that gamers just hate Ubisoft because Ubisoft. Like there's not a lot of thought put in like behind it. Like there's no motivation behind it. Like there's no reason that people don't like Ubisoft. The reason why people would hate it is because none of this would happen. Under no circumstances are you going to get a Ubisoft game with the same story, no microtransactions, same characters, same open world, and gameplay mechanics. You just inherently describe something that is not a Ubisoft game. Ubisoft is a company that makes incredibly repetitive games that are filled with the same task that feels the same, even if it's actually not the same task. Whatever the world activity that you're supposed to be doing, it's still the same thing, copy and pasted, just in a different way regardless, right? Thinking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's all climbing towers, find the clues, right? You got to search for the clues in the area. You got to invade the same base 40 fucking times to fight the same mini-boss 40 fucking times. You got to run the same yellow paint obstacle course 40, 50, 60 times. Same castle layout every single time. All the best looking equipment and armor and abilities and all that shit is all locked behind microtransactions. They just do not make the same game. I bet if Ubisoft made this game, everybody would hate it because it's Ubisoft. No, because Ubisoft would never make the same game. Because Ubisoft has been making the same game themselves for well over a decade now. This weird idea that like people just don't like Ubisoft for no reason. Like we're just imagining it. It's so odd. It's literally, it's called the Ubisoft formula. What do the people say in the comments? I also forget to add if Crimson Desert didn't exist. Because if Ubisoft made that game today, everybody would obviously criticize them for copying Crimson Desert. He mostly does like these comparison video things like this, doesn't he? It's not even really like gaming news. This is like, what the fuck is going on here? I have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna back out. React meme stuff? Yeah, I don't know. You watched one of his? I mean, there might have been something that popped up on my shit. Shit posting? It kind of looks like it. Dead Internet Theory kind of feels like it. Yeah, it looks like a TikTok channel. It does. Yeah, it does. I don't know. I get this. Maybe we got a. I don't know anything about the guy, but there must be a good chance that he's probably a. Maybe I guess he's a Ubisoft fan. Never gonna happen. What does this say? For those who doubt, here is an excerpt from an internal document which shared with me just to justify microtransactions and AC Shadows. Oh, to justify microtransactions and AC Shadows. It makes it clear why Ubisoft wants to keep going with their big open worlds. Note, the image is slightly modified, but the numbers are exact. They're showing their MTX revenues, time savers, gear cosmetics, showing how much they had made between each game. I'd be more critical of it. Ubisoft has burned their reputation making flop after flop. Well, that's just because people are just completely reviewers would have given it a 9 out of 10 and players would have given it a 6 out of 10. That's so true, man. That's so factual. Yes, factual. Yeah, I don't know anything about his channel. I thought there's another guy that has like a similar name that I've seen pop up that I think is like a massive like Ubisoft fan, and they like Ubisoft post all the time. That's who I thought it was initially. I don't even want to have to do this. All right, here we go. All right. Sorry, chat. Bowser, I know you are bisexual. By Kotaku. Which, by the way, this follows. Look, I'm not a Fury. Oh my god. Which, by the way, this follows. Look, I'm not a furry, but when I see Fox McCloud, I get it. Brother, we get it. I mean, you can just come out. You know what I mean? Like, you're not even sending signals. You're lighting off a bomb. Like, you're holding up a sign. Like, what the fuck is this? When did games journalism just become a place for these guys to air their kinks? It's so weird. It's so odd that we see this weird discourse between players and games journalists and like the whole discussion around and the whole pushback about like how gamers just don't trust games journalists anymore. How these guys are losing a lot of their like a lot of their status, a lot of their credibility, and also their jobs as a result. I can't imagine why Kotaku suffered layoffs last year. Or the year before that. I wonder what could have... I wonder what could have caused that. Both by Kenneth Shepard. I know. Like, I just find it really fucking weird that you, as a video game news website, are like just kind of like free kink posting article. Like, who's paying? Like, they're paying you to do that? Like, who's the CEO of this company? That's the thing that I don't fucking get it, man. I really don't. And I would guarantee that these guys would come out and be like, oh, well, I can't talk about mine, but you can talk about yours. Like, the vast majority of us, anytime we come across something, it's like, oh, there's a hot chick, and it's just like, oh, big butt. Move on. Or it's like, wow. And that's all you say. Nobody really says anything else. You have this motherfucker making entire articles. And yes, I read it. It's an entire article about their fan conspiracy of Bowser being bisexual. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's just pure degeneracy. It's super weird if a straight guy like me posted something about a chick with pigtails and a miniskirt, I'd be sent to HR in a second. You're not allowed to post articles like that. But you know what the funny thing is? This is the part that, like, this is the, like, I understand the dynamic of this argument, right? Because, like, this is where, like, they believe that I would be taking, like, the anti-woke position. Oh, okay. Oh, you're going to do the defensive. We're not allowed to do that anymore. No. I'm not even saying we should do it either. You shouldn't be doing it. We shouldn't be doing it. I don't need to write an entire video about how I like boobs, okay? Or how I think they're fucking great. It's just kind of... I mean, it's the truth. But, like, I don't need to make a whole fucking video about it, okay? I don't need to talk about... I don't need to write a video about me, like, sexualizing some video game character. Just as you shouldn't either. I don't know where this entire... I don't know what the fuck happened one day where everything just fucking flipped, and the next thing you know that everybody just wants to talk about, like, all the things that... But it's a kink is what it is. It's a kink. This whole thing is just a kink. Like, they are getting off on telling everybody what they're finding attractive. That's the only way that it makes sense to me. Because it's not serving any other purpose. This isn't interesting reading. It's not entertaining. It's not even really good writing, to be honest with you. And it's not providing me with any value. This is just one guy talking about how he thinks that Bowser is bi. And then also talking about how he also wants to bang Fox McCloud. Kink normalization. Yeah, like, we are living in a shameless society, and it's really fucking concerning. And I'm not even like a conservative in that sense, right? Like, I'm not even like I am one of those people, like, you know, do what you want, have fun, be into the shit that you want to be into. It's none of my business. It's none of the world's business. I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. Sometimes it's better if you keep it secret. And honestly, it's better for my eyes if you do. But these motherfuckers are making it our business? Yeah, dude. They are. Keep it a secret, keep it safe. Yeah, it's just... And by the way, I want you to keep in mind that, you know, just a month ago, it was this same publication that was publishing articles about... This is the same publication that published an article just last month talking about how they're on anti-AIDS medication and wanted to bang Leon Kennedy. Remember that? Same publication. And I think, like, what's really fucked up about this entire situation is that, like, a lot of these publications, Kotaku as well in some cases, right? Like, you guys all had magazines, and these are magazines that, like, I read as a kid. Like, I'd pick up a magazine and I would read it, and I'd pick it up at a store and I'd buy it, and I'd be interested in the gaming news and stuff like that. And, like, kids are coming across this stuff too. It's just weird, man. It's really concerning. I don't know, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too much of a bitch about it. I don't really know. Maybe this is not as serious as like I feel like it is, but like I see stuff like this that it's just like it just makes me feel uncomfortable, man. It's just really weird. I don't like the direction that society is going in. I think that people should keep a lot of this shit behind closed doors. And like the more and more it feels like a grooming culture. And I'm not necessarily saying that that is targeting children. I'm just saying that it's like grooming society. And it's just fucking weird. It's trying to normalize shit that, I'm going to be real, just shouldn't be normalized. At least not from my perspective. Now, if you want to play it out to be something else it is, sure, I guess, but whatever. That's my piece. That's my piece. Here's the thing. We used to have gaming journalists who would actually write things that would offend pearl clutchers. Now we have gaming journalists that are trying to write things to offend the gaming audience. Holy shit. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Right on the money. Nailed it. We used to have gaming journalists that used to write things to offend the pearl clutchers. Now we have gaming journalists that are writing things to try to offend the audience. I don't know if it offends us. They're trying to get under your skin. It's not necessarily trying to offend you, but they're trying to get under your skin. They're trying to bother you. They're trying to create a situation in which they are effectively it's counterculture is what it is. But now their counterculture is against the very audience that's playing video games. That's really what this is coming down to. Engagement bait? I think it goes beyond that. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just weird to see it on the scale of like Kotaku's fucking cooked, man. They're done. They're done. Like, anytime you go to like Google Trends, let's see here. Here, I'll pull it up over here. I need to remember to just search trends. It'll just pop up immediately. Explore. Query. So what are we looking for? We're looking for Kotaku. So if we compare Kotaku to IGN to what? What's another one? PC Gamer. They're fucking dead. They are the bottom line. They get a couple of blips here and there. This is past 24 hours. Let's do past 5 years. And they're just losing it more and more, especially over like the last year has been even worse for these guys. How about their YouTube channel? They stopped posting on YouTube. Yeah. Any day now. This is an any day now situation. Yeah, you are fucking cooked. You are cooked. You guys are going to be out of business by probably the end of the year, if not next year at the latest. It's Jover, man. It is 100% Jover. The amount of revenue that they're missing from not making YouTube content is like astronomical. Astronomical. That like none of these guys across the board, like the only one of them that's actually, I mean, how's Polygon on YouTube? Actually not bad? Respect. Respect. That upload schedule, though, it just depends on what story they have and whoever they're working with. It looks like they actually, like, recovered, though. That's the thing that's really interesting here, is because, like, they were kind of cooked back here and had, like, a little bit... Well, I got no, they did really good with this one. Nobody understands playing cards. Not even experts. This is actually, like, good content. Good for them. Polygon, life extended. Remember dead internet theory, though? So you think it's all bots? Are you guys all bots? What if I was actually just sitting here talking to myself the entire time and none of you guys are actually real? Like, this is somebody's, like, Truman Show experiment, right? Like that experiment that Asmongold said that he wanted to do, where he would wait to see when a streamer was wearing a hat, and then he would bot them by, like, 3,000 subscribers or 3,000 viewers, and then when they didn't wear the hat, he would not bot them. But this entire time, for the last 2 years, for the last 2 years, somebody has been botting my entire income. Code reply, no LD, we're the ones that like you. Beep boop beep boop. We are the dead internet. True. No, these guys are probably doing pretty good. YouTube, you can't bot on YouTube. You can, but it's to your detriment. It's to your detriment. YouTube doesn't put up with that shit. They're not like Twitch. They're not like Twitch or Kick. You can't do that shit on YouTube. What do you mean, you people? I meant it in the most offensive way possible. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mince my words. I double down. Is there anything else? Oh, okay. Well, okay. One more post. Because I just thought this was actually kind of cool. 6 years into this decade, game of the decade has got to be from one of these so far, right? What's your pick? Black Myth, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Astrobot, Expedition 33, Death Stranding, Lies of P, Requiem, Hades 2, Stellar Blade, Ragnarok, Cyberpunk, Elden Ring, Astrobot is not some fucking... Like, why is this even on the list? I'm going to actually say this. Astrobot, Death Stranding, Expedition 33, Hades 2, Lies of P, Stellar Blade, God of War do not belong on this list. Resident Evil doesn't belong on this list either. Crimson Desert? Crimson Desert could evolve into something that we don't know. So I'm going to kind of like, of the decade, why is somebody saying Red Dead Redemption 2? Red Dead Redemption 2 did not come out in the last 6 years. I don't know if you've been in a coma. Did it come out within the last 6 years? 2 people said it? Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 came out in 2018. You guys have been in a coma. You're in your 40s now. What do you mean? That was last year, wasn't it? I was just at the Halo Midnight launch. I just played ODST the other night. Oh, man. Oh, man. Notably, for whatever fuck off reason, Baldur's Gate 3 is not on this list. I'm gonna say, in a battle for game of the decade so far, it's probably between Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, like, let's be real, right? Like, I'm not gonna like it's between Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3. And Expedition 33, I think arguments could be made. Silksong, I hate to be that guy. Don't kill the messenger. But, like, it's, and there's nothing wrong with it being this. It's a good thing that it is this, but it is just more Hollow Knight. Which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to be saying that, but like, I don't know, but like, it's the idea of like, when we talk about games of a decade, usually what you're talking about is something that like, that I think emblemize. Do you know what the funny thing is? You actually could be right. Because if I actually take the time to think about it, and I was going to say, what do I think emblemizes the last decade? So if we're talking, the start of this decade, right? We're 2020s, 2020 to 2030 is what we're looking at, right? It's indie. Yeah. Like, if there's anything that I think emblemizes the games industry for the past 6 years, it's indie games. And as much as I love Elden Ring and I love Baldur's Gate and I love Black Myth and Kingdom Come Deliverance and Expedition 33 and Cyberpunk, and God of War is just not that good. Is that a hot take? It's really just not that good, and I don't understand why people throw it so hard. It's kind of fucking mid. Like, I think the voice acting and the story is good, but like the game's combat and there's no exploration. I guess it doesn't need to be open world or anything. I guess that's not really what I'm looking for, but like the puzzles are literally just told to you in the game. Atreus is like, Dad, turn the lever and crank the arm and do a little dance around and throw your axe over there. Okay, you solved it. Like, it's just, it's autopilot movie video game. It's just not really that good. I don't know. We're starved for masculinity. Maybe that's what it is. I'm also not a huge fan of like of low T of low T Kratos. Also, you know, I'm just gonna bring that up, right? Not really. I'm not a huge fan of like soft Kratos. Is everything I've done the bad thing? No, motherfucker, be the god of war. Burn it all. Fuck it all up. I just want to continue on the path of just killing the gods. It's very narrative focused. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of miss fucking God of War being more like Doritos and Red Bull coated, right? I can't agree. Enjoy the ban. Ragnarok was woke gay slop. Okay, that's a little bit too far. That's a little... Everything's so gay. You guys are gay. Uno reverse. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Now what are you going to do? Stroke it to Kratos, apparently. Dog, thank you for the tier 1. Hey, LD. Hey, LD, given how many times it's happened, or it's... Oh, my God, the fucking chat's moving too fast. Now I can't read it. Or been rumored to be about to happen. Do you think there's any correlation between Grand Theft Auto 6's release date and the announcements of the PS5 increases? Oh man, this is actually a really good one to bring up. We'll highlight this. This is actually a solid post here. So, also thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Subscribe for 5 months. I'll thank you in a year. And I'm kidding. Thank you. Appreciate it. Where'd it go? Where'd the post go? It just killed your post? Did you delete it? Oh, it's sub. It won't show in the feed. That's too sad. That's too bad. That's too bad. I'll do this. I wish I had the option to highlight messages better than this. It says, hey, LD, given how many times it's happened or rumored to be about to happen, do you think there's any correlation between Grand Theft Auto 6's release date announcement or and the PS5's increases? I actually cannot believe that I thought about this after the fact when I put out my video about how games are getting too expensive, and it for some odd reason just like I think it's largely just because I don't even believe that Grand Theft Auto 6 is a real game. Like I think the entire thing is a psyop. But I just completely forget about GTA at times, and in hindsight, after I made the video, I was sitting there and I'm like, this is actually way worse than what I even said it was. Like, not only are these guys effectively just pushing their mistakes down to the customer and increasing the price of their hardware because they've lost so much money chasing live service and also making just garbage games to begin with, but also the other thing is that they're going to use Grand Theft Auto as an opportunity to be able to take advantage of people at the most opportune time. They're just doing it early. They're increasing the price now because they know that we're about 6 months out-ish from the release of GTA, which is usually when you're going to start seeing a lot of people coming in to start picking up their consoles in preparation for the game's launch. They're getting to it early. And they're going to collect an extra $100 on every single sucker that lines up to come play GTA. Insanely scummy? Incredibly scummy. Incredibly scummy. And they're going to continue to lose money. So actually, I have a video. I think I'm going to do it next week. I really want to do it next week. I need to make another GTA video. Dude, there's actually two things. I love covering the GTA stuff because I find it so fascinating. And also, the Grand Theft Auto audience likes me covering Grand Theft Auto, which is like not something that that's not typically an audience that I thought would be attracted to me. Very odd. You know what I think it is? I think that these guys are in there, and I think that they're like trying to like bring me in because like they're trying to turn me into like one of those YouTubers that are like an advocate, like the advocate that, like, we don't have somebody that has we don't have anybody that has a sharp enough tongue to be able to get Rockstar to do the things we want. They need that. They're looking for like that GTA guy. They're like, if we can get this motherfucker in here. I don't know. I'm making shit up off the top of my head. But the GTA audience actually really likes the video, so fuck it. You know, that's cool, man. LD gonna be a GTA RPer? There is a non-0% chance. I'm gonna be real with you. Every single time I've watched people play GTA RP, I have been so interested. It tickles something, and I wanna try it. I'm like, it just looks so fun, dude. I don't know, like it just looks fun. I don't know why it does, but it also looks like fun and interactive for the chat and stuff like that. But yeah. GTA RP, that's how XQC met his GF now. That's funny. It can be hilarious. Yeah, and also I kind of like playing it up. I like acting and shit like that and role playing and stuff like that, right? Like it's fun and goofy and shit. I want to do it. I kind of want to try it at least. Sup Matto was the Borderlands guy and Take-Two deleted his ass. I'm never going to become a single video game streamer. It's never going to happen. I'm not stupid. I know how to at least attempt to. There's no way to successfully continue to run a YouTube channel other than just doing your best to make quality content. But one thing that you can definitely do to be able to help yourself is to never just make content around one video game. That is not good. That is not a good thing to do. No go? Yeah. All right, let's watch a vid. I kind of want to watch Soros. We already know about the Fortnite shit. I made a video on that. We don't need to watch anything on that. Do we watch the Nintendo patent video? 15 minutes. I kind of want to watch Soros. I hate that it's not going to be coming to PC, but I fucking love Returnal. But Stormfall? What's wrong with Stormfall? Did she do something? I don't know any of these fucking people. I see her in clips and stuff like that. I just got suggested it, and I guess I could... It's either I watch her or I watch Luke Stevens, and then you just watch as like two of us are on screen at the same time. Stormfall is funny. I do. I like her. I think she's funny. All right, let's watch this.
Thank you, PlayStation, for sponsoring this video.
Oh, so so they're actually sponsoring people. That's cool.
What game I'm about to talk about? That doesn't say the name. Yeah, it's in the title and the thumbnail, but you guys can't read it. So. Yes, Momo, I got to play Soros. So
how many hours? I'm actually curious. I want to look. How many hours into Returnal did I put in? I'm so mad that this game's not going to be on PC because it plays so good on PC. I have 50 hours in it. Soros will eventually hit PC 12 to 15 months. I don't know, man. Somebody had said, I'll show you. I love how she's using the most lowest quality green screen ever imaginable, and her entire arm is being eaten by it. It's so funny. Not sure if this is a topic you'd be interested in covering at some point, but game dev jobs are absolutely terrible right now. I know that's pretty much every job right now. Still, I currently have a 0.0% chance of getting a job in game dev in New York. I hate to tell you this, Lord Raven. One, I'm thankful that devs watch me. I'm thankful to the devs that put up with me. But two, you're going to have to... These companies are going to migrate off the coast. They're going to migrate off the coast. Anything that you're going to be getting, you're going to have to probably look for something that's going to be remote. And honestly, you're probably going to have to look at companies that are actually finding success right now or have something that's in active development. I think that... I think that like the one thing that if I could make the strongest suggestion possible for people that are in game dev right now, what you can do is work on personal projects in the meantime and look for outsourcing work or part-time work just to build up, unless you already have like a strong resume to begin with. But you're gonna honestly, I think in the next couple of years, gun for hire is gonna be like the best approach that you're gonna be able to take in the industry. Because not a lot of these companies are going to be able to actually have like a whole lot of space to be able to hold anybody. And you're going to have to work. You're going to have to work too. Or move, sorry. You're going to have to move. Work, you have to work. You're going to have to move. Likely you're going to have to move. There's just not a lot of opportunities. And there's too many layoffs in this industry. As much as I hate to say it, people are probably going to have to... If you want me to give the legendary drops patented cold honest truth, you're not going to find any jobs in this industry for quite a long time. And it's going through a very rough transition where they're trying to figure it out because a lot of these companies just do not know, they just don't understand how to make games for players anymore. They don't understand who their audience is. And the best thing that you're going to be able to do for yourself is probably to find stable work in a different industry while working on something for yourself. Or like working in game jams and stuff like that with other indie developers that are working on a project or want to work on a project like collaboratively. If you want me to be like the cold honest truth, that's honestly what is probably the best chance that you're going to have. Because like you're not like, look at the biggest game companies in the entire industry right now. Every single one of these guys have laid off thousands and thousands. I think that like what percentage total games industry has been laid off so far. I think it's that 20 or 30% of all game developers have been laid off in the past couple of years. Yes. Yeah. According to the 2026 State of the Video Game Industry Report, approximately 28 to 33% of the games industry's workers surveyed reported being laid off in the past 2 years. With that reflecting a higher percentage, specifically reflecting the U.S. job market, which lost over 16,000 workers between January 2023 and 2024, with layoffs persisting through 2025 across major companies. And this is something that is basically going across the entire world, and it's happening very quickly. These companies have grown too big, they've grown too soft, and they've grown too distant from their audiences. They don't have the money, and they have way too many people, and they're spending too much money, and they have to cut it somewhere. How much of this is a correction because of COVID? it's some lingering from that, but it's not entirely to blame. There was a massive impact from COVID and a correction that had to come as a result, because a lot of these companies were just people invested way too much money into these guys, an absurd amount of money. But yeah,
it's free.
Oops.
We got a couple.
Thank you, PlayStation, for sponsoring this video. After about 15 hours of flying, I got to play for around 3 hours. And in that 3 hours, I got to experience the first 2 areas, and I got to get a taste of what we're going to be seeing when the game releases in April. You might be curious as to why this game wasn't just called Returnal 2, and so was I. During a presentation of the game, Housemarque's creative director said they wanted to build upon what they did with Returnal while also making something different and new. I'm gonna give a rundown of the visuals, the sounds, and everything I experienced.
I kind of appreciate the idea, and I feel like this is something that's underutilized in the games industry, but I'm a really big fan of this whole, like, hey, what if we didn't make a sequel? And what if we instead did spiritual successors, where, like, we take the mechanics of, but then we move that off into a different game entirely, rather than trying to always keep things very strictly. I understand the desire to, because you create a brand, right? You create something that's recognizable for people to be able to, like, constantly latch to, so they know, like, oh, this is the next Call of Duty. They know what that is. When you go from Returnal to Soros, some people, you're going to lose some recognition there in some cases. But I think this is actually probably the better way to be able to do it, where you're just taking parts of it with you to something else. And I think by doing that, I think it actually makes it it gives the developers a lot more creative freedom, because they're not making Returnal 2. There are certain expectations that are there when you put a 2 next to that game's name, right? You throw those expectations aside when you change the name entirely. Take what you know from it, create and iterate. That's right.
The gameplay, because as Housemarque repeated to us maybe around 15 times, they are a gameplay first studio, and that is what is most important to them with Soros. And yeah, I believe them. So you play.
Can I still play this on mouse and keyboard on PlayStation? I'm just now realizing that I don't know if I stand a chance playing this game on I don't know if I stand a chance playing this game on fucking controller. I literally cannot play. Like, I have fully lost the ability to play games, first person shooters and third person shooters, on controller. Maybe, not sure why you want to, because I can't do it anymore. The only PlayStation game that I know that works with mouse and keyboard is Final Fantasy 15. Goober drops? No, it's just like I can't do it anymore. I can't use a controller to play shooters. I need to have I need to aim with my arm. I arm aim now. Okay. I use full body motion.
As Arjun, a Solteri enforcer, basically a space detective. He is played by my GOAT, Raul Coley. Interestingly enough, they mentioned that the art team actually had Raul Coley as their concept design for the character before they even ever met him or cast him in the role. Incredibly based. The developer said they wanted the story to be there for people who wanted to experience it, but kind of avoidable if you wanted to just get back to shooting. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, but I would say it shows. Most of the lore is delivered to you via audio logs or diaries. Okay. There was a Focus M moment, if you know, you know. Arjun is part of some space corpo group sent to get info from this alien planet. Basically,
I kind of honestly, I really like the I like choosing to do that instead of like trying to force a narrative throughout the entire thing. I think you're I think you're in a much better place if you instead say, okay, like, have you like learned the game through the world? I think that they did a really good job of storytelling in Returnal. because it was a lot. It was a lot of like environmental storytelling. There was some actual cutscenes and stuff like that as well. But I think they did a really good job with just like not necessarily making it like this cutscene heavy narrative experience. It was something that was much more focused on the gameplay, which is where it should be. And you didn't have to pay attention if you didn't care about the story. That's probably the strongest part of it. That's probably the strongest part of Returnal, is the fact that like you could choose to engage with the story and care about it and be interested in it and read the logs and pay attention to the cutscenes and the environmental changes and stuff like that. And if you were one of those people, and then all of a sudden that that one thing shows up, that thing that was what do you want fast-paced combat with a slow walk and talk just through some old house? What? I'm confused. Yeah. There's some shit that happens that you're just like, what the fuck? Okay.
A way more competent, like Wayland Yutani mission, except instead of an alien hunting them down, it's the planet Carcosa. The name Carcosa actually comes from a mythical ancient city of dread and cosmic horror. Yes,
okay.
I googled that. And that's basically what Carcosa is in Saros. The entire game is using this new tech that honestly I can't remember the name of, but the point is, it allows the game to look like this.
I don't know what, like, I don't know who she used to edit this, but they like compressed the video footage like really badly. Does it look good to you guys? Because at least on mine, like it's like kind of pixelated for some reason. I have it on HD. It could just be my monitor. It's like artifact, like I'm seeing like artifacting on it and stuff. It looks flat, no?
God damn. Housemarque did not hold back on the visual department for Saros. This game looks absolutely insane.
Okay, no, that's not me. That's actually, no, it's her video encoder. Isn't it? Can I see it if I open up this? Yes, it's her video encoder. You see like the red lines that are on the video? You can see like some of them in certain places, like on screen, how it's like it's pixelated and yeah, it's the encoding.
And yes, it's a AAA Sony game, so that's kind of like expected, but still. So while Arjun is out looking for his lost team members, he rolls up on this kind of disgusting looking contraption with a bunch of hands sticking out of it, and of course thinks, I surely should just stick my hand inside of this, right? So yeah, he ends up doing that. Great idea.
Okay. Hold on. I like Storm. This is like it's a sponsored video by them, and it's yeah, and this is like very, yeah, I'm not, no shame in the game. Zero shame in the game. I do it too. We all do it. We all got to get the money sometimes, but it's a very, yeah, it's like, it's, yeah, no, zero shame. I just need something a little stronger because I'm actually interested in the game. I didn't realize that it was actually just going to be like an ad, right? No shame, we know the game. Exactly. Got to keep things going. Let's see. Whatever. I'm just not worried about it now. The problem is that like I kind of have a hard time getting excited about I kind of now have a hard time getting excited about any of this new, like any of the new games coming out on PlayStation, knowing that like a lot of these games are just not going to be on PC. Likely ever. Sponsored videos never reliable if the creator lets it color their genuine opinion. Yeah, I don't stand for that shit anymore. I did when I first got started, and I was super reliant on the income because I didn't really have a lot of choices, and like I was, coming from one job to another, and it's really easy to get bullied around, especially when you don't like have like the viewership for it. Like the viewership to be able to like stand up to some of these companies, and I didn't at the time. So like when I first got started, some of my like our first sets of like sponsored videos were pretty rough, to be honest with you. And I just like quite literally just made a commercial as a video for the like it's kind of what it ended up turning out to be. And then I just stopped taking them entirely. And then after a while, when people came back around and wanted to do it, I just put my foot down. It was like, this is what I want. This is what I want to do. This is how I'm going to talk about your game. You don't really have any say. Know who you are sponsoring. Know what is expected of me. I don't like it. The problem is a lot of the sponsorship companies will come through and they have expectations for you, how they want you to portray their game. The problem is that you're asking me to portray my game to my audience, not your audience. It would be a different story if it was your audience, but it's mine. They're expecting something different from me, and I can't give them what you want. So you need to be coming to me because you want what I have. Right? Like, you want what I have. So, like, I've largely kind of, like, while I still take them, I don't get nearly as many offers as much anymore because some of these companies do not want to hear, like, they don't want to hear a brutal, honest opinion about any of this stuff. Is really what it is. And I've gotten a couple of companies that have been asking about me recently. Some of them are actually indie games that actually got like a decent budget to be able to market their game, but they don't want to do like standard marketing. They just want to have some content creators play it and give their opinion on it. So I might end up doing some of that. Are we fucking for real right now? Greymane's patch version 1.02 is rolling out. This patch adds headgear visibility options, private storage capacity of up to 1,000 slots depending on the Greymane camp expansion level, and more. The patch is available on Steam, Epic Games Store, PlayStation, Xbox, Mac. Okay, so what's all in the patch notes? Dude. Up to 1,000 slots. You start with 240. First camp expansion gives you 100. Second, another 100, another 100, another 100. And then your final one, you get 360. Added Abyss Nexus in Pyloon. Or in Payloon. Improved visibility. Let me see if I can zoom this. There we go. Improved visibility of explosive barrels and the light reflection skill when using the light reflection skill or shining a lantern on them. Why would explosive barrels roll up if I shined a lantern on them? This game? I know. Fix an issue with combat missions where comrades would not return until the mission expired. Fix an issue with Abyss puzzle state. Dude, I forget to do the Abyss stuff. It's actually kind of fucking absurd that these guys have essentially been posting a patch, every week or every couple of days? Controls in combat. Added a movement controls option? What? The option can be selected in the main menu, other settings, input, movement controls, and offers two options, basic and classic. What? Detailed descriptions can be found in the in-game menus. Basic movement controls, hold sprint to accelerate. Oh, so they made it where you can hold sprint or repeatedly press to accelerate because some people liked it as it was before. The stamina consumption for mounts has also been adjusted with basic movement controls. Holding the sprint consumes stamina at set intervals. With basic, it's consumed each time the key is pressed. Improved conditions for using the Abyss Nexus, allowing them to use to be used even while slightly situations. Okay, that's kind of cool. Man, add an escape key guide when affected by elemental status effects. This is the shit that I'm talking about, where it's like, this is so stupid, but it's like, I've gotten frozen and shocked and had no idea how to counter it. Intuitively, I just started pressing A. I think that's what broke it, but I have no idea. I don't need a button prompt on the screen to tell me that, like, you know, keep pressing A and you know, like the fast button thing. I just need them to let me know that that is the button. Hand holding? You're one of those people that will make excuses for, like, the fucking boss runbacks in a game like fucking World of Warcraft. Dave, this is not hand-holding. This is basic usability. What are you talking about? Just because you had to deal with it doesn't mean the future players have to, or the people that are still playing have to. The baby mode add-on. Is that what it is? Pressing A or holding A to sprint is now baby mode activated. Oh my fucking God. Do not be those people. Do not be those people. Roblox is more popular than all of Steam and PS5 games combined. In 2025, they spent more than $10 billion an hour. Players spent more than 10 billion hours a month on Roblox. Bro, we are fucking cooked. You know, like the main reason why this is happening right now, the whole fucking reason this is happening right now, it all ties back to what I've been talking about. It's because of children. It's not because of children. It's because the games industry has gotten too expensive. It's because the economy has gotten too rough for people and they just can't justify or afford a lot of these game consoles or any of this shit. So, just as an example, if you can't afford a video game console, if you can't afford a computer, or you can probably still afford like a laptop for the house, which is more than enough to run Roblox. You can afford a tablet or a cell phone, and they can play Roblox on it. That's literally all this is. It's because the hobby has been so hard for people to enter anymore that now a lot of those families and a lot of those kids have slid into other ecosystems, specifically Roblox as a result. You can play Roblox on a shite phone. I bet you can. How many people play Candy Crush every day? Yeah. To be in the Xbox environment 10 to 15 years ago was fun. Now it's lost its flavor and it's meaningless. That's the other thing as well, right? So it's like, it's not even just the console price, but also at the same time, it just doesn't have the same kind of heat, right? The games itself they're not as good as anymore. They're not as good anymore. They don't have nearly as much personality. They don't have nearly as much of anything, to be honest with you. They don't really give you a whole lot of reason to want to play them. Much of the industry has basically been lost to Fortnite and Roblox because nobody can really make shit that's like worth it for a lot of these kids to want to get in and play. There's zero system sellers. You are absolutely right. There isn't a single game that is a system seller. The next system seller that we're going to see is going to be Grand Theft Auto 6, and the only reason it's going to sell systems is because it's not coming out for PC the same day. It's a third-party game, and this entire console generation is now being hinged upon a third-party company releasing a game. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. All right, we're going to just play video games. Never free scroll. You're just going to get hit with fucking crazy shit. It's just like, what a fucking algorithm poll that was. Wild Twitter poll. That's what I'm fucking saying sometimes, dude. Oh my god. Should I play Deadlock or should I play more Crimson Desert? I kind of do not want people to ever see me play Deadlock. So I'll play Crimson Desert, probably. What are your thoughts on Crimson Desert and the updates so far? The game has only continued to get better and better and better. Better and better and better. You feed the cat? I fed him before a stream. I made sure to take care of him. Not excited about Crimson Desert. It still looks like an Assassin's Creed game to me. It's not. I don't know what I could say to be able to, like, convince you that it's not. But, honestly, the fact that I'm playing it is probably proof enough. LD, can you marry Vera Dark? We need a royal couple of the anti-woke. I'm not anti-woke. And also, that's weird to say. Like, really weird to say. He's more anti-idiot? Yeah, that's actually much more accurate. I'm new to Twitch, and I'm trying Steam for the first time on my Xbox. Oh, I'm trying to stream, and I have no viewers. Any tips? No. Tennis Vejos. I think that's how I say it. I have no idea. Thank you for the 2. Crimson Desert is what Elder Scrolls 6 should be, but won't be. I do actually think that. I actually think that that's probably. Wow, man, thanks. Real help, no problem. I think that's actually probably the most accurate part, to be honest. To be real with you. Yeah. No. I think it's this game's closest comparable is probably Elder Scrolls. It doesn't have like the it doesn't have like the RPG depth that I think a lot of people are usually looking for in this. Stat points and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like, you have skill trees and whatnot, but like they're impactful, but they're not that impactful. Twitch rewards existing power. Yeah, no. The idea that you're just gonna like turn on a game console or a PC and become a streamer is dead. That doesn't happen anymore, and it never will happen. You're not gonna find viewers. Twitch is like. Look, I'll just show you, okay? So that you actually understand what I'm talking about. Otherwise people just do not understand. If you want to know why you don't have any viewers. let's say you're watching, let's say Crimson Desert, right? This is how they show anybody that goes to click on Crimson Desert. This is what it's going to show them. The people with the most viewers. If I want to find people with 0 viewers, get in the picture now? Picking up what I'm putting down? The only way that you can grow, on Twitch is to grow on a different platform. You have to stream somewhere else or something like that. Hold on, I gotta fix this real quick. The game is muted. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. The game is. No, I was just not scrolled down. I need to turn this down a little bit. Probably a lot of bit, actually. There we go. True, I found Asmon through YouTube. Yeah, you find everybody through another platform. You're not gonna, mostly because, like, you're not, I mean, think about how you actually interface with apps and interface with social media, right? Like, in most cases, you're not even looking for anything specific. I like walking up menacingly.
Thank you.
At some of these guys. Do you need help or something? Okay, you're good. Twitch is bring your audience from another platform. Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, like, I stream on Twitch for 2 reasons. I stream on Twitch, 1, because some people just genuinely like the Twitch environment better for live streams. And 2, because it gives, it also diversifies the channel in the event that anything ever happened to me on YouTube, banned or whatever it is, I don't know. Weird shit happens, people get copyright strict, right? Stuff like that happens all the time. So it's just kind of the idea of making sure that you're not having all of your eggs in one basket, and you should try to, like, have yourself placed on other places so people can find you in the event, you know, something goes down. Oh, fuck, I forgot I gotta fight this fucking boss again. About to get catfished? Yeah. Too many game devs treat gameplay as an obstacle in the way of telling a story. As much as I love The Last of Us, it hurt the industry. Last of Us, I like the first Last of Us. The second one, not so much. But no, you're absolutely right in that case. My memory is so shit, I can't even remember how I discovered you. Oh, that's the beauty of the internet, baby. That is the beauty of the internet. I hate archers. One thing that I do not like that they do in this game is they actually have you fight enemies alongside bosses, and that kind of sucks sometimes. Sometimes it's not nearly as bad, but in certain boss fights, it's just like, it's so annoying. Because usually it's just going to be like a random archer that's on the side that's just like potting arrows into you, or these assholes right here with like freeze guns. Fuck off. Now, and then the camera does this. This is the stuff, like, the one thing that I want them to fix. If I got to make a post on it on social media or whatever it is to be able to bring, like, more attention to it, the one thing that this game needs to have fixed more than anything is its fucking camera. It's the camera. Like, the camera in this game is just like, it just, the lock-on system too, I don't like it. Well, I understand that I can use the down button, but the problem is this game has so many enemies that teleport that it breaks the button all the time. What about it? It'll force you into, like, looking in a direction you're not trying to look in sometimes. Like, there'll be an enemy, like say there's an enemy, like, right here. Sometimes the camera will see how it did it right there. Like, let's say there's an enemy here that I'm trying to look at. The camera will auto turn your character around to go look at these guys over here because it has, like, your character kind of get sticky onto the characters. But I'm not trying to look in that direction. I was trying to look at that guy. But they'll still pull you over to the other person instead. Camera's just a little wonky. Also, there's certain places that you'll get to where you can't even see anything. Like, if there's too much, like, tree cover or boss fights. Where, like, there's nothing here at the moment. Trying to see. Any of the boss fights that are indoors. Any of the boss fights indoors where there's pillars and you're constantly doing this all the time. And you're fighting a boss and this is what you see. Oh, yeah, I had that with Ludwig. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that fight. Yes, I did, too. It was the most fucking annoying thing I'd ever experienced. Like, oh, my God, why? It was like, did you play this? Did you play this? Oh, he's got a fish helmet. I just realized that. I didn't see that the fish time. The fish time. How can I dodge that? Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm out of food. I just realized that. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I gotta go get food. Give up. So that means when I die. So that means what? No, I don't think I had food when I fought him the first time. I'm mad because in that one clip that I showed you guys earlier where the game crashed during the fight, I actually one-shot him. I didn't actually. I only used like some of my food and I was fine. But I apparently need to go buy food. Let's see here. I've also lost all my money to the stock market, so, you know, Or at least my gold bars that I donated. Oh, can I just make some food here? I don't know if I have enough ingredients. You're better at this game than Asmon. You learn faster. I mean, I don't like think I'm better than anybody necessarily. I just, I do usually pick up what they're trying to put down when it comes to some of these games. I don't know what this is gonna make. Asmon brute forces everything. Yeah, I try to learn as much as I possibly can. Bro, we see you got 300 silver. What the fuck did I make? A gelatinous orb? Grilled vegetables? Oh, okay. We gotta go buy some food. Let's see here. Map. Where is... They're not a oh, there's a teleport point. Let me go get the teleport point before I leave. There it is. Oh, that's not a teleport point. I got fucking baited! God damn it. Fucking hate pole arm enemies. Dudes with fucking pole arms and fucking archers. Everybody just poking you from distance. And also, I think these guys are like technically lower level, so they're not giving me like good food either. Okay.
My savior.
My savior. Is I like, oh no, there is a teleport point. Hold on. There it is. There it be. Okay, let's go buy food now. We'll go to camp first. Oops. Can't travel. Oh my god, because it's in combat. Oh my god. Okay, now I can teleport. As long as I'm not moving. Okay. Journal, map. Let's go buy food in Payloon, because I'll get like better quality here. Didn't they patch that? No, you have to stop moving, otherwise you can't teleport. Unless that was in the most recent one. I don't think it patched it before I loaded in. Ring the bell? Oh, fuck, I never... You're right, I didn't ring the bell here. Where is it? Is that it over there in the corner?
Surely you can spare but one coin.
Shut up, Brokey. Is this the bank? Yeah. Where's the food at?
Piss off, Fleabag.
Fuck off, bitch. Feel like I'm not wearing my mask right now, otherwise I'd throw down right here.
Take a look at this marbling. Pure perfection.
Solve a bunch of bullshit. I also don't like that, like, key items like this are in my inventory. Like, it's equipped. Like, I put it on the character, but then it takes it off. Because it's, like, not a wearable item. It's a used item or whatever. Anything else I need to get rid of? Doesn't look like it. Oh, Ludwig's... I never put that on to see what that looks like. I probably should check that out.
Come back whenever you crave a proper chop.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I need to buy from you. That's the whole reason I came over here. I think she sells, Orc Lady is stacked. Yeah, she's got it going on. Bear's gallbladder.
I've seen. I'll set aside.
There must be some, like, high-quality food there, huh? What do you sell?
Enjoying the day?
I'm kind of a pretty big fan of, like, their art direction when it comes to their character designs. I think it's all actually pretty cool. It's not what I would normally expect, like, giants to look like, orcs to look like, even goblins in some case. Like, their art direction on goblins is kind of interesting.
You'll find it useful. My thanks. All right.
Only the hardiest beasts dare make their home in those freezing mountains.
Oh, this is like the fish seller.
I'm guessing
Trolls, that's what they are, trolls. Buy the gallbladder, you will want it. What do I want it for?
If you land a real prize, make sure you come and show me.
Oh, you're selling some shady shit down here. I can see they got you hidden off in the corner. What you got?
Are you trying to get us caught? Hush.
You sell beef jerky and bread, bro. You're not that guy.
It's yours now. Got all the silk. Can I trust you? Don't.
No, you can't. No, you can't trust me.
To follow you.
I also want them to get rid of that. Is that a hot take? Is that a shitty thing? Am I being bad for? Am I being a bad YouTuber for saying that? Am I being bad YouTuber for saying that they should get rid of the reading mechanic and instead when I pick up the piece of paper I just learn what it is and I can read it if I want?
No crying if you lose.
Best 2 out of 3. Do your best.
Rock beat scissors. I win.
Get fucking smoked, kid!
Paper loses to scissors.
Oh! No, that one kid behind me is, like, cheating somehow. I don't know how.
Rock and rock. It's a tie.
Shit, okay.
Paper and paper. It's a tie. Scissors beats paper. I win.
Get rocked. Get rocked. Go home. Cry to your mom. Give me your money.
See you again.
Give me your money. Do I not get anything?
me know if something piques your interest.
He doesn't have a mom. He's an orphan, you monster. It's probably accurate. What is this? Oh, that's for him.
You're sure to... Oh, visitors like you are a rare treasure.
Have a good one.
I have to find the bell. Where the fuck is the bell here? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do we got going on over here? Buddy, what are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Hi.
That's not nice.
Oh, you really did that in front of me, you fucker? You stole from me right in front of me? I'm looking right at him, and he's just like...
Who the hell are you?
Shut the fuck up.
Have you been drinking on stolen coin? What if I did? It's not like I hurt anyone.
This dude is fucking smashed. Look at his face. This guy is hammered.
Oh, that bloody hurts.
He's fucking hammered. You're getting one more.
Oh, at least have the decency to bring me some ale.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your ass to jail is what I'm gonna do.
Oh, I think we'll get along much better over a pint.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You stole money
By a tavern first.
out of my pocket, dog. Like, I was standing right in front of you, and your drunk ass was just like, just reached your hand into my pocket.
Myself some ale can't possibly be a crime.
Oh, the bell's right here.
There's a
I'll come
fine
back.
tavern just down the road. What do you say?
There's a bunch more shit to buy here, too.
Who doesn't enjoy a good drink?
Uh-oh. Vandalism. It was, can I just blame it on this guy?
Only lifted a few coins for my ale.
I got a vandalism charge for knocking over fences. Well, maybe they shouldn't put them in front of my horse.
This is for you. Go take a look. Impressive work. That's the one.
Your horse can even jump? I know.
You know, we'll run out of cells at this rate. Still, you saved me some trouble. Thank you. If you find more scum in the future, bring them here.
I wonder if it's too late for me to order some dinner. I didn't think about dinner tonight at all. I don't think I really have anything to make. Check real quick. Take a peek. Hello, child. How are you, kitty cat? Maybe order some lamb since you murdered that one earlier, you monster. Oh my god, dude. Could you not? Could you not? Hybrid, thank you for the 20, man. Holy shit. Appreciate it, brother. Oh my fucking god. We've been promoting YouTube channels. Get out of here. Somebody, can somebody ban that? Thank you. Appreciate it. Use this to buy some chicken tendies, my boy. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for buying my dinner. Maybe I will have some chicken tendies. That actually does sound pretty good. Honestly, the only thing that's probably going to be open is going to be fast food now at this point because it's late here. Yeah, I think I'm cooked. I think I'm cooked. I have to do Taco Bell or Wendy's. Everything else is going to be closed. Taco Bell chicken nuggets? Does Taco Bell have chicken nuggets? Is that even a thing? Yeah, I think we have to do Wendy's. Open here is McDonald's and Taco Bell and Wendy's. Yeah, I know. A suitcase? No, where I live, we don't have White Castle here. Stop saying White Castle. Don't do that to me. Stop. If I could have White Castle, I would have White Castle. I don't have access to White Castle. I want chicken rings. Yes, I want chicken rings right now. Also, Culver's. Just go to McDonald's? I'm not going to leave. That's not how this whole thing works. All right, I got to use the bathroom. Give me a second real quick. Uno momento. Uno momento. Okay, cool. I got food on the way. Literally bought this game and still haven't played it. Well, you'll enjoy it when you do. Or at least I hope you do when you get it. Okay, where did I come from? I came from down this way, right? Wait, oh, did I miss another bounty poster? Is that what that is? Yep. I wonder if everybody in this game feels like I wonder if everybody talks behind Cliff's back the whole game and they're like, is that guy blind? Because he just, every time he comes up to me, he just shines a lantern in my face. That's what I would think. I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? I heard you need some help. Fuck, alright, dude, can you put it away? The reaction when they shine it in your face is funny. I know. I love it. They just do this to show off.
Finally, someone found me. You're really good at finding people. I guess it's my turn to be Seeker, but I need to leave now, so I can't keep playing.
Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy.
Instead,
Hi.
I'll help you see this area so much better.
Hi. I know. You're upset. You've gone multiple hours without me looking at you and paying attention. Are you proud of me, LD? Yeah, just don't tell your mom. Does this game have a set protagonist? Yeah. Yeah, it does. What do you sell?
True strength comes from the
The
soul,
hunter.
not just the steel.
Two-handed weapons of the world. Nothing crazy. I'll take the bloodstone though.
Good choice. My skills are always at your disposal.
This
Good
is
day.
Smithy,
I can mend what others deem ruined.
and this is the tavern. Stables. It looks like stables. Oh, the general goods trader.
Hello. Looking for something in particular?
Ronard.
You've got an eye for quality. Until next time, be well.
I wish Twitch had a better super chat like YouTube. I like both. I like everything. Why does it have anything? No, Twitch just has bits, doesn't it? What chapter are you on? I haven't done the main story in a while. 8.
I need something to stop customers in their
Where do we get his hat? How does he get the cool hat and we're left with the broke boy hat?
What? Goodbye for now.
We could be looking like him. Like an absolute G. What's this? Vegetable porridge.
I need something to stop. Well, business hasn't been going well lately, and I'm not sure what to do about it. I've been thinking that I should bring in some new stock. I hear there's a...
Didn't want the recipe book? I can go back for it later. It's not that big of a deal.
Smells good and tastes delicious. If you have time, could you gather some for me? Of course, you'll be rewarded.
I can't. I'm too busy trying to beat Sir Catfish. Who named that guy? Could you beat Sir Catfish? Is there any other... this is also something I am trying to... So there's some more stores over here. I don't think these are stores, though. It looks like the whole fucking town is filled with stores. Oh, I don't know. We'll go look over here. I'm trying to find more people to buy food from. I don't really feel like buying ingredients. I guess I can just go back to base. I'll just buy from base. What? Hit the wrong button, that's why. Hit the wrong button. I want that deer beanie. I know, it's really nice. Reward me with that hat? Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Maybe this is the quest that I've been looking for this whole time. So then I can fucking Staglord flex on these fools. Are they still working on that construction project?
Any particular person in mind?
Oh, that's right. I took them off.
There's no one better than me when it comes to managing.
They need to go farm wood, stone, armor. I have to donate armor, don't I? No, they can do this. No, I need you guys to farm stone. I'll send you guys. And then we need stone. Lumber mill, wood. How am I not friendly with this faction? Do I need to just go, like, chat with these people? Is that all it is? What? I need more people to send there? I don't need full-scale mining. No. I want to do the Payloon construction project, but I don't have enough people to work on it. I'm still missing one person before I can do it.
If you need a particular person in mind, I'll arrange it for you.
It's about time you got hungry.
When do you unlock the ability to play as the other characters? I don't feel like I see anybody use it because it takes a really long time to do. That's why. When it happens, I couldn't tell you. How it happens, I couldn't tell you.
It's gonna be.
I think I do now, actually. Now that you say that, I think I do have access to Anka. Yeah, so I can summon him. And I think he'll show up at like the nearest, at the next teleport point. Do I have to summon him here? Unable, see, I don't understand it. I don't get it. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. All right, let's go kill that boss really quick. What is it? Quests. Where's that boss fight? It's right here, right? Yeah. Go kill this fool. Are you trying to summon Unka? I already did, but it didn't work. It didn't work. Bender, thank you for the 5. Have you done any of the research projects for the Pokerine of the Institute yet? They unlock upgrades such as crafting faded abyss artifacts. What? The Institute. I've never been back to the Institute since I did the like the fucking whatever it is. Is there like quests that I'm supposed to do there that I haven't done yet? Are they a faction? Where's their faction rep at? I've been doing like these here, right? Like I did the Hernand ones. Have I not unlocked them as a faction somehow? The Shy Village in the forest of East Hernand. Yeah, the Pokerine. Yeah, these ones here. I haven't gotten any new quests for them yet. I've done everything I can. I don't know how you unlock more. I don't even know how you unlock any of this shit. The research is crucial for progress. You said the Pokerine, right? Is that what you guys are talking about? Or are you guys talking about the Institute? Research projects for the Pokerine or the Institute yet? I don't even think I have the Institute unlocked as an ability to like build their faction rep. Am I just not seeing it? House of Sorrow. Do I need to go there and talk to them? Go to the institute. I'm going to do it after this boss fight. I'll do it after the boss fight. All right, let's take this guy. Let's take this asshole out.
Bow down. Worship the god of the sea or die.
Oh, that's how you get replenishing arrows? Oh, I don't even play arrow. That was so cheap. I tried to do the body slam, but I don't think I have it unlocked anymore because I think I unlocked the body slam during the save where it crashed. So I tried doing the body slam, but then nothing happened and I just fell and hit the fucking ground. I'm like, oh, this is going to be cool. And my character's just like, no, it's not. I don't see what I'm getting hit by. Oh my god. Ow, fucker. God damn. Oh, shit. Fuck that up. Oh! We got this. Why is that? The amount of body juggling that happens to you in this game is fucking absurd. Okay. Please stop. Please stop. The amount of body juggling in this game. And it's also like not even just the body juggling. It's like there's just I love this game. I love this game. I love this game so much. But there are like design decisions that make me sit here and like wonder what was going through your head. Let's make a boss fight where the entire time that you're fighting this boss that has very obscured attacks because they're using these water abilities and can swim underground, while you're fighting that boss the entire time, let's have the enemies around you shoot arrows at you. So you're constantly being like stunned out of whatever you're doing. It's so stupid. It's like, why? You didn't need that. It was so... Your mind cannot comprehend this genius? Yeah, apparently not. Some special equipment must be assigned to a slot or the bottom right button to be able to use it. Oh, I got his helmet. Catfish plate helmet. Use special equipment. What? Why are they giving me all these like weird items now? I'm just gonna wear this. This is like fucking like. I'm just gonna look like an. Am I not just gonna look like a G? Where's the cloak at? Let me throw this on. Oh my god. I am fucking fish god. What happens if I use the triggers? What does it do? Daze immunity, remove heat. Do you play Crimson Desert with mouse and keyboard or controller? I play with controller. All right, I like my other cloak better. It just goes way too hard. I'll keep the helmet though. I can upgrade it. I keep the bear stuff because I have a bear cloak and a bear hood, and I wear these when I go to colder areas because you end up getting that fucking stamina debuff that sucks. Summon the chief to report the situation. Where's the chief at? I saved your town, fool. The town is saved. I have a hot and cold cloak. Is there a cold? There's one for there's one to cool you as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to check to see where my food's at. Okay, it's we got. We should be here any minute, actually. Wait a minute. It's weird. All right.
Yeah.
There's an enemy still left? Oh, one of my favorite things to do. I love doing this.
Please, don't end my day.
For the archers in their tower.
Please, hear me out.
That'll fix that.
Release me, I beg you. Why, thank you.
Just stand there and take it. Like after a couple minutes, you'll just hear. Ah! What? It's the little things that add up when you play games like these. Like the little things that entertain you, that you find funny, that or whatever it is that, you know. All that stuff over time just kind of like adds up to making a much more flavorful experience.
I heard the commotion from the village. Did you take on their leader?
Yes.
Praise Solomon. Thank you. Things
Burning
have
shit with the sword is awesome. Yeah, it's fun.
There's no need to worry.
Indeed. Whatever's left of them shouldn't come bothering us.
Bum, bum. Oh, that's cool. It turned into like a proper village.
What's going on?
Please, I'm looking for my daughter Rosa.
That's way more sadistic, though. I love it. Yeah, I know. It's better.
Those pirates snatched her away. I don't know what to do. She's all I have. She's everything to me. I have no reason to live without her.
Is it a goat? Am I going to save a goat?
I just can't imagine my life.
I think something that's like really, really fucking cool about this game is the fact that like after it rains,
There's nothing for. If you land
after it rains, everything is wet. Like most games wouldn't have, like they have so much like weird attention to detail in this game that is like so cool.
I'm guessing I'd be honored to.
Right? Like look, the surface of everything is wet after like and you can hear it under your boots. Like the sound design and the like environmental design in this game is like next level. On a custom built engine. Like the surfaces of the walls, the rocks. You can hear the squish of the like mud under your boots because the ground is wet.
Is there anything special you're after?
Puddles and shallows dry slower. That's crazy.
Rise to your heart. Should you need anything, you know where to find me.
Take a look at
Let me grab my food real quick. I'll be right back.
pure perfection.
All right. Oh. None of these fools follow the directions. This is why we need proprietary engines. The rush to use UA5, I don't understand. It's because the industry wants to save money and they want to industrialize. One of the reasons why a lot of people are like, there's two main reasons that are driving Unreal Engine 5. 3. 1, it does an effective job at essentially like faking and making your game look better than what it actually is going to be, like fidelity, right? What'd you get? Baconator. It fakes the fidelity, making the game look like your team is far more skilled than they actually are. That's 1. 2, it industrializes the industry in a way that makes it where game development, I don't have to worry about you being trained on, I don't have to worry about training you on my engine, right? Instead, what I do is I hire a game developer, and all game developers know, use, and fully understand all the exact same tools, makes them very easy to be interchanged. Swap them out whenever you want, right? You don't really need to worry about like continued. I don't need people to be super. I don't need people to be like super experienced in a certain engine or whatever it is, right? Makes layoffs and replacing talent much easier. The other one is, it's all of the free work that gets done, all the AI bullshit in the background. First time here, welcome to the stream, buddy. Also, Fortnite. What does Fortnite have to do with anything? I don't think Fortnite has anything to do with anything.
Come back whenever you crave a proper chop.
I guess I'm gonna go find her daughter.
Plenty of fish.
I didn't need to teleport. I should just ran. Whatever, it's no big deal. Making me miss my Wendy's discount only a little bit. Wendy's discount. The best discount I ever had was when I worked at GameStop, and because we were next door to Jimmy John's, they gave us a store discount just because we were in the neighborhood.
Look at what instead of what you went wrong. I live for this. I'll enjoy
Well, that solves that problem. Where's my dog? Actually, where is my dog? Why don't I have access to my dog? This ever happen to you guys where like your dog just disappears? It's like, okay, I guess I don't have it for a while, and then all of a sudden it just reappears? Inventory for pets? No, it's just my horse. Oh, summon pet. How did he get unsummoned? Clean this place up. Trying out Resident Evil 9 on the Switch 2, and I cannot believe the magic Capcom worked. It's funny how good the RE9 engine is. Sorry, it's funny how good the RE engine is when it's actually being used for the game it's intended for. They should have used something entirely different for, Monster Hunter. It looks like Monster Hunter's gotten a lot better with performance upgrades, but still.
Thank you for saving me.
Your mother sent me. Come on, let's get moving.
Wait a moment. If someone doesn't deal with those damn pirates for good, they'll only come back to trouble us again. Maybe you could finish them off. There aren't many left. I'll wait here. Please, take care of them.
Of course.
We don't mean to defeat the pirates. The pirates are already dead, bitch. You ready to go? Come on. Defeat the... Oh, she wants me to defeat the pirates on the ship. Oh, okay. I think I actually have to... I can't take you over there. Oh, I should just take a boat. I'm an idiot. Is it all fish? Oh, it's raining again. What is that? Oh, fuck, those are mines. Oh, my God! Oh, God, no! Oh, no, 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 no! And cannons? I'm in a rowboat, you fucking psychos! Dismount. No, I don't want to operate. I was trying to jump and just jump my way up there. It's fine. That's what it's... Okay, 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 okay. I get it, I get it, I get it. Can I just get me out of the boat? Oh no, I'm gonna fall off. So stupid. Okay, I'm just gonna use the fucking ladder. I can't see. Can't see. Are you still alive? We did. He'll be all right. Is this my ship now? Do I get to go sail the seas now? I would not doubt it, to be honest with you. That's probably going to be the update. That'll be the expansion they do. The first expansion. Okay, now you can sail. Now you can sail to like 7 islands that are the same size as this as the original starting mainland. Okay. Back here. Ooh. LD is going to the Grand Line. You can't tell me that wouldn't be sick. You can't tell me you wouldn't go out in search of the One Piece. God damn it. What else did I get? A motherfucking pirate hat? Motherfucking pirate hat? Detect treasure? Oh, that's kind of cool. We need to upgrade it. It doesn't have like shit for fucking defense. But now I can detect treasure. Whatever that means. Oh, sorry. Whatever that means. All right, let's go back to this chick. Where's she at? You're still sitting off in the corner over there? You need to go back to the village. Long stream, LD? I usually go for like 7 hours typically. On average, you like 6 to 7. 8 hours on a fucking wild night. We've done crazy streams in the past. A long time ago, I was doing like 12-hour streams like a fucking psycho. I was literally doing streams that were like 11 to 11 when I first started streaming. "12-hour stream, let's go." Fuck no. Hell no. We don't do that anymore. That is unhealthy behavior.
I'm glad you made it back. Have you dealt with the pirates?
The One Piece is the friends that we made along the way? Probably, yeah.
Good. Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry to ask, but might you help me?
Just jumped over to YouTube and you were still going? Yeah. Yeah, you know. It goes like that. What have you been up to, Destin?
I need to get back home. I need to get back home.
We should grab lunch sometime, man, before I end up leaving, the state. Won't be very long. Not a ton chasing my kids, B-Day this Sunday. Fuck. Your birthday or kid's birthday? You do that research yet? I went and got my food. I saved this entire village from pirates. And you're asking me if I ran off to go and talk to some fucking nerd village. No, Bender. I have not. I'm busy being a hero to the people rather than going off to go fucking do the Revenge of the Nerds. I'm gonna go do it in a second. gonna do it right after this, actually. Your birthday, probably in a week or two. Yeah, just let me know.
Rosa. Oh, my Rosa.
Feisty permanently, yeah.
Solomon hurt me. Did they hurt you? You're unharmed.
No, I'm fine, Mum.
Oh, I thought I'd never see her again.
What a relief.
Forgive us. We have little to spare. Please, accept this as a token of our thanks. Oh, Rosa, if they hadn't have found you, I dread to think.
It's... Here, I don't know what else to give you. Here's a hose. All right, so Bender, what do I got to do? This is sprayer that waters crops in the garden. Okay. The amount of shit they put... By the way, this game is cynical. This game is cynical in its design. You know, it's just an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff. They don't actually care. It's there to make money. That's why they put in an entire farm system to make it where you can go and water crops with like a fucking crop fucking hose thing. How do you trigger this fight? I just want to fight catfish. I have no idea how you trigger the fight. That just kind of happened, honestly. Okay, Bender, where do I gotta go? The Institute? Is that what you said? How do I trigger their quest line is the question. This is the Institute here, isn't it? Yeah. Pororine? Which one? One of you guys said the Institute, and then the other one said Pororine. The Institute or Pororine? Which one? You gotta pick one, because I can't do both. I mean, I can't, like, I showed you guys already. Look at my journal. If you go to my faction quests, Sunrise, Ember, so that's Greymanes, Hernand, Celeste, Solomon, the Commission, Hernand Commissions, Hernand Requests, Hernand Politics. I have the Pororine Forest Guardians. I do not have access to anything in this place. And this is where this is at. There's nothing available. There's no quest available right now. Both, there are 5 research locations. Both have research. What is research? You guys keep saying research. What is research? It's a Oh, research is a vendor on your map. Okay, see, I thought it was a quest. Oh. No. It's this guy? That's probably a vendor, right? Is it this stuff? The Abyss Battery? Contribution shop? The South vendor, this guy?
Now, if only I had a cup of honey tea, I could finally relax. I always start my research with a warm brew to clear my head. Maybe it's because I've run out, but my thoughts just won't come together today. I have some important work ahead, and this mental fog is really getting in the way. Could you possibly find me a cup of tea somewhere nearby?
I think it's really cool the way that they have portrayed elves, or not elves, sorry, the way that they have portrayed trolls in this, because I don't think I've ever seen a piece of fantasy media where trolls were expressed as like the highly intelligent race. Where trolls were like represented as scholars. There's probably examples, but I have never experienced any piece of media that trolls were the scholars. Same with Porin. There's a okay. So, but this is a quest he gave me, which is for something else, right? You want me to go 400 yards away to get you fucking tea, dude? To get you tea? This is probably just a quest, but whatever, I'm gonna do it anyway. Because you can't tell me not to. Especially when I get to dive off this fucking dope-ass cliff and fly. And then die. I'm kidding. And then die. I'm kidding. If you guys want to know, I'll show you guys right now. And this is probably true for a lot of you guys. There was a moment where I was playing this game where, like, after, like, some of the frustrations and the hang-ups and the things where I was like, this, oh my god, this camera is annoying and the, you know, this menu is annoying and the controls are annoying and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I was so done with playing this game. And then I was right here. And I was just like, all right, let me hear him out. You know what I mean? Why don't I just hear, let me just hear him out. Maybe I should just let him cook. Right here, I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just let these guys cook. Did you play Dragon's Dogma? Yeah, I beat Dark Arisen and Dragon's Dogma 2. Dark Arisen is still the superior game. The performance really bothered me with Dragon's Dogma 2, like really bad. The stuttering was fucking obnoxious as shit. But like Dragon's Dogma 2 taught me that the real problem was actually the game's creator the entire time. Like, a lot of people thought that, like, the game's creator was actually some fucking genius. He's actually just some disorganized guy that just can't fucking... He just can't get it together. There is no grand master plan or grander vision. It was just an incomplete... It's just an incomplete vision no matter how much time or money you give him. Why would they make just another BDO? I mean, that's your opinion. I don't really think this is BDO. I mean, it has similarities, but it's not the same game. Not by a long shot. Oh, we're talking about Dragon's Dogma, not this. Not mind the guy right above. Oh, I don't see Crimson Desert going MMO. No. Crimson Desert is not going to go MMO. They're going to put in co-op. I could see them doing that to make it where you and a friend can just run around and do shit. Any rumors of a DLC? They're not going to give any DLC to Dragon's Dogma 2. It didn't meet their sales goals, and they don't have any interest in going back and revisiting it. I don't think they're going to do it at all. I've seen the subreddit for Dragon's Dogma talk about it and like cope and be like, guys, this is it. It's finally coming. I don't think they have any interest in going back to it, to be honest. I think this is the last that we ever see of Dragon's Dogma ever again. Yo, bro, watch a lot of your videos on Asmongold's stream, and you make great videos. This is my first time catching your stream. W. Well, welcome to the stream, my guy. Welcome to the stream. I haven't played it, but I first thought this was SP BDO. What does SP mean? Or do you mean like single player BDO? And even the reviewers haven't scratched the surface of the depths of this game from what I've seen. Most people haven't. I haven't. I have 100 hours into it, and I'm not even close. I'm not even close. There's so much, like, you have to keep in mind, like, I put 100 hours into this game, and one, look how much map I still haven't discovered. There's still cracks in the map on this side that I haven't gotten to. I haven't gone to this northern area up here. I haven't been to the Crimson Desert yet at all. Nor I haven't been to Delegia, or I ran through Demonis because I wanted a piece of equipment, a piece of armor. I wanted a piece of armor that I wanted, so I ran there to go get that piece of armor and then leave. There's like massive fucking swaths of this game that I've not even touched. And on top of that, even in the areas that are technically like discovered, there is tons of shit like I haven't even discovered. Even these like small caves and stuff like that. I'm not even sure I've even explored all of these. Like I probably know of them. Like I got knowledge that it exists. Like I've definitely not been to this. I've never been here. Like, cause you gain knowledge of an area sometimes through different stuff. But yeah. Got any element unlocked yet? How do you unlock elemental attacks? I still haven't been able to figure that out. Can somebody please ban that fucking bot on Twitch? I don't know if any mods are still up.
Need a rest? You're in the right spot.
Looks like I'm getting mod checked. There we go. My initial thought was typical, wide as an ocean, shallow as a pool, but this game is turning out to be something pretty special. It is very special. Far more than I think a lot of people are leading on. I think like some people are doing a good job to try to explain to players exactly how deep it actually goes, but yeah, it's definitely not as wide as an ocean, as deep as a puddle. It is deep. It is very deep.
Hope you have a pleasant time.
Hope you have a pleasant time.
Thanks, as always. Need anything else in particular?
Nope, just buying all your food so that way I don't gotta worry about it later. Hey, what up, boys?
I am not sure I can be of service.
Oh, okay. They're so like politely spoken. She reminds me of my first ex-wife. There you go. X says, is your husband also play Crimson Desert? What the fuck are you talking about? You talking to somebody in chat? You better not be talking to me, motherfucker. I'll slap the dick out your mouth. What is your rank in Deadlock? Bro, I am trash. I'm like actual trash at Deadlock. I only have like 60 hours in or 50 hours in, and I've literally done nothing but play Page, and I think I'm like Initiate 3. Like I'm barely scratching the surface of that game. I haven't played it all.
Feels like my head's about to
The Institute.
Oh, hold on, let me finish this quest. Here, take your juice. Take your juice. Here.
This tea. Oh, guess it smells.
Yeah, no, I'm just getting started. I still have to learn how to play the game.
Oh, thanks to you, my head's finally clearing. My door is always open to you, should you want to conduct your own research.
And by learn to play the game, I mean play more than just Page. I have a pretty solid understanding, ish. I still haven't really figured out like the strategy of like when to like rotate and stuff like that. When to be like outside of like I just try to stay in my lane until my lane is won. Unless it gets lost, and then you just do what you can, right? You float to other lanes and try to stem the bleed wherever else you go. But I try to win my lane first, and then once my lane is won, then I start floating at other places. But I'm playing as Page, so I'm playing like support, right? So, yeah. Play it, bro. Doesn't matter if you're trash. I do. I play it all the time. You're gonna be trash for a long time. Is the game worth the full price? That is something that widely depends on you. I talked about this a couple times already. That like how do I bring this up the right way? Like I can't recommend something that takes me past a return window to be able to recommend. So it's up to you to be able to cross that bridge. If you think you share the same taste that I do and you really love open world games that are pretty janky but have a shitload of gameplay to offer and a ton of systems to engage with, and you have a high tolerance for jank, then you'll like it. Damocles, thank you for the Prime, brother. Appreciate that. If you think you have a high tolerance for jank, then give it a shot. But the game is definitely not going to show you what it is or how big it is in the first 2 hours. Fair take. I have maybe 2 hours a day. Yeah. Got to be Sunrock? No, it's nothing as bad as that. It's nothing as bad as that. It's not like, oh, I played the most garbage game ever. It's not a garbage game at all. So what is this? Abyssal Investment Researcher. So the first research phenomenon. Is this actually 2 hours of real time or 2 hours of 2 hours of like human time or video game time? I had to step away. You guys don't gotta worry about it. I mean, it's the chats have like largely died down since I switched to playing a game. In game time. So I just gotta sleep and this research is done. Oh. Beekeeper Blueprint? Beekeeper Gear Blueprint. What are gears?
A spark of I will have new areas of research ready for you when you return.
I bet. Is there anything else cool here? Another quest over here. Medium bag. I think you said there's another one at Pororine. Where is Pororine? Isn't it down here? No. No, that's no. Here? I still need to do that too. I keep forgetting to do that. These are like the montañas here? No, that's the bamboo thing. Factions? Who this? Trembling Village. There it is. Is there a portal here that I missed? And also, what is this, like, this thing here? That must be the research that I'm missing. I would imagine. That's like the research tree. They didn't explain any of this. Was there ever something that actually popped up showing that this is there's a research tree that you need to do for the villages? Was there a tooltip, or did they really just like throw a random research like node tree on the map and said, well, hopefully they understand what this is? I've been wondering about that this entire time. Like, I was like, what the fuck is that? Is that like a building? I always thought it was for like my, I thought it was for my troops. For my guys to go there and like build something. Legendary Drops have been on the fence about buying this game. Is it worth it? Personally, story games are my jam, and I heard the story isn't very moving, then you're not going to like it. If you need a story to be able to motivate you, then you're not going to like this game. The story is only here to move you through the game's world. It's your idea to find the adventure. It is only a vehicle to move you through the world. The fucking deer just fucking destroyed all their pots for like no reason too. What's in this? Oh, it's like a porine brazier.
I've got something to ask you. Quick! It's a pilot! Surrender!
Have you played Warframe? No, I never have.
Be silly sprite.
What's happening here?
Seriously. Look, I need to know. Does this place really exist? Well, you
Why, is it any good?
didn't you?
Maybe I'll try it sometime.
Adventure journal.
Make a video series off of it or something.
I said quit it, little brain. So, is there...
Perhaps. There might be.
Really? You heard them? We should go and look for it. Our adventure begins. Ha!
It's always the same with them.
Poland?
Why are they so desperate to see the outside world? They only end up causing chaos when they wander off.
Why does she have like an adult voice?
Could you send any you happen to run into back here?
All right.
You will? Maybe you should take this. It seems to have filled their heads with thoughts of wild adventures.
Where's the vendor? Oh, that's the dye house. Okay, I gotta go talk to that guy. This is the vendor. This is the researcher. What's this? Do I need to find somebody's donkey? Have you played Black Desert? No. Also, for the person that asked me if I played Warframe, I was fucking with you. I thought you were fucking with me. Yeah, I've played... Of course I played Warframe. I have a whole video series on my channel about it. I think that person actually took me seriously. I took them seriously at the same time. I was like, wait, are they like fucking with me? I didn't take them seriously. They took me seriously. Now, to be fair, I have not played Warframe in a few months at the very least. I'm removed on probably... I finished 1999, I think.
people.
Why you look so sweaty, kid? Dog outfits! Dog hats! Dog armor! What? He wear a hat? He wear a hat?
Cats will love it. My goods are... Until next time, friend.
It's not the researcher, but sometimes it's not the researcher, it's the journey. I have to choose one or the other. I can make him a little archer, or I can make him a little knight. Ah. Mr. Wharfs. Where are you? Just like fucking stuck up there. Okay. That was entertaining. So this is the researcher over here then. Oh, there's so many cats to adopt here. Look at all these guys. I gotta find one that looks like mine. Look at him. Look at him. Look at his hat.
I want to see the world outside the village.
No, you don't. Ah, sorry. I don't want to scare the cats away. I did it anyway. I'm trying to look for a cat that looks like my cat. Wait a minute. Excuse me, sir. Can I see you? Oh, you're just a black cat. I wonder if there's one here that looks like mine. It needs to be black all over, but have an white under his neck. I don't think that they have them colored like that. I think that it looks kind of repetitive, actually. There's an orange boy. I haven't seen one of these. It looks like a lion. Where are you going? It's amazing how many different pets you can have in this game. Yeah, I guess apparently you can catch as many as you want, and then I guess a lot of people literally just fill their base with animals. Which, yeah, that sounds about right. I watched the podcast, the Skill Up podcast, and it's really funny to see because, like, keep in mind that, like, outside of Ralph, like, anybody else that's usually on there is usually somebody either from the games industry or somebody that is a, like, professional games journalist working for, like, an actual outlet, right? And I found it, like, really funny to see that, like, homeboy from Gamer Ranks is like, yeah, I fucking love it. I think it's great. I'm having a lot of fun with it. And then homegirl from GameSpot is like, Yeah, I saw what everybody else said about it. I'm, you know, there's other games I want to play, and I'm like, bruh. What the fuck? Okay. And like she had like kind of like a preconceived negative notion on the entire game, kind of proving my entire theory about how a lot of these people just like they walk in with assumptions. I watched that too. Yeah, it bothered the fuck out of me. Usually I really I can't remember what her name is. Usually I really like her. But like in this case I was like really, dude? You just like nah. It's like, all right, I guess. I don't know what else to say. And then you could watch the entire time as she's like listening to like Ralph and Homeboy talking about it. And the whole time she's like, huh, this game doesn't really sound anything like what everybody said it was. Oh, I didn't know about that. Oh, I didn't know about that. It's just like, well, maybe you shouldn't have jumped to conclusions just because a couple of your game journalist buddies were like, the writing is the writing is not postmodern, and its representation of people with disabilities and people with different backgrounds is not up to my standards. I went in expecting a Shakespearean telling of how this land needed to be freed from the white man. But instead, I found it to be rife with toxic masculinity.
I'm making a potion that gives you lots of energy.
Absolutely oozing with it.
If I had them,
Have you given the game a final rating?
really fast.
I think that ratings are...
And I promise you'll be very surprised with what I make. I might even tell you some interesting news later. Could you go find some herbs for me, please? I'm counting on you.
I get my own hair in my mouth. My hair's too long. I think ratings are lame. I think ratings are retarded. I think ratings are stupid as fuck.
Let's think of ways to make things even more fun, okay?
Do I like it? Do I not like it? That's where I sit. Herd mentality? Yeah. Well, plus on top of that, like, rating systems kind of suck ass to begin with. Because, like, rating systems are all predicated on the idea that you're going to buy something above a certain score and never below. So a rating system of, like, let's say 6 and below is a bad game. So 6 and below doesn't even matter. 1 through 6, rating a game 1 through 6 literally does not matter because that is just a bad video game. It's not worth your money. A 7 is mid. 8, 9, 10 is a good game. Tell me I'm wrong. Anything below a 6 is just theater. That's all it is. I thought 5 was average. How many average games do you play? And tell me if they've ever gotten a 5. Think about it like that. Crimson Desert is a 6, so it's a bad game. 100% terrible. A 10 is unrealistic. There's no such thing as a perfect game. No, not true. Tetris. Tetris is a perfect game. Instead of dumb scoring, people should tell what's in the game and then inform them so they can figure it out for themselves. Yeah, like a number is not going to do anything to lead you in any direction, right? All I can tell you is my personal experience and be like, it took me about 6 hours before I really started enjoying this game. And then as I continued to play it, I was continually frustrated, but I played through those frustrations because there's such a great adventure and a wealth of content and things to do on the other side. You must complete their assignment. Oh, okay. Gotta do their mission first.
Discovery next time, I promise.
How about you shut the fuck up? This game is so cool. The lighting's a little bit wonky, but they just have like such cool like environments and like weird shit in their world. An absolute fucking an absolute masterclass on just like, it makes me so fucking mad that I'm reading about journalists and game developers that are shitting on this game, calling it fucking cynical, when it was very obvious that these dudes literally just could not. It's so obvious that they just love making games so much and loved making this game so much that they couldn't stop. They just couldn't stop. They just had to keep making more game. And it's not, that doesn't necessarily mean that these guys are like so incredibly talented that like, you know, it's just this this masterpiece. No, it's just like, even shit that they have no experience in, even shit that they had no business making, they still tried to do it anyway because why the fuck not? They called this game cynical? Yeah, they said its use of mechanics is cynical. Because it's trying to be a... it's trying to do everything. Oh, gather lavender. I can grind another 400 hours in peace. I mean, I'm going to play this game for a long time. I think even after I have, like, my initial go of it, like, as a content creator, where, like, you want to keep playing and following and seeing what's going on with the game just to, like, see, like, what the community talks about and is interested in, or if I find something that I'm interested in talking about again, which I did. But I think even after that phase is done, even after I beat the game in a classical sense, like in a main story campaign sense, I could still see myself playing for quite a while, just exploring the world, doing whatever. Plus, on top of that, the thing is that from like a lot of the language the developers have been using, it sounds like they're going to support this game for free. I'm going to hold my breath and wait. But I think that they are doing the same. Like, I think that these Korean developers watch Legendary drops. I think that's what it is. It's me. I'm taking credit for all of it. No, I think what's going on is that I think that these guys are choosing to take a completely different path than the rest of the industry because they recognize how fucked up everything has gotten. And they see that there is like a massive opportunity to steal so much of the competition, steal so much of their audience, and all they have to do is just provide the opposite of what everybody else is doing. And what I mean by that is that look at how Shift Up, a company that is largely making its money off of a mobile game, makes Stellar Blade, a AAA, double A, AAA, kind of somewhere in the middle there, makes a really good third-person action game, and then supports it with free content. All the outfits, downloadable, like all DLC, new missions, crossovers, a bunch of different shit, right? And then, now all of a sudden we hear about Pearl Abyss, another company that has made a lot of fucking money off of a game that has some pretty... Let's be honest, BDO has some really bad monetization. It's a very predatory game in a lot of ways. Then goes and makes a full-priced AAA premium game, and now they're talking about how they have no plans for paid DLC zero plans for paid DLC, they're going to support it for free. I don't know how people are like. I don't know how people are connecting the dots on that. I think that some of these Korean developers and also some of these Chinese developers are seeing this massive opportunity that that's never been there for them before, and they have an opportunity just to run in and just sweep the audiences away. If we can provide games that these players are asking for, not necessarily like making exactly the game people are asking for, but instead just like the idea of like, okay, well, these people are saying that these aren't the kind of games they want. They want games to be like they used to, like this and like this, like this. They just go make those. They say that they don't like the monetization. They don't like this. They don't like that. Well, we'll just go make those. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. We're selling a bunch of fucking copies. Whoa, wait a minute. They're all making videos talking about how great our games are and how much they really appreciate everything we're doing. And now we're getting this feedback of all this feedback of positivity. That's how it works.
I just thought of something really amazing.
I'm alpha testing a Chinese game right now. They're daring to push the envelope in some of these genres. They are 100%. What I don't think that the Western games industry realizes is that they don't have anything to lose over there. These are new entrants into a market, and they're coming in largely pretty low to the ground with some of these games. Some of these games are definitely spending a shitload of money, but yeah. About to fight the Stag Lord? Nah, he ain't nothing. Just parry his bitch ass. Parry his bitch ass and unlock Sword Flash as quickly as you can. And then just abuse the fuck out of it. Who would guess time slowing and getting multiple hits on a boss would be very broken? Have you seen the latest patch? These devs are crazy. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I hope Pearl Abyss's CEO has enough clout to push back on investors. Honestly, the investors need to act like little bitch ass. The investors need to fucking chill out, because they just got bitched out because these hoes ran in the moment in the final hour, only to see the company like immediately rebound. What?
Right.
Oh, I didn't do the thing.
I'll find lots of amazing things.
Hand over.
Wow, you actually brought them? Thank
I did.
you so much.
No problem.
Now I can make you a potion that'll give you loads and loads of energy.
Please do that.
I can't wait to start. And come visit me anytime if you ever have a question for me.
Okay.
Learning's easy peasy. Just have fun with it.
Why did your voice change? Did you notice that? She had a much like deeper, more mature voice, and then when you go to talk to her as a like on the quest, but then when you go to talk to her as a shop, she's like,
"All right, let's take a look at my wares."
You hear about the Lord of the Rings? Yeah, we talked about that earlier too.
Let's think of ways to make things even more fun, okay?
What is this for? Shadow Leaf Disguise? Replenish arrows. Oh. Why can't I look at the rest of the research?
Interesting stuff left to see. See you next time.
Are those the only ones? I thought I had seen another one at some point. Maybe I was probably just imagining things. This map is so fucking big, dude. Oh, this is done already? Shit. Type shit. Stop. This whole time, my cat has been doing this thing where he lays next to, like, near where my food is, but not close enough that it's gonna bother me. And then slowly the entire time continues to do this, like, stretch. And just, what if I put my paw, like, right next to it? And I'm like, stop. And then he's like, okay. And then he adjusts where he's laying, and he's like, oh, what if I put, like, my head right next to it? He's working hard for it. I fed him, and on top of feeding him, I gave him a treat before I ate. So then that way he should be sated. So that was 2 hours. These are all 8 hours. Skyroot research, cloud cart efficiency. What? The power of the abyss is immeasurably vast. Its true nature still shrouded in mystery. This research explores ways to directly control and assimilate the power of the abyss into the body. Completing this research allows health to surpass its limits. Oh, wow. You get a jetpack as well? What the fuck? Abyss energy applicable device. The Thunder Pack Mark II. What the fuck is wrong with this game? Skyroot research. But I can't research any of this stuff now? Not enough knowledge required for the research? I'm out of knowledge? I'm too stupid? Where's the knowledge points? How do I track to see? All this says is that, like, required resource 9. It says 9 gold. I have the 9 I have the 9 silver. Do the quest? What quest?
We shall speak again later.
To begin certain research projects, specific knowledge may be required. Talk to the researcher and help. Oh. Talk to the researcher and help. Okay. Talk with researchers and help resolve their concerns to learn the fundamentals in their field to start new research projects. Now it's giving me quests. I see. So now this is open up the faction stuff for these guys. I gotcha. Does it actually show them in the faction quest now? Or my journal? Sure does. Yep. There they are now. Big fuck up on the side of the developers with this, though, is that they should have actually, this is critical path. This is critical path for game progression. This shouldn't have just been an NPC that, I had to go discover, and then when I discover him, then he's like, oh, now do you want to do this quest that's locked behind this, critical, progression path within the game? This should have, this Solastone Research Institution, the beginning quest where I go to get him his tea, this should have popped up in here right after I explored this area. Right after I did the main quest here, this should have popped up somewhere in my side stuff. In your inventory, it has a menu to look at knowledge. I believe the things you discovered contribute to your knowledge, I think. Oh, man. Yeah, there is some of that. Well, the knowledge stuff, it just reveals stuff on the map. That's all it does. I love this game. Sorry. I love this game, but it's a hot mess. But man, is it fun? That's my point. Like, I fucking love playing the game. The game is an absolute blast. I really do enjoy it. But at the same time, there's just these like minor things where it's just like, boys, like zero explanation on a core progression path in the game to unlock some of the coolest shit in your game. What are you doing? And the only way that you would find it is if you just randomly got the idea to go back to this place and look for NPCs that you hadn't talked to. Was your expectation that the minute that I got to a place, I would go talk to every NPC in the town? Nobody does that. I'm sure a couple people do, but not enough for you to be able to justify not just blatantly telling the player, hey, you need to go talk to this guy. And what I find funny is that like people will defend that. That is just straight up bad game design. It is. And it's okay that it is. It's 100% okay that it's bad. Like, fuck ups happen, especially when you're trying to make a game this big. But when you see shit like that, and then you talk about it, and then some people are like, oh, so you want them to make the game for babies? No, I don't want them to make a game. I don't want them to make the game like they're retarded. I love that you get punished for not exploring every inch of the map. I mean, that's not getting punished for not exploring every inch of the map. That's me not walking around and talking to every fucking NPC in a town. In most cases, I do not need to use every single... And by the way, that would be different if there was actually a level of experience there. Or if there was something more rewarding to that experience. But as an example, when I first started the stream, I was walking around unlocking the exact same NPCs that are in Hernand. It's the exact same people. So you would probably never even think about it when you go to some of these places, whether you want to talk and unlock every single NPC and talk to them all, because there's really just no reason for you to. Because mostly it's things that you're going to get back at camp, or more it's going to be things you're going to get back when you go to the like main city in Hernand. No, these are not, and that's the difference too, because I saw somebody just say, when the game is making honest mistakes, these are very, very non-intentional. These are very non-intentional. You know what I mean? Like, these are mistakes that these guys are making that, like, they just never even thought about. And it's just because, like, player, accessibility and general game feel were never a thing in their mind. They were just like, how much can we do? That's the only question they asked, and they never stopped asking that question the whole way through. No sane person turns over every stone. Yeah, nobody plays games like that. Nobody plays. That's the problem, where it's like, you know, like the idea of like, I want players to be punished for this. I want players to have to go through a hard time because of this. The problem is that like nobody plays games like that. Nobody has time to play games like that. Most people have fucking jobs and lives and wives and, well, maybe not wives, but you get what I'm saying? Like people have shit going on. They can't just fucking no life a video game for 8 hours a day for like fucking months straight. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. I think that would be like, I think that would be a fair, I think it would be a fair, like opinion to have when you're like 15, but when the older you get, the less sense it makes, especially when like today's game, I don't know if people actually know this, but a lot of people haven't really like talked about it that much. I haven't even seen a video on it really talking about, like I made a video a long time ago talking about it. Where I talked about how Gen Z just stopped buying video games. That was not bullshit.
The more one longs for it, the closer one yearns to be. Up close, the structures and the principles that are
I was looking into it the other day. The general gaming audience for purchased video games, for premium games, is getting older at an alarming rate. And that's not because older people are getting into games. It's because the audience is aging. And there's not a new audience that's following in behind them. They're just not playing. Gen Z is broke. They're broke. That's definitely part of it. That's actually probably the biggest part of it. But it also has something to do with the games themselves too, right? Like not a lot of the games are really worth it.
grow clearer.
My nephews love iPad games.
Is complete.
I have Steam pilled my nephew. I'm happy to say that I've Steam pilled my fucking Gen A nephew. Kid's fucking locked in. Kid is locked in. I think he's Gen A. Yeah, I think he is. Good work, LD. That's right. That's right. Motherfucker's on a gaming PC. He's talking on Discord. He's playing on a Steam Deck. He's playing indie games. He's been playing nothing but like fucking he's been playing RV There Yet with a bunch of his buddies. They were also playing a bunch of other goofy friend slop shit. Like, yeah, no, he's fully Steam pilled. Actually, I think he's Gen Z. Is he Gen Z? I don't know. He's 16. But yeah, I bought his ass dual fucking gaming monitors and a fucking Steam Deck. And I said, go to fucking town. That's what he do. He's esteemed? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck's wrong with you? You're fired. You're fired. Now, if everybody would stop targeting Steam for no reason... honestly, it's fucking, it's mostly like 40-year-old console warriors that are like, they've been in it for too long that they can't stop. They can't give up on it.
Yet, no matter how little we know of it, gazing on that flow draws one in. At times, I think science is no less wondrous than magic.
Oh, actually, you know what? While I have you guys hostage, the people that have actually been playing this game for like the same amount of time that I have, but have actually done more in the game than I have, I still do not understand the Abyss. And I haven't done any of it. Like, I know that people said there's a bunch of sky islands that you're supposed to do. I don't understand it. I've only gone there when it's part of like the main quest and it sends me there. But people said there's like ways to unlock more stuff on these. And to get, like, pathways to new ones and unlock more puzzles and shit to, like, see, I fought the boss here, and this is, like, this part here which is like another puzzle that you had to do to get to the boss fight. I haven't done any of that shit. So you go to the spires, complete their puzzle, and go up to new chains of the Abyss Island puzzles. Oh. Okay. So it's the spires first. That's how you unlock that shit. Alright. Now I know. That's a lot more simple than I thought it was going to be.
Is it the soil or the temperature? Thank you for telling me about false starwart's habitat. With this, I'll finally be able to work out what's been hindering my skyroot cultivation efforts. It should help us find more suitable conditions.
Cat's like grabbing the back of my head. What are you doing? Oh, you're tired? What? Oh, okay. You're sharking the camera now. Yeah. Sounds about right. Spire, wish I could slay them. Fuck that game. Oh, I was like, why is my camera turning? Because he's sitting on the mouse. Cat and the mouse. I beat Ascension. I got Ascension 1 on. So I got one full run on Ironclad to unlock Ascension 1, and I'm on Ascension 2 on the Silent, and I have not played the other ones at all. Like I've done like a single run, but I'm like I feel like that game you're better off just like focusing on a single hero and never really doing anything else. Which one should I go for first? The Abyssal Energy Research? Abyssal Energy Application Device? Skyroot? What kind of collar do you have on the cat? It's like one of those like automatically like unlatch ones because you can get him so stuck on shit. Which in hindsight is not a good idea because the whole reason he has it on is because he's not an outdoor cat, but he's a cat that wants to go outdoors. And I don't want his ass to get lost and never come home. So I put my fucking, I put a collar on his bitch ass. But he can easily get that collar off if he gets stuck on something, which he probably would if he got outside. So it kind of loses its purpose. Abyss energy is needed for health upgrades past level 10. Okay. It doesn't really matter anyway, because I'm not even like that leveled up, dude. How do I know what level you... How do you know what level you are? Level 10. Oh. I barely have upgraded my shit in a while. I don't know if I want to do more stam anymore, or if I would just want to pump health for a little bit and get the health up, because my health has been kind of low for some of the fights that I've done, at least the boss fights. I've not put like anything into fucking spirit. Nothing into spirit. It's mostly because there's like still some shit in the world that I don't like fully understand yet. Like certain puzzles. I need to go puzzle farming is what I need to do. I need to go like abyss farming. So either like world puzzles or whatever else. But like the world puzzles that are going to have like these guys are largely going to be like mysterious energy, right? Stuff like this. Though I also have noticed that there are points of interest where if you just climb up to a spot that looks like it's like a view or something like that, you'll also get one for those as well. There'll just be like one that pops up out of the ground. More stam. Yeah, stam would be nice for at least flying and shit. Yeah, I need to go do some more of these like question mark stuff, mappy stuff. I don't think I ever got the bell for this place, right? Doesn't look like I did. Right? Because more of this would be unlocked if I got the bell here, right? Another big patch, I hear. Yeah, it's actually, I mean, there was a decent amount of patchwork for sure. Love your YouTube work. First time ever seeing you stream. I stream every single Friday. Yeah, every Friday. I mean, sometimes I can't because of some other shit that's going on or whatever. It looks like probably sometime this summer I'll get ready to move. So there's going to be like a week where I think I'm probably just not going to be able to post much of anything. If I get lucky, maybe then maybe I will be able to, but probably not. I have no idea. What chapter you're on in the main story? 8, I think. I'm not a main story Andy. I like to get like a little bit further into the, what I do is I essentially get myself to a point in the story. I start doing a bunch of side shit until I feel like I'm running out of side shit to do. And then I stop doing side shit and I go do the main story. That's about it. Now it is Assassin's Creed. Now it's Assassin's Creed. First time catching a stream, good YouTubes, thanks. What is up with all like the new people coming into the stream today at this time of night?
Have you found any of the
After I've already been streaming for fucking almost, or I've been streaming for 7.5 hours.
to find all my friends too?
8 is pretty far. So many puzzles left throughout the set. You need hunting weights. Yeah. There's also some like other shit too that I haven't done either. Just woke up. That's what it is. It's time zones. It's the EU people. EU or Australia or something like that probably. Yeah, so if that's the case, if you just woke up, then I effectively start streaming when you go to bed. I'm not EU, I'm degenerate East Coast. Jesus Christ. Eastern EU, 10 a.m. Oh. I work nights. Oh, fuck, I do not miss that shit at all. I do not miss that shit at all. Okay. I know. I woke up an hour ago. What weapon setup do you have? I have the Hound, which is the main one that I run, and then I have like the curved blade. Curved blade, and then I think like the stag shield. The cool thing, at least with this game, is that you don't really have to worry about like weapons themselves. Like, you want other weapons because you want to like pull their cores off, because some might have like a special weapon ability core that you want from it. But outside of that, It's all cosmetic. You can just pick a weapon that you like and upgrade it all the way. Love it how he touches your face. Yeah, he needs on my face. Yeah, he gets like super fucking annoyed when I don't pay attention to him for like long stints of time. So during stream, what ends up happening is he'll get to the point where he's upset and he will just stare. You can't see him. He'll be just off camera, like right here, just staring at me. And the more I talk and the more I don't look at him, the more annoyed he gets until finally I start hearing him like growling. And I start to see his ears go back and I'm like, okay, dude. All right, fine. Notice me, senpai? No, he's just like insanely affectionate and very talkative, and also obsessed with me. If I have anybody over or anything like that, he immediately gets territorial. Due to start hovering, he will not leave. He will hover me the entire time, and if anybody gets close, you'll hear him. Bro, how the fuck does likely ban evader? How can you ban evade? How is this the same user that's already banned in the chat, coming back and getting unbanned and then spamming in chat again with fucking links? Is he a COVID kitty? No, I got him before COVID. Gift your cat a small dog. I do not think he'd be appreciative of that. I do plan on, once I actually have like a bigger place to stay, I will get another cat. Because like, even though he's like 5 or 6, I think, like, he's still like crazy fucking energetic and all over the place, and he needs somebody to play with. Old ass cat? That's not old. What are you talking about? Cats live for fucking ever. Get him an orange cat? Yeah, maybe an orange boy. Wouldn't be a bad idea. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I love you guys, but I'm tired. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. The cat is going to cook me if I don't immediately get ready for bed. I don't really want to have to deal with any of that. So I'm going to be getting myself ready for bed. I have to remember to like put my headset on the charger because the battery's starting to go out in it. So if I don't remember to, then it'll, while I'm trying to use it and stream or use it and play a game, it'll just constantly beep in my ear. It'll take forever to actually charge. So yeah. The game is so bright. Have a good night, day, everybody. Yeah. I'll see if there's anybody to raid. I don't think there is. I mean, it's late as fuck. Is there anybody on Twitch? I'll raid somebody on Twitch. Let me see. There's like a way to do it on YouTube, but YouTube's kind of a bitch ass, so I'm not really worried about it. I'll raid Rich. I'll raid Rich. He's playing Elden Ring, so you guys get a little taste of that. Give him my warmest regards. I will have videos, 2 videos for next week couple different things I want to talk about. Some stuff we talked a little bit on stream today, but we'll get more of that kind of stuff. More of that kind of stuff. I don't know. I have no idea which one I'm going to pick first, to be honest with you. There's a couple different ways I want to go. I'm not really sure what video I'm going to drop. I'll probably do the Crimson Desert one first, and then I'll do another video after that, most likely. I'm not really too sure. But I'll talk to you guys later. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. Peace, my friends. Peace, peace, peace.